where we left off with RimWorld, I have added a couple of mods. I was hanging out with Radamant in their channel, and they were doing a witch colony where they're in like a toxic forest or whatever, and that gave me ideas for another run, which I'll go into later. But this did add a couple of mods, these two here, that I've been sleeping on, which is the Better Workbench. I've had this mod forever ago. Basically, all it does is, you know how you can copy paste stuff onto your workbench? You can kind of just do it for the whole workbench. It just makes that management. It does have a couple other like extra things you can do, which is you can say, okay, you know, certain pawn is not allowed to do this crafting, certain pawn is allowed to do this crafting, whether or not when you're saying make X number of weapons to factor in equipped weapons or not. You've got a couple things in there. A lot of the functionality this mod used to do got built into the game in Odyssey, but there's a couple out there. And then show weapon tallies. All this does is, like, when you have the raid come in, you double click on them to see, okay, there's, you know, 20 of them, and it shows their weapons. It just adds a thing where instead of just showing grenades, I'll be like, okay, but there's 4 of them with grenades. So it's just kind of a quality of life, being able to quickly see what's going on. Otherwise, you'll notice there's no other mods. I am talking about potentially doing a run where I will use the pollution spread and the Oops Scarland run mods, but that'll be for a different run. That's not one we'd want to add in mid-run. Anyways, let's go ahead and load up our colony. We are going to load anyway, because as you can see, these are the only 2 mods we've added. Otherwise, we had the stuff we already had. Yeah, no, the Wasters producing, like, that was the thing with that pollution spread mod. There was 2 factions by default, and it would choose one of them to be the instigator. One was like a mod faction that was all based around pollution, which obviously I wouldn't have, and then the other one was, if not them, the Wasters. And with that mod, it effectively adds a new ending to the game where you defeat that faction who's spreading the pollution, and then, you know, like, the pollution slowly drains away. Which I actually kind of wish it didn't drain away and you're just stuck with what you got left with. So if you take the time to deal with it in a timely manner, a lot of the world is unpolluted, whereas if you take way too long, you know, you're sifting through the garbage. But anyways, to catch up to where we were in this run, as you can see, we are getting a lot more kids. The colony has been prolific in the children, and we're not going out of our way to doing it, it's just happened. We did get our cave alpaca. So our alpaca are now living in their natural habitat of being in caves. A bunch of them are sick with the flu because we had a really rough time yesterday where we had, sorry, I'm just trying to put down some beds so that we can actually treat these alpaca in a timely manner. We did have a rough time where a pit gate happened, and it was just kind of one of those things that the pit gate happened, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing. And we did ultimately get rid of the pit gate. You can actually see where that's actually a burrow from later. That's fine. It was like right here. You can see like the weirdly smooth ground right there. But yeah, so it was just a rough time. But we had the pit gate, and I kept being interrupted trying to get a go in it. I would finally get people back up on the mend, run out there, barely put any time into taking out the pit gate, and then immediately have to bail because like the next thing. All right, got emergency landing. I do really need the glitter world. I'm also trying to get this faction to be friends with us. Let's go with the friendship. I probably, because it's only 1 glitter world. If it was like, instead of the plasteel, it's like 7 glitter world, I'd take the glitter world. But let's take this. So you crash landed over here. That's a pretty rough spot. Okay. But yeah, so some changes since the last time, like before, like if you missed last stream, is you'll notice Mohan Rai is back. We got a Mech Resurrection Serum, and I was like, okay, and I didn't think anything of it, because I figured the body was gone, and Mohan Rai was buried here. Well, we got our mausoleum up here. I'm like, okay, let's, you know, pull the corpse up, let's move it into the mausoleum, properly bury him. And 2 years had gone by since they had died, and this is not, like, it's cold right now because we're kind of in winter, but it's not that cold of a tile, not enough that it'd be considered frozen or refrigerated. And yet, 2 years later, I dug up the body, and it was fresh. It was like, oh, I have a Mech Resurrection Serum, let's go. And so I ran over there, resurrected them, and they did get blindness, which is a little bit of a bummer. But the good news is we've been alive long enough, we would have seen the resurrection psychosis, which is the one that guarantees they just die again. We didn't get that. So Mohan Rai's back, but needs a new set of eyeballs. So we should have this raid popping in any time. They actually do have a decent amount of firepower here. It's unfortunately the beam repeaters, which do a lot of damage, but their wind-up time is pretty awful. It's like a laser minigun. So what are you throwing? So they got numbers. It's all melee, which I like. Because with all melee, I feel comfortable moving ourselves up here a little bit. We just need to make sure these people aren't directly behind me when the fight kicks off. And if they are, we fall behind them so that we don't get friendly fired to absolute death. Just randomly missed and hit the rat. Okay, we shouldn't be shooting past that many of their people. Because the concern there is friendly fire. If I accidentally down one of their people, they'll get really mad about it. It is always one of those things that I find very frustrating. Okay, they're fleeing. So let's run down here. Again, trying to avoid the friendly fire. Alright, nicely dispatched. Okay, so survivors. Nimble Night Owl Dirt Mole with cooking and crafting. Alright, I'm curious. Undergrounder with planting. You know what? And the Starjack. I don't love chemical fascination, but very genuinely, bring them in. Bring them all in. Oh, I need more beds. Oh, hey, you're still here? Alright, so capture. Okay, that one will be fodder. Look, we're just making sure that our prisoner isn't lonely. It's rough on the rim. Do any of you have gear I want? Oh, hey, we got another survivor. Ah, it's unfortunate that you are terrible, friend. Where are you going? Oh, there's a bio-fairy laying over here. Humans are like hamsters in many ways. For purposes of this PSA, they are social creatures and delightful company, especially in enclosed spaces. Could you... Oh, I guess, I mean... Well, the problem is, because you stopped to throw up for that long, you're probably not making it. But yeah, no, absolutely. Human beings are 100% social creatures. It's one of those things that make a lot of the, like, person living in the woods by themselves survival scenarios not really viable long-term, where you have the people who's like, oh, I'm a survivor, you know, I would hold up in the zombie apocalypse. Like, all that kind of mentality. It's like, nah, man. After being alone for probably only a week or two, you would start getting real punchy. Very genuinely, human beings are very dependent on social interaction to do that. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, you can be the most introverted introvert that ever introverted, but a literal zero human interaction is quite literally torture. You might hold up, but your mind might not. Yeah, like you could be alive, but you would not be okay. Alright, so let's see how many of them we actually managed to save. Okay, so. Looking at our candidates here. A nimble night owl, who is a dirt mole, who can do cooking, crafting, mining, shooting, and actually is okay on this. I do think I'd be willing to bring them on board, because that would give me a dirt mole I could continue to try and pull genes from. So I think you might be someone we try to bring on board. Meanwhile, chemical fascination on a Starjack. Do I care about anything the Starjack has? Yeah, so you just get higher work speed and all that space-wise. We're not gonna do that. But yeah, so like the weak melee and all that would be good ones. So we're at least keeping this person here for a while to try and get the Xeno things out of him. Emergency landing completed. Love to see it. You are an undergrounder who is good at plants and doesn't have any major issues other than you're missing a lung and have asthma, which is pretty rough, actually. But that's fine. So we'll consider bringing you on board. And then you are terrible. How old are you now? Hey, you know what, buddy? You've done a good job here. You know what? You can go. I've already taken like 30 years of your life, tried to extract genes from you a bunch of times. I think you've earned your freedom. My actual plan for the last one is to use them for age fodder. Because you got to keep in mind, if I organ harvest them, my people will all get mad because we're not psychopaths and all that. I certainly could grab a lung from them, but it is a thing that we will get a negative mood penalty for. I think it's 8 days. It's like a -8 or something like that. For organ harvesting a prisoner. You do keep forgetting that it's frowned upon in polite society. Well, that's the thing. Like, half the times we're like, you should cannibalize. You could do this. Like, yeah, well, RimWorld actually does. If you build your colony around it, like you get psychopaths or you get some of the things like Raider and all that, then they just genuinely don't care. But if you're not those things, there can be some pretty nasty penalties. Disease infection on you. That is unfortunate. That's a good tend. Okay. So with that, we're going to start having people cycle through gene extracting our prisoners. See if we can't get anything good. But I'd like to potentially bring the Dirt Mole on board because they've got a couple of traits that are very useful for us. They don't have the best healing trait, the Hussar do. But if we look at the Dirt Mole, they've got fast healing, which is really nice. That means they heal twice as fast. Strong melee is good. UV intensive sensitivity can be very useful. Nearsight's useful. I don't care about great mining. We obviously have lots of mining to do, but that's something that we can take as long as we need. Versus other stuff that's a little bit more time constrained, such as like being able to bounce back from injuries and all that. You mostly just end up with colonies happy enough that they see the occasional organ harvest, occasional acknowledged cruelty in their end, and refuse to divest themselves and their privileges away. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We all play the game differently. I've kind of gone that over time, I've just personally found I would rather play my colonies as like, you know, what reasonable, rational people would do versus just kind of overt cruelty, with the exception of the de-aging thing, because I do make an allowance for that because the de-aging thing is so ridiculously powerful. Like, and there's just not many alternative options. There's that, and then there's the biopods. And the thing is, every individual needs their own biopod for that. Which means for our colony, we're talking, what, 14 biopods? That is just component sync like nothing else. Which is fine. When you get to late game, you get your detector, and you just let it run 24/7. And whatnot, but still. They told to eject the bioferrite, so we keep that topped off. Okay, for right now... Yeah, I've already got that turned off. Hospital bed was reached. Oh, good, we're getting complex clothing next. Okay. So, with hospital beds available, let's deconstruct one row of beds. Get the row of hospital beds in, and then we'll do the other row. Just being silly about the way the game tends to shift older colonies, rack up so many bonuses, emulate 100 games by proxy. Yeah, no, you can definitely, if you take the time to build up your base nice and make, like, where we're smoothing out all these floors and it's taking forever, it means the entire place here. So dark vision is what we got this time. Which is terrible. I mean, dark vision? Yeah, I mean, I don't care about dark vision. Let's double check how this works. Carries a gene, the see well in low light areas and are not affected by mood penalties of darkness. They have a reflective layer behind the retina that amplifies the ability to see in the dark. You know what? We will add that. I probably won't use it, but it's a complexity 1. So it is something I can easily shove in at a later date. Let's go ahead and put the Storge in there. Now, how are you doing? You are winning against your infections, so that's good news. Okay. So bank that thing, because I got the space. I probably won't use it, but it is one that's like, you know what? That can be a potential thing to fit in when I've got like just 1 point. I can't figure out something else to put in there. So for the Storge, the things I'd really like is the weak melee, awful melee would be really good negatives to take on. These two negatives would be take on. I don't really care about the great construction. Construction's something I can just wait on. The vacuum resistance is whatever. Giving a little bit of the resistance for cold is nice. The hot and cold tolerance are fine, but it's pretty unlikely I would use those. Night vision is worth much more without anomaly being active. It's useful. It's just a lot of times, like if I don't have something else, it's certainly good. But if you have the choice of, like, coagulating blood or dark vision, I'm taking the coagulating blood 100% of the time. Because coagulating blood is amazing. That alone will save so many of your colonists. or like the fast healing or whatever. But obviously, it's whatever you get a hold of. Yeah, kind of like this one wouldn't be the worst. I kind of don't want them because they have a penalty because they're a Starjack on the planet. And chemical fascination can be utterly obnoxious. But getting some plant passion might be worth considering. I mean, basically, Anomaly punishes darkness without caring if you can see in it. Yeah, they blew your leg off. Yeah, it's scabbed over. You'll be okay. It's not the point. Yep. Medical emergency on you because your infection. You are winning by a very small percent. Okay. So, Bella Rose here is our new age fodder. Because I'm not dealing with greedy and beautiful and incapable a lot of things. This isn't a pawn I want to keep. We also don't get any faction gains from letting them go. It's one of those factions that's permanently hostile. Awful animals, awful mining is actually a win in my book. I'm very happy with that. We're definitely banking that. So that gives me some solid negatives I can put on a lot of people. And not have to sweat it at all. What I need now, and this is actually atypical, usually when I'm doing this, I'm getting like all the really good positives, and just for the life of me cannot get negatives to balance them. On this one, I've got some really solid negatives, and that's a pretty solid negative there. I just need some positives to be worthwhile. Because, like, for the moment, I can put these together and have a pawn that practically doesn't need to eat. That's not true. I think it has a hard cap on how low it goes. But, you know, for a melee pawn. But I'd rather get, like, some other perk before I start gene splicing people. I should have gotten, there's a more genetic information mod. I probably should have turned that on. The more information mod, the mostly what you use it for is, like, for example, we've got a high mate here. I might want to gene splice the high mate to add, you know, add extra stuff onto them. But I can't do that. Why do we have literally no food? I really need another plants person what needs to happen. Okay, so what needs to happen is I'm going to have to pull up a little bit of this early, and I'm going to have to do it now. Because I need enough to make baby food. So get in there as fast as you can. Who is our cooks? So start cooking immediately, we got a starving baby. And we do have these queued up to go, as you can see, though they're not getting planted because we just have, just Luxray is dealing with planting as a primary. We also have Burning Sun, but Burning Sun's a child, so they're not really getting much done in that regard. Okay, so you're feeding the baby, alright. Cool, cool. So we're good. Man, it is rumbling outside. And we have the alpaca population very heavily controlled. So it shouldn't be able to go up very high. Oh, is it actually picking up on the mic? Yeah, no, that is just thunder outside. It is a particularly rumbly day. Fortunately, they brought all these wonderful packaged survival meals. And how close is everyone to aging up? So Burning Sun here has just barely, but it's basically 1 season and they'll age up. You age up in about half a season. You'll hit your age 7. You age up in a couple of days, like 5 days maybe. You should be about the same. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at, like, within the next season, all of the kids going through... Sorry, Burning Sun was more than 1 season, right? Yeah, it's about 1 season, Burning Sun just over, some of the others just under. Then all the kids should age up. With Burning Suns, that'll put Burning Sun as an adult as far as the game is concerned, capable of doing everything, you know, that they're eligible for. You'll be 7, and you two will be toddlers, so no longer requiring baby food. Did you haul that back instead of going and picking up 1 kid at a time and kiting? Did you get a haircut? You were off to dinner? You don't look so emo. I think you aged up from, like, 3 to older? Actually, that is a curious question. Oh, you know what? We do have the styling station, so it looks like your kid changed their haircut. I don't think we have anything set so far as our ideology, so far as, like, preferred styles or whatever. Okay. There's just common, uncommon, that kind of stuff. That's fine. Yeah, so I think your character changed their haircut once they got the styling station available. We have 3,000 something power available, so we're working on getting a hydroponics room up here. But you think you have forehead tattoos now with floating bangs? Something like that. You definitely have a forehead tattoo. Hard to tell if you have bangs or what it is because of the profile size. I think it might just be a forehead tattoo. That said, your character has some wicked eyelashes. Crisis of belief on one of the prisoners, which did change him to a different ideology that is not our ideology. Hey, Donkey Duff. Buddy, nah, you're hungry. Could you prioritize dealing with some of these bodies? They're just stacking up out there. And people are getting girly Aang vibes, yeah? Yeah, I can see it. Aang vibes where you're like, look, man, you can do more with this up here. You can get a little bit more decorative than that. Okay, so we're just processing all these bodies. Wonder why you're not getting rotting corpse. I wonder why you're not getting the penalty for seeing corpses, rotting corpses, because we don't have anything ideology-wise that would prevent that from upsetting us. If anything, I'd almost imagine her ideology would be worse for wear for that. What's her traits? I didn't see anything that's just underground or tortured artist. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't... Neither of those imply that they should be okay with it. Oh, they're blind! You're right! They are blind! I didn't think about that. Okay, that's enough. I completely forgot they're blind. I was sitting there going, it's like, why is this person okay with this? They should be, like, basically, you know, vibrating with level of frustration. Okay, so we moved that out of the way so I can path through there fine. This is intended on being an additional production room, because we now have more production stuff we can do. Right, because it's the chem fuel plant. Complex clothing. Alright, so that's going to take a minute to sort that out. Let's go over here, production, hand tailoring bench, do this. We can go furniture. Dual, limestone. Because wood's at a premium, go to this. Do not make tribal wear anymore. Is wondering if it has to do with the morbid aspect. Yeah, no, it's usually stuff like psychopath and that make it so they don't care about corpses. You'll never do hauling, because of course not. Alright, please get these last bodies out of here. Built it, and absolutely instantly had it need a new component. Okay, meanwhile, we're gonna go to this spot. You don't allow corpses anymore. I don't want them, like, if you're gonna haul the corpse, put it right in the incinerator. Don't try it. All the mice, all the rats showed up and are just gorging. Just absolutely gorging on this poor person. Alright, add chem fuel from organics. Do until you have. Right now, we're going to leave it at 0. Alright, here's where we get into involved stuff. Bills. Okay. The Zoom did not sit nice with your dinner. I'm sorry. Pants. Do until you have 1 pair of pants. It's at least 80% of normal quality. Button-up shirts. Same deal. And then we're going to make capes. We will want to have... Well, we have helmets, so we'll do face masks. Oh, didn't mean to click off. And then we can add children's pants. What's that button do? Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that. Okay. And we will make children's shirts. And children's parkas. Because RimWorld hates fun and doesn't think children should be allowed to have capes. Much to the offense of all children everywhere who desire capes. Alright, we are getting hungry. And that needs to be dealt with. So if anyone has the time... Yeah, because those are about to be in range for harvest. Where is my cook? Because Cody is just systematically executing the wildlife. Just one tap, brains the horse. What is happening that my cooking is taking so long? You're cleaning up animal filth. Where's our other cook? What's going on here? You are butchering. That's all I need, is I just need someone working on the food. Because we can't have everyone starving here. Okay. Because it does look like we are getting the new grow rooms all set up. Hey, Earthrush, thank you so much for the 420 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. Yeah, so it looks like the food is stabilizing again. I think I just have too many prisoners. Which is fine. We're working on making them not prisoners. Chronophagy, how are our ages looking? 21, 29. 29 is probably our oldest. And who is our terrible one? Alright, 1 second. Who is our terrible one that is, Ah, yeah, so it's Bella. Alright. So, Bella goes on the table. Server Lord is the one that we're going to make younger. I don't think any of the kids have any bonus. No, so the last one shouldn't really matter who I put in there. Trigo today? Really well. They came by like an hour before they had told me, so I was a little unprepared for them, but that was fine. But genuinely, they showed up. It took them longer to get their equipment off their truck than it did for them just to go in and just hack the tree up into pieces. They took like a claw and just picked them all up and chucked it in the back. And then it's, if you've seen Farm Sim where they've got the tree grinder, the stump grinder that goes down and goes back and forth, it was like that, except not an attachment to a tractor. It was just like this little ride-on thing that had it just as the front. And yeah, they just rocketed through that thing in just a little over 20 minutes and they were gone. And it was just done, nice and clean, zero complaints. All right. Cool. So honestly, Bella here, I don't actually need you more, so you can leave. You're just a mouth to feed. This drink is weird. Sorry, it's from our snack pack, but it's got a viscosity to it. It's not liquid. It's like nearly like, it's like if someone took Jell-O and just cut it into a bunch of little pieces and just chucked into a glass with like a little bit of liquid around it. Or like boba balls, except for not with the liquid inside the boba. So you just have like a bunch of like the gelatin part of the boba ball in a liquid. It's weird. It tastes good. Definitely not something I get a lot of, but it is different. Okay, so we're starting to get our harvesting done. Burning Sun is going to be instrumental to us when they become an adult, because they will be someone who will be able to properly dedicate time to harvesting the crops and all that. Do I have enough room for everyone? So we got 16. Ooh. I'll actually need another set of bedrooms by the time they're done. Okay, so what we can do... Yeah, Joe Electric, yeah, like, it's not bad. It's certainly something different. Like, I don't think it'd be something I'd want to get, like, every day. So, how big are you? 7x7? Alright. And I'll make another path around up here for if I have to kite anything. Okay, so we've got to get that room over there done. Now we've got this room over here to expand to give a little bit more space for our new people coming in. And we've got them just churning out one pair of alpaca clothing after another. It'll be nice to finally have clothes. Yeah, so one of the problems is Celine here, who is our mining person, is also one of our people who's dealing with wardening, is also one of the people dealing with the children. So right now our mining is slowed down a lot. I'm perfectly okay with that, though. Alright, that's another one switched over. So we've only got one person left now that isn't our ideology. And that's Beset. So once I get Beset flipped to our ideology, then everyone in the colony is on the same ideology. For the first time in the entire run. Because early game we were dealing with, like, no social to speak of, and it was rough. We are getting tree sowing, though, which would help me get wood. The unfortunate reality I've got now is, I was going to make one of these into the tree sowing area, but that's proving to be a thing. So plan for that as well. Okay. And so one of those will be our hydroponics, and the other one will be a tree sowing room for the timbers room. Because I shouldn't need that much tree sowing at this point. Now we're not dependent on wood for hardly anything. Are you... Oh, you're dealing with psychic shock. It's like, why aren't we releasing this person? Right, because we stole years off their life, and now they're struggling. It's very unlikely all of them will survive. Most likely they'll do a breakout or something, or berserk or something at some point, and we'll end up fighting and having to hurt a couple of them. I'm actually thinking, okay, so double-checking our considerations. So we got the Starjack, the Dirt Mole, we got the Baseliner, but the Baseliner's the one that has planting that isn't an our problem. I could potentially want all three of those. The Starjack's a little bit of a mixed bag, but there's a lot of good traits we can get out of the Starjack. Alright, so conversion on Veronica, who is the baseliner with really high plants. So we really do want this person. And let's double check. Did we have someone with inspired recruitment? Nah, it must have been a while ago. Alright, so what I was going to say is, so the Starjack, we got the negative melee and animals together. I would still like to get the negative mining and the other negative melee. Because for a range, those are like some of the best negatives we can get. Because I really only need like one person, maybe two, who can do animals to manage the like handful of alpaca. Otherwise, everyone else can be terrible at animals. And then the other negatives I don't care about too much. Like we'd have our mining person we wouldn't want to do. Actually, if I gave them the negative mining and then also they had the positive mining, I think that would be a wash. But either way. Yeah, that's right. You're getting able to do that. That's fine. Starjack. Starjack is a new species, race, whatever you want to call it. that came with Odyssey. That basically they don't mind being in very confined spaces. When they're in orbit, they work better than when they're on ground. Air conditioning is next. They are resistant to the vacuum of space, hot and cold, so they're very environmentally hardened. But then they suck at a lot of other things. Like, they suck at melee, they suck at mining, they suck at animals, all the stuff that you would do on the ground they're bad at. So they're basically designed to be able to withstand pretty hostile environments, and then have a little bit of construction skill, but bad about everything. Yep. They're honestly, broadly speaking, they're a pretty underwhelming one, because that low gravity one only works in space, which is pretty cool. But the reality is, with how space works in this game, there's very limited events that happen there that can be very limiting for the interest of the run. Right. Oh, you were unwaveringly loyal. I forgot about that. Get the hell out of my prison. No, wait. Changed my mind. You're Starjack? Okay, Starjack stays because you have them genes, man. I was trying to remember why I didn't grab that. We can technically use the brain wipe ritual if we get that trained. And then I can brain wipe them to get past unwaveringly loyal. I think they take a scar to their brain if you do that, but it does let you bypass their unwaveringly loyal. I haven't done the brain wipe in forever. No, we have brain wipe. Let's see. Erases a person's memories. Traumatic events are forgotten. Prisoners will forget their allegiance and become easier to recruit. Even if they were unwaveringly loyal, inhumanized individuals will forget their connection to the void. Unfortunately, the disruptive effects of the ritual will induce coma that will last a long time, especially if the ritual is of poor quality. You know, honestly, for this person, what's the cost to brain wipe you? That's the highest skill. Where's... Oh, it's way over there. Okay. So that was Anderson we're targeting. You are unwaveringly loyal. Mohan Rai has our highest level here. Can you harvest genes from someone in a coma? Probably. Yeah, so they'll be in a coma for almost 32 days, so 2 whole seasons. But it costs us 1 shard. And then we'll be able to recruit them far easier. How good is this pawn that we're looking at doing this to? Not that good. Chemical Fascination. Never mind. We added all Chanters. I don't think I want to use it on that one, because Chemical Fascination's pretty awful. It can use 6, not 4? Oh, did I miss that? Okay. That said, the Chemical Fascination... I do think this person might just be someone who gets put into the gene machine. Bella Rosa we're going to let out of here as soon as they wake up. Man, we blew out people's lungs left and right. Doesn't Mind Wipe remove the trait? Chemical Fascination? I don't believe so. Why would it remove the trait? Yeah, erase a person's memories, traumatic events are forgotten. The prisoner will forget their allegiance and become... It says nothing about changing traits. Because if it removed traits, that would honestly make it bad because you could remove all sorts of traits. But chemical... Because it wipes their mind? Yeah, but no, it doesn't change your character's traits. The traits stay. It only changes their, like, allegiance, mood penalties from stuff like, you know, if your spouse was killed or whatever, they would forget about it. Stuff like that. And it effectively removes unwaveringly loyal / bypasses it. But as far as, like, chemical fascination, it'd be the same thing of, like, you know, wiping your mind and removing brawler. It's just not how it works. Because that's this category. Okay. And working it. So that means we'll be able to get 2 people out of here. We'll bring on the Dirt Mole and the Starjack, I think it was. No, wait, which one was it? No, the Dirt Mole and the Baseliner. Because you're an undergrounder with high plants. So we definitely want to consider that. Actually, you know what? I don't want this person. Yeah, they're going to take a lot to recruit. And while they've got their high plants, I'm going to need to do a lot to get them all patched up. I don't think I want to put that effort into it. I got enough people I got to patch up myself. So I think they're going to get out of here. We're going to go and try and get the Dirt Mole to join us. Because they've got at least Nimble as a plus trait. They've got a high cooking and crafting skill and a shooting skill. I can put that to use. Even though Dirt Moles have a predisposition to be good at melee, that's fine. Okay, so I need you to go over here. Oh, right. I forgot that's a thing. So I won't fix it on their own. Okay. So stop hunting for a minute. You... fix the component in our invisibility detection so that we actually have it working. Cool. Pit burrow is collapsed. That's good. This one should collapse shortly after. Got more components outside to be hauled. They'll get to them eventually. Someday those dryads will be not neglected. Not today. But, you know, someday. Alright, so you're all getting really close. So this time, Burning Sun's actually going to get a pretty okay level up. Meanwhile, Cure Liz is going to have a downright solid level up. And you two don't get anything. Not level up, age up. Yeah, Cure Liz is going to be at least one below the highest, if not the highest, that you can get per tier. Alright, so we got air conditioning, so if we need to make a freezer, we can do that. We do have heavy bridges coming up, which will finally let me make some type of defensive position up here. And then what we can do for a strategy for fighting is basically have the first choke point, the second choke point, that as we're fighting we can kind of drop back, fight a bunch, drop back, fight a bunch, you know, kind of rolling retreat. Did you get down to the last step again, and then again break to a different ideology that is not the one I'm aiming for? You suck, Anderson. That's twice now I got just to the edge of getting them recruited to our ideology, And then they had, you know, the breakdown thing. Just like Neo to not do what they're told. Exactly. Stupid Mr. Anderson. Just needs to get with the program. And so I think for the plan for our defensive position up here is we'll block that off, block this off, I have a lane there, a lane here, and a lane here, and block that off. So I have 2 lanes, and then back here would be like, you know, we'd have barricades or whatever, probably 2 deep. Alright, Earthrush Stony became a child. Welcome to childhood, Earthrush Stony. Here is your full schedule of nothing but recreation. And we can just go ahead and have you get to work cleaning and hauling around this colony and doing pretty much nothing else, I guess. But welcome. Shift that over there. You also have chosen to have a very unfortunate hairstyle, but it is okay. You are still present in the colony. What am I giving you weapon-wise? I actually don't have a whole lot for you, do I? Sure, you can have a revolver, because we're a little slim on our weapons. Okay, so with this, prisoner, begin recruitment. This is our dirt mole? Yeah. That means I have a long-term person here as a dirt mole. And you should be aging up seconds after, because they were, like, literally these two, we had simultaneous people going into labor. We tried to ask the one lady to wait her turn, and she just kind of screamed at us about something. It was very inconsiderate. You know, we gotta schedule these things out well in advance. But yeah, no, so that one should be aging up, like, in the next in-game hour or 2. They were, like, right back to back. Actually, wait. Are we available for a conversion ritual? No, it's fine. It's gonna take a lot to get Beset converted. Remember the evolved form of Goth Girlfriend is Witch Wife? Okay. You need to schedule labor at least 9 months in advance. Alright, there's the other one becoming a child. Congratulations. Oh. You ended up on the other ideology because your parent was of the other ideology. Well, that is another person we will need to get converted over. You also grab a revolver. Alright, well, on that thing, we don't have anyone else who needs baby food. So let's go ahead and for right now take baby food off the list. And you are getting very close to being converted again, so it's about time for you to have a break and then choose yet another different ideology. Hey Devlin, how's it going? Alright, so we... New lovers. Cody Husky charmed Beset by comparing her to a delicate prairie. Beset becomes aroused and agreed to be Cody Husky's lover. Nah, love on the rim. This one's not even totally messed up. I guess we're probably going to have a lot more of them hook up, because as you narrow the age range, there's a lot of things that will weigh into their likelihood of successfully romancing each other. Like, is the person attractive? Do you have similar, like, you know, are there traits that correspond or go against each other? You know, that kind of stuff. Alright, the pirate whales have arrived. Oh. Okay. They're bringing the ordnance. They've got a triple rocket launcher and a doomsday launcher. Took what, 3 times? Hey man, sometimes they also have an incinerator. That's honestly a genuinely scary group. How are we dealing with this in the less likely to result in our everyone dying kind of way? If they weren't attacking immediately, I'd say we run over, we shoot the Mega Sloth and let it tank the Doomsday. Does anyone here have a very fast movement speed? I don't think so. Quite the opposite. We can't. They're gonna get to the Mega Sloth way before we can. I'm gonna have to have someone run ahead and just... Yeah, I'm gonna have to have Luxray... Well, the problem is Luxray doesn't have a ranged weapon, because this was to aggro the Mega Sloth. I do think Luxray is gonna have to do the job of trying to bait out the shot and run. And I think even then we're gonna be late to the party. They're not taking the bait at all. Okay. Get. You are taking your shot. You're smart and you're going for the big group. It's time to nope out of that. Break line of sight. So we're gonna have to rolling retreat this one. Flare. We prevented the incinerator. Nicely done. Okay. Give me your ordnance. Give it all to me. Arco Nexus showed up. Hey. Go haul that. What are you? Undergrounder teetotaler who is extremely good at mining and all that. Sorry friend, but I already have a dirt mole. I am willing to save you to let you go again, but like... Yes, you got the triple rocket. I don't think we're catching you. I think you're too far ahead. I don't think we're catching any of them. Okay, you're too slow. You turn back. You're too slow. You turn back. Okay. Figured do it while we're here. Alright, so what are you bringing to the table? Pyromaniac who's good at plants. You know what? Sure, why not? Go grab that person. Maybe, maybe not, we keep him. I don't know. Down better than expected? Yeah, that entire encounter is entirely down to, were we able to get there in time to prevent the ordnance from going off? And we're able to do that. Alright, so now, small impressionable child, if I can go ahead and have you grab that machine gun. Unfortunately, the flamethrower's bio-coded. Oh, but now other small impressionable child, you go ahead and grab the minigun. Okay, and you'll be released as soon as you're good to go. What's your gear look like? Yeah, you can keep your gear. Oh, good, rain. Alright, well, our weapon situation's already improved. That was the one we just wanted to release, right? Yeah, no, so it's Teetotaler. Like I said, that's fine. I don't really need another mining person. A construction person would be okay. Versus a Pyromaniac then add to our plant skill. That I can get behind. We'll see. They better age up fast because if the kids fill in those gaps, then I won't need them anymore, and you don't want to be not needed anymore. I mean, I'll just let them go, but still. They'll feel undervalued is all. That despite being taken hostage and everything, that the person's like, no, we just don't even want you here. You can go home. Okay. One second, let me turn off that. I normally keep my ringer off during stream because of that, and I only turned it on the other day. Just because of the happenstance of, needing to take care of everything. Alright, so the Skyflight Federation wants help. They're asking for 3 colonists for 7 days that are willing to give me Goodwill or a Neoformer. Alright. But they have to be adults. Honestly, I could just ship stuff at them later. Okay. So Burning Sun should begin pretty close to aging up. About... not a little over half a, half season. Alright. So let's see, are you gonna make it? Not with a 2.9 tend. Okay, so you have been successfully converted. Now is Anderson the Starjack? Right. And you're just staying here for that purpose. So the likelihood we save this person is pretty low. I mean, we can just use it, and we'll hope for the best. See if we can't, like, manage to make it stick. Okay. It'd be nice if we can get this last little area filled in here so we can get the hydroponics. Do you have anything in your Discord general? I don't know what that is. It looks like, is that the Spider-Gwen pillow? I don't know what that is. It looks like a pillow. It looks cool. Yeah, okay, it is Spider-Gwen. I was double checking. It's like, is this Spider-Gwen or is this like some Pokemon I've never heard of before? Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? Also, check out Basset does been doing some Little Rocket Lab, which is kind of Factorio meets Stardew Valley. Also does like the occasional turn-based games such as like Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing. Have you played Space Drilling Station? No, I did see like I got a lot of promotional emails about it. It's kind of one of those ones that like just landed with everything else landing that I kind of just didn't jump on it one way or the other. That's no good for you, man. Kara, that's no good for you, friend. I don't think you're long for this world. That is not going to help your cause either. Alright. We're non-subdue mode, we're in eliminate mode. Because if we're lucky, we'll take that arm off. Never mind. Prisoner has been subdued by other prisoner. Oh, well. You're going to be stripped of your gear because you actually have gear worth stripping. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that's like on the radar to check out and it just didn't happen. New lovers. Bleeding for the win. Tried to attract Canadian Hussy by commending his family. Canadian Hussy became aroused and agreed to be. Okay. I think it's a little weird because I'm pretty sure Celine was our very first colonist, but they were very young, and Canadian Hussy was someone who rescued as a child, but just through shenanigans of reducing Celine's age. They are now basically the same age, so it's not as weird, but kind of weird. But that's fine. Relationships in sci-fi get very awkward. Well, unfortunately for you, I really don't want to waste a medicine on you, so you really should have done better. Yeah, no, it looked like it was coming along, because that was early access, if I remember correctly. I think that was part of the thing where it was like, you know what, I just don't want to deal with an early access right now. Because genuinely I'm very tired of early access. I just want to play completed games that I can actually finish. Yeah, so just kind of one of those things with everything releasing. It's like, okay, you look alright, but like, I'm kind of stacked right now. And I'm enjoying a break away from playing like new game after new game after new game after new game, because that's what's been like since November, which is fine, I enjoy that. But it's definitely like, you know what, I just want to play something that I know I can hang out, have a good time, not have to be like, alright, what new mechanic do I need to learn? Alright, so that's unfortunately going to upset us, because that'll be innocent prisoner has died. So a -5 for 6 days. But it is what it is. Alright, we got heavy bridges researched. Alright, so let's go in here. Mine that out. Structure. Heavy bridge. There. Straight back to here. Back here. Growth Moment and Cura Liz. Honestly, put this platform back here too, because that's going to be our defensive position. Alright, so Cura Liz hits 7. So we have Fast Learner and Terrible. So we'll take Fast Learner because that's pretty good. I will give you Medical because Medical's always a good choice. And honestly, of these, I'm going to give you social, because social is just generically good. Prevents social fights, helps with a lot of other stuff. So that does mean you can now do this. And that. Otherwise, we'll add you on the ability to help with plants. And mining, I guess. You gonna grow up to be a doctor? Hey, I can always use more doctors in the colony. You're doing your parents proud. I actually don't remember which pawns are your parents. Who's mom and dad? Celine and Serverlord. You got the brother Ron Golan. Yeah, we'll go structure, limestone, bring it across. The Timberwolves over there. Okay, well let's deal with the Cougar and the Timberwolf real fast. Because I'm going to do construction that close. Alright. So dangerous animals are dealt with. So now I don't need to worry about my people being randomly hunted. Actually put a spot there. And a limestone door here. So I do have a way to cross so it's now walking the entire length of the water. Okay, so we're gonna work... Oh, we're low on steel. How the heck did that happen? Well, I believe we had a whole spot of steel over there that I never did get to mining. Just queue that up. And they were trying to mine that back to see if I could fit a shuttle pad here. It all depends on whether we have cave roof there or not. Or mountain overhead, whatever it's called. You leveled up. So, we're going to keep you on Beset. Actually, wait, can you do the full-on conversion thing? Yes. Alright. So just shy of an 80% chance of a, you know, good outcome with almost a 20% chance of just one and done master outcome. We get the master outcome, Beset instantly converts. Which is the dream because Beset's going to be a pain to convert. Effective. I mean, it knocks it down 30%, so that's still the equivalent of 2 conversion attempts, so that's not bad. Please get the components. You're pretty flexible. I mean, in the game, your character, just because the traits they have, they are resistant to being converted, which is fine. It just means it takes more work for us to get that locked in. Now, once I've got this defensive position in here, we'll probably move that out and down here, because ultimately I'm going to try and shove a tiny grav ship in that corner. And I'll put an anchor somewhere here to preserve the base. so we can actually go after things using a grav ship if needed. Disease flu. Okay, we have Server Lord and Apple Lords. I don't think we have... Well, we have one fancy medicine. Is that literally all our medicine? Aw, man. It's because Luxray never has time to do the Dryad tree. So we're doing this without medicine, which I'm not loving. The Server Lord, go to bed. Apple Lord, go to bed. Tend to them immediately. You're my best doctor now, right? Yeah, by a long shot. 50% tend without medicine. Love to see it. And 52%. That'll do. Wait, what do you have shot off? Oh, your pinky. That's fine. Yeah, and their hunger's all fine. Okay. Right, and you got the flu, but you're not in the hospital. So Anderson there might be in for a rough time. Okay, so you're winning. You are only barely ahead, so let's slap on an industrial medicine. It's our one and only. Exotic goods trader might have medicine for us. Coco, so now we got tube television. Okay, Glitter World, they've got 2. Let's see. Slow study we probably want. Pain dull I don't think I care about. Take the Harbinger seed. Deathless plus pointed ears. Give. We are making that happen. It doesn't matter what it takes. We are making that happen. We are in an enclosed space. The Doomsday is probably not the thing. Oh wait, before we mess with the Doomsday. Alright, let's circle back up here. Yeah, so we're getting our 2 glitter worlds, so I can slap each of them with 1 glitter to lock it in. Most of these we don't care about, but Deathless and Pointed Ears, Deathless is absolutely worth it. It's going to be a booger to be able to get that going. We can grab the Plate Armor 2 television research. I don't care about those. We can keep that for right now. Well, most likely, once we get what we need to set up Deathless, everyone will be getting it. Alright, I think that's good for the time being. Ancient Warehouse, I don't care about. So bank that. Haul this. Haul this. Okay. Please... You're blind. Please don't doctor for right now. Let's get the good stuff in here. Let's just lock it in and keep it safe. So 1 glitter for each of them. And I'll drop that back down to the regular medicine. And adjust as needed. So I'm probably not going to have a preach health up by the time this is decided one way or the other. Okay. Let's tell him to remove the roof from this area. But it is looking like we'll be able to fit a shuttle spot right there. Another thing we're going to want is structure. Heavy bridge right here. Because I'm going to want to put a wall there, so I have to walk in, come around this way. I'll probably need a bridge just that far so I can put doors I can open and close to, you know, close the doors when things get dicey to force them to either attack the walls or whatever, give me time to run. Because the whole point about this is so I can get a couple of kills in on them, and then if they've got the strength to back off and be able to reach my defenses before they can kind of secure a victory against me. Okay, there's a ship part for me. There'll be a lot of times also with this defensive position that I won't be able to get to the defensive position in time for enemies. Now, there's some things we could help to do that, like build the wall here that's got like a little bit of an edge to force them to walk into the river. Those kind of things. But we can worry about that when we get there. So you're bringing in more steel because we keep using it all up now. And once we get that defensive position there, then it might be time to see what it can do for making an outdoor area to do the deep ground whatever scanner and just let that churn. That way when we start fully exhausting our metal and all that, I can just toss down the deep drills and whatnot. Oh, I'd love to see that. It's not actually that much wood because it's fiber corn. And honestly, at this point, you probably should be trees. Okay. Yeah, now make that all home zone so we can repair it. Okay. Slowly but surely progress is being made. Now the problem with the Deathless, if I want to do this one, I need the Archite capsules. And those are a little hard to get by. But like, if we were to make something, we could do the Archite capsules. Ah, that alone will require me to have Archogenetics, that's fine. So I can't use it yet, but Deathless, if you can fit it in there, Deathless, like, coagulating and fast healing are very, very hard to kill pawns. Like, very hard to kill pawns. About the only way you keep them dead is by exploding or burning their bodies. And fortunately, most enemies, that isn't going to happen. Okay. Even Devours don't kill Deathless? That's right. They leave the body behind when they digest it. It doesn't just vanish. They leave like a kind of a desiccated like body. Hi.
Hi. Love me.
I do love you.
Did you take a bite of your paper?
I did.
What'd you think?
It was good. I was expecting it to be more like sour than it was. It was a little bit more on the sweet side.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it was good.
Yeah.
Love. You had a Neanderthal vampire go to death rest afterward? Yeah. What's going on? You're having difficulty extricating yourself?
Yeah.
What was the snack today? So it was sour paper, is what they call it. It's basically like gummy. When they mentioned sour, I thought it was going to be a lot more like a Sour Patch Kid or whatever, the really sour one. It's sour, but it's a little bit more on the sweet side. Not like obnoxiously sweet, but like, you know, just on the spectrum of sweet to sour. It's just a little bit more sweet than I was expecting. It's like bubble gum kind of flavor, like your Bubble Yum, those kind of brands. You can't remember the other ones. Gushers? Yeah, Gushers are another one. So, that's concerning. So... Apple Lords is here. Wait, so who's your loved one? Who's your spouse? Luxray. Oh, you're sterile because you're pregnant, right? They're not... Okay. Does this make any difference? That's kind of sad. They don't consider, like, as a couple, they don't like each other to be considered loved ones. So Luxray being present or not makes no difference. Okay, still, 90% chance we have a healthy baby, 7.5% chance the baby will be sick, 3% chance the baby won't make it, and then a 0.48% chance that mom straight up dies. Put everyone in, just crowded. It's honestly, if we look at this character, they really don't have... Like, their best friend is Cody Husky. I mean, it's too late for me to add them in and change it. Honestly, it's making me wonder if I brought Cody Husky in as well, if that would have given an extra bonus as a loved one. I don't know where that cutoff is, because I usually don't pay attention to that one. There's usually one you don't have much control over. But that's part of why we want high social. The higher social, the more likely people are to become friends, and the less like you're going to have like a bunch of other headaches. Okay. That'll get trashed a bunch of times, but give ourselves light. Alright. So, see how the baby situation goes? To be fair, that was the relationship where Luxray's character kept hitting on Apple Lords again and again and again. And striking out before, like, eventually getting through. No, if you join the queue once, it's once per stream, between streams it resets. But generally speaking, it will stay so long as the stream keeps going. How are you doing on your flu? It looks like everyone's gonna make it. Good for you. Come on, healthy baby. Even though I really don't need more kids in the colony. This will be kid number 5 that we'll have going on at the same time. Also, before I forget, get baby food back into production. Alright, and it's another healthy baby. Which is good, because I don't have the medicine for one to be sick. Alright, so that's gonna be 6. 6 the baby. Endure out of bioferrite. So if we could just have someone go ahead and refuel you real fast, that would be lovely before our power goes offline. Would someone take care? Okay. People are taking care of things. Oh, you had a baby while having the flu. And you just had, like, the worst possible tend. Okay, so you need to feed them immediately. Breach health isn't going to be available. This is not looking good for you, Apple Lord. You do have a 3% lead, but that's probably the last tend you're getting. Set it to glitter just in case we do get our tend opportunity. Meanwhile, go to you. Feeding, urgent, and everyone else. Except you. I missed that you were still dealing with the flu. Tube television. Gene processor. That's progress. You got about 3 to 4% lead. I suspect you will lose ground on that tend, unfortunately. And I don't think the preach health will be available in time to make a difference. So, we just gotta hope you make it. Keep you fed, that kind of stuff. You might get one more tend in here. Go the expletive to bed. Do not leave your bed. There's a psychic scream. I think you'll be okay. I might not even need to hit you with the glitter world. I think your lead is strong enough. You're going to be alright. We just need the next 10 to not be like a 1% 10. You might even still be okay in that situation as well. I'll deal with that in a moment. That's going to be one I'm going to be required to take. Okay, you're dealing with it. You're my best doctor. Yeah, because you're down to 2%. 34, you should be fine. Okay, so what do we got going on here? Zion joins. We're going to have a small child with a very little... Oh, 61 Wolverines. Everyone into the perimeter. It's about to get real spicy in this neighborhood. Welcome, small child who is bringing fire to my doorstep. What are you? You are a psychopath who is good at plants and murder. Okay. That's certainly a vibe. There's a gun immediately. And so we've got our new planter slash murder person who's gonna be here. So that's gonna be Miss Dundee. Let's see, are colonists' lives and health this precarious ordinarily? Or is it mostly due to difficulty settings or mods? They can be this, like, we're not doing any mods that affect difficulty or anything like that. So it is just the nature of the beast. Alright. So you're gonna help grow, because we did need another grower, so that's good. Now, I need you to run like you stole it, because you've got 61 Wolverines. Why are you there? Alright, we're making a new zone. I know what exactly has happened here. So... New area, rename, safe. Okay, expand. Alright. So all of this, all of that, all of this, up to here. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, and now what we're going to do is go to zones, shrink zone, safe. Do not go outside in any capacity. We're going to also remove the door. Schedule, safe. Because you've got 61 angry Wolverines chasing you. Alright, a man-hunting pack of Wolverines has entered the area, driven insane by disease known as Scaria. They'll roam the region hunting for human flesh. The Wolverines are chasing Zion, which was your name before we renamed them. That's what you brought with you. So please keep running. And lock the door behind you, okay? Honestly, be on brand for you to make such an entrance. Yep. So we are leaving that alone. That beehive can just stay beehiving right over in its corner. Okay, so you're still in medical emergency. 92%, you're fed. So now's where you have a normal raid show up and get utterly murdered. Deconstruct those bedrolls. They've been sitting there forever and no one wants to trade for them. Give me my fabric back. But what I get back from it. Major break risk on Beset because no conquest recently. That's death outside there. If someone has a break, we need to slam the next door behind them and they just get to die. Because that, like, don't get me wrong, we have the firepower, we would win it if we held the door, but we would lose a lot of fingers and toes and arms and legs and probably a colonist or two. Also, why is there a rabbit inside my building? It needs to die because I need to not have any random animals in here, because if they get trapped and hungry, they'll go to a wall and start hitting it, and right now, that could be potentially fatal depending on what wall they hit. Oh, I'm hearing them taking apart the beds. I was there being like, what on earth am I hearing? Because I was hearing like one after the other being like, I keep hearing something, but I cannot figure out what it is. Yep, little angry Wolverines. It's just a couple. Just a few. Just like 3 screens worth. Bunnies can chew through walls. Any animal can. The type of animal and all that just determines how much damage they do per hit. And bunnies do a very small amount. So it'd take the bunny a while to get through the wall, but it would eventually. Versus like a Mega Sloth slapping away at a wall would only take a couple of hits to break through a normal wall. Yeah, no, like, genuinely, if I put my melee line here and had them support with all the ranged, we would probably win that fight, but it would be a lot of damage. Like, there would definitely be the potential for... Where did the duck come from? You mice could choose through walls in real life. You don't know a bunny, but you'll be surprised if a bigger rodent. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. And also, when people would be like, that's unrealistic. Here's a hint. Realistic games are boring. Very genuinely, like, realism isn't a thing we're seeking on its own. It's fine to be realistic, so long as it's in service of the games being fun, interesting, compelling stories, whatever. Can any of those wolverines be tamed and used for defenses? You can tame wolverines. These ones here, because they have, if we click on one of them, they have this disease scarlet. It's basically a thing that causes them to go to berserk. And it will eventually kill them. So these specific wolverines I can't because they've gone mad with disease. But you can tame a wolverine. I don't know what the training level of a wolverine is in the game, because that's actually an important detail. Because you have the taming ability. Oh, trained ability none. So I mean, I can tame them and keep them like in an enclosure, but I can't train them to be like to attack on command or anything like that, or make them haul or rescue people. Mostly they'll stand around, and if something picks a fight with them, they'll defend themselves, and otherwise that's about it. There are a lot of animals we can tame to do stuff like that. And none of the ones here are. All the ones here are like pen animals. Like the alpaca are the same way. They won't haul, like, you can't make them go and fetch stuff for you, but you can put packs of stuff on them and drag them with you to give you more carry ability. But yeah, at the most, we'll stay here a couple days. One good thing about being tunnelers who eat mushrooms, my food's back here. As long as we have enough area for the food, our food will recover on its own. Like, we are just good. Most of the time, you're dependent on being outside, but that would be the same thing. All I would do is wall off this area with doors to keep them trapped over here, which is what we're working on effectively to make that a thing, is so I can kind of hold this area back here. And then again, the idea would be I would fight at this point. If it's a force that's too much for me, just knock out in the straight-on fight. Once they started to get in here properly, we would slam the doors closed and run back, make them take the time to smash the walls. No. Luxray is the one who's psychically linked to the Dryad, but there's just too much planting going on for Luxray to handle by themselves, and so the Dryads are getting neglected. That's the reason I keep being like, I need more planters. Remember, get your pet vaccinated for rim rabies. Yeah. Yep. Well, that was one of the changes they made, is when you're fighting these ones with the Scaria, that it can, transmit to one of your people. And it's not that hard to defeat Scaria on a person. You can cure Scaria on an animal if you're on top of it, but you gotta manage to knock down the animal without killing it. And then I think it takes Glitter World, and I think it's a % chance you cure it or something like that. It's one of those things that's 99.9% of the time just not worth it. Like, maybe if you had Thrumbo or Mega Sloths and you're like, oh, I want to keep one of those, maybe. But genuinely, if I got spares, I will probably prefer the Glitter World over them. Okay, so some of the Wolverines are starting to leave. They haven't been able to find much in the way of food. So they're going to start getting out of here. So they'll slowly trickle off a couple at a time till the whole group leaves. You're surprised they don't eat other animals? They will if they're not manhunter packed. When they're manhunter packed, they will only attack and eat people or stuff that attacks them. But the idea is it's basically they've lost their mind, they've gone berserk. Alright. Like, this would be like the equivalent of an animal becoming, like, succumbing to, like, some kind of, like, super rabies or something. Okay. Little by little. So probably 3 more times of attempting to cure Beset, or convert Beset before they get converted. I'm also upset that I'm watching these other animals eating my crops because I'm not out there doing anything to prevent it. And how are you doing? Yeah, because we gotta get you converted, because the ideology that Beset has, they're slowly getting really upset for being trapped inside a cave all the time, and they really want to murder other people, and they're very upset that we're not doing that. This might have just gotten tragic. We have a really big problem. A really big problem. And that is our proximity detector just tripped. So something invisible just moved in and is on its way here. And we still have an army of Wolverines outside. So get this door. Get ready for a fight. There's a couple ways this can go. That's our only baby in the colony. And I think they can hypnotize the baby if it's a revenant. But all the rest of you, pile in as deep as you can. You get over here as well. And the reason I'm... Site Stealer revealed. Okay, that's fine. Never mind. Everyone can go back to your thing. Everyone disregard false emergency. Because I believe the Site Stealer will fight manhuntered animals. My money's on the Wolverine. Never mind. Yeah, because if it had been a Revenant, it could have opened this door, let the Wolverines in, which is why I wanted to have 2 doors and then, like, be way back here, is to try and give myself a couple of opportunities that the Revenant, or that the, stuff would go. The boars are so hungry, the Wolverine went down, they immediately started eating it. So the Site Stealer's up here just bleeding all over the ground, apparently, which is curious. We also go in here, zones, expand area 1. We'll now let them go up to the defensive line of area 1, once that's ready. Yeah, it seems to just be chilling over, like, you can see the blood here that's appearing. It's just chilling here, bleeding out, for whatever reason. I'm okay with this. I don't really understand it, but I am okay with it. Maybe because it can't find a path to me? Okay, the last of the Wolverines are buggering off. It's just gonna eventually just collapse and vanish, like collapse and die. Alright, looks like we got our next wave. Alright. Now it's go time for real. Oh, no, it's not. It's just the Sight Stealer's over here bleeding out. Maybe? Yeah, it's making its way over. And the Sight Stealer has just collapsed unconscious there due to blood loss. Now, the challenge is, I don't actually know if it's safe or not. Okay, I think we're in the clear. Alright, we got our brand new recruit, because I've lost track of everything going on in this colony. Okay, so this is our nimble night owls. Let's get their schedules sorted out. So we need you to be night owl hours, so there you go. And here, clean this up. And you will be able to help cook and mine and craft. Don't worry about construction and all that. Weapon-wise, look, man, it's getting pretty scarce pickings here. You can have a revolver, I guess. I did choose a revolver, right? You can have the revolver, I guess. And meanwhile, so our brand new cook/mining person in our colony is going to be Super Soft Corgi. Welcome to the colony. So meanwhile, keep working on the defensive line here. Get that sword. Are you gonna stay dead? Yes, you should stay down. Alright, so all this is going fine. We're continuing to work on getting more bedrooms and all that. Let's go ahead and queue this up. You're the one asking about the game? Sorry, I mistook. If the opponent gets a wound from them, they can get an infection that eventually leads to a aria? Oh, scaria, which is what the Wolverines had. Yeah. So if I get injured by an animal that has scaria, there is a small chance that my pawn will get infected with scaria, which there is a delay before it takes effect. And then what ends up happening is it will gradually build up, causing your pawn to go berserk. But you can treat it on your pawn with a relatively... It's not really that hard to treat. It just kind of does really necessitate having decent medical setup and or medicine. So it's not that hard to defeat, but it is just something that when you're dealing with a bunch of animals getting scratched the crap out of it is a additional danger. Okay, we're trying to get our next set of bedrooms made. We're trying to get our hydroponics room made, which is... The good news is we are starting to get down here to the point that that'll become available. We're probably going to need to switch to start using limestone doors all over the place, just because we are using up all our slate. Also, were we due for people popping in here? Yes. You can pop in. You're responding about your culinary adventures? I thought we were talking about Scaria? I'm sorry. I'm very confused. It's okay. It did shriek. Yeah, the first one did shriek before it died. I think it went down and then got back up. Okay, proximity, invisible creatures. Alright, get in position, people. It is go time. Put down the baby. Put down the baby. Grab all of our weapons and all that. Pack them in tight. Once I get this position settled, this will be a very strong position for being able to just pour ammo down a long hallway, so even our misses have a pretty good chance of hitting. And then once this is built, I'm going to put another invisibility sensor somewhere in this area. So that way we can kind of watch the progress of, okay, the enemies are here, okay, the enemies are here. And then maybe, you know, tuck another one, like, right over here somewhere. That way, like, whenever there's something invisible outside, we can kind of get an idea where it is. Because we know it's coming. We just aren't sure how far away it is yet. Alright. As they say, oh lord, they coming. Okay, let's start by chucking a flare down this way. Chucking it, there you go. Put a flare down here. Because that'll stun and reveal a bunch of them. Is that all of them? Okay, all of you are in the clear. Go back to your daily routine. All of you, murder. Actually, you two can get out of here. Luxray, you're not hurt too bad, right? Yeah. Start murdering the site stealers. Because I do not have the capacity to take on more critters right now, and site stealers are pretty much the bottom of the pile. As far as what you get out of them. Man, we are cutting you up bad, and you're just not dying. Okay, carry on. And we did not get a scream after that one, so we should be in the clear. So schedule. Unrestrict everyone again. Alright, medical needed on Luxray. Lux, buddy, go to bed. Someone else can feed the baby. There's like 17 or 18 people in this colony. We don't need the one person who's bleeding from a lot of different places being the one who's like managing everything there. We need to get you free so you can actually start taking care of the Dryad again. Okay, Burning Sun should be getting pretty close to aging up. Let's see, you age up in about half a season. You age up in about like a day or two. You just aged up, you just aged up, you just aged up, and you were just born. Oh, good. Someone else is turning the gene machine once this is done. You gotta be getting starving. Yeah, you're tired and hungry and all that. And what are you gonna give me this time? Delicate. Absolutely not. Prisoner. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna start with this. Chronophagy. Grab our prisoner. Because our brand new person here, Super Soft Corgi, in RimWorld's terms, is ancient. They're 53, which basically means they're older than dirt as far as RimWorld's concerned. And so we gotta help them out with that. Everyone's changed their outfits, so I'm having problems recognizing who are my ones. So you got 110%. You got 110%. You got 130%. $115%? What? What changed that everyone's got a little bit of a boost in percent all of a sudden? Alright, whatever. Cool. You almost resemble icon. Yeah, no, it's just RimWorld things. Like, RimWorld, we had our character turn 23, and they got age-related illness, asthma. And I was just like, okay. So, RimWorld's like, oh man, 23, you're so old, you need to have health problems. It's like, come on, game. Calm down. 23, 25, what about a bad back or frail? That's usually around 40 you start risking that. It's like, the game is pretty brutal when it comes to age. Like, don't get me wrong, even aging up only to like 30 or 40 in real life, yeah, there's stuff that you have that's age-related. Maybe your cholesterol goes up. Maybe you need to eat more dietary fiber because you start having like digestive issues. These things do happen. And it's not like people don't ever have those other things, but like RimWorld, it's just definitely very heavily weighted that you are just going to have a litany of health problems. Oh hey, we aged you up, or we took some years off your life, and it actually cured your scar. You had a pawn get bad back at 19? Yeah, no, and it's like, ones like that, like, you can cure it, but you gotta get all the way to bionics to make a bionic spine, which is way, it's like, on the end of mid-game, early end-game tech. So, you're like, thanks, game. Just started with my first pawn, you just RNG decide my spine is jacked. And bad back in this game is pretty brutal. Okay, don't worry about the roof there. Over here is fine. You're going gray when you're 24 years old? Yep. Like, that's the thing. Age things can happen at a pretty young age. But broadly speaking, you know, the stuff that the game has where it's like, oh, you're developing dementia. It's like, okay, well, it's a non-zero number of people in real life, you know, have very, very, very young onset dementia. But we're talking statistically is an exceedingly low number. To the point you would probably play RimWorld for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours over the course of hundreds and hundreds of colonies, and maybe have one. And that'd be a little bit on the exception side of the rule. And then RimWorld's like, no. Every single one of your colonists just about gets the age of 60 and they're gonna have this problem. I'm exaggerating there. It's probably like, for the ones that start to get in their 60s, it's probably like 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 will end up getting dementia or one of those other pretty nasty ones. So it's a much, much higher percentage than in the real world. At the same time, it also kind of needs to be because you know, otherwise it's a mechanic you just don't care about almost ever. Alright, so I've almost connected this route to give me another circuit where if I have to, like, if the base gets breached, I can run through these doors. And Burning Sun finally became an adult. Thanks, man. Alright. So, we got some good stuff. Oh man, you got some good stuff here. We got Iron-Willed. That's a solid one. Considering you're neurotic, Iron-Willed is probably what I'm going to go with. If you were melee, Nimble's a very strong one. Night Owl's kind of a neutral one. It is good to have a couple Night Owls in your colony so that you have people working around the clock. Fast Learner is very, very strong. Pretty is bad. This is a bad trait. Don't let the game lie to you. That +1 beauty, terrible. Garbage. Get it out of here. Straight up awful. Everyone will hit on you, and you'll just be social fights left and right. And then Wimp is just objectively bad. So I'm going with Iron-Willed. Because you have very neurotic plus Iron-Willed, basically this puts a penalty where you're 14% more likely to have a break, and then this one has a 18% less likely to break. So again, that's perfect. It means you'll be ever so slightly harder to break than a normal pawn, with a 40% bonus to that. So let's see. We're gonna give you medical, because why not? I'll give you intellectual to fill that in. It'll give you mining, even though I'm not going to do it. I'd rather spread the passions out versus stack. So we're making Burning Sun into just a generically can kind of do everything kind of pawn. Alright. So that's good. Let's look at your work stuff. So you are now a doctor. You can do a backup of mining and all this. And because of your stats, you're probably someone I don't want to do the hauling and all that. You'd be much better served to work on other things than be our hauler. But thank Jeebus for not having yet another kid. Because running around with 6 children in the colony is a lot of children to be managing. Okay, so we got a little teeny tiny light, so if I'm fighting here in the dark, we've got that. Yep, Celian. And thank you for the tier 1 sub, I do really appreciate it. Yep, no, you are still alive. Hanging in there, doing a good time. You are now our mining production person. You were our moral guide, but we got someone who actually had decent social, so it was better to put you on mining since that's kind of your character's main skill anyways. What was your... Oh, right, you still have the asthma you developed because of age. You did, you are... Were you engaged? Yeah, you are... Oh, no, you're in a relationship now with Canadian Hussy. So that's good. I can't remember who's married and who's engaged and who's what anymore. This colony has had a very, very active social life in that regard. Oh, that's Burning Sun's children's clothes exploding off their body onto the ground. Which is always mildly comical. Gene processor, so next up it's giving us drug production. We'll leave the rest there for right now. Alright, so we've got our defensive position up here. Actually, we'll cancel that spot. Go anomaly. We put the proximity detector, it'll work there. And then we could close that, and then we got, you know, basically you can watch when invisible stuff gets here, when it gets to our first line of defense, and then, you know, presumably we'll want to put it over here later. We'll worry about that after other stuff gets done. And they're working on getting these rooms done. And how is our power on this? Because we're just building more power. We're already up to almost 2,900 power being used, which is going to be a problem because what we're going to do in here is go furniture, sun lamp, and then this is going to end up being where we grow our hydroponic stuff. Well, with the way we've got this set up... Oh, I can't make batteries. That's right, we didn't get the battery tech yet. We stole those batteries. I'm not sure we're doing enough bioferrite to do 3 of those. I've got to be careful, because if we ever get to the point where I'm doing too many of them, we run the risk of running out of bioferrite and their power failing. Okay, so one more conversation should get you converted over. Alright, I think we can go in here and start making some chem fuel. Masterwork Slate Dresser. This furniture is engraved with the image of Cody Husky losing at a game of board. Planning his next action. In the distance, a valley is visible. This representation relates to Cody Husky playing a game of board on the 4th of August, 5505. So basically, you lost at a board game, and then whoever you were playing against is like, I'm making sure everybody knows about this. And then making a masterwork art piece about how you lost at a board game. That is, that's some toxic behavior right there. Okay, we're gonna need to upgrade what we've got in here. These ones up here are really good. The horror down there is pretty good, but the sight stealers are pretty crap. Like, they're only giving me 1.6 versus that's giving me 4, and that's giving me 4.4. So very genuinely, if we can trade out our sight stealers for something better, that'd be good. Alright, so one thing we should probably do... Yeah, you've got all that built now. So this is functional for at least our purposes right now. It can obviously be more done, but for the time being, it's whatever. But let's restrict them to Area 1, and let's push the button. Let's go ahead and do avoid provocation. So, where are you at? You've got the highest. You should be at like 130%. 110, 110, 113, 150 is our highest, so put you up here. 110. 115. I genuinely don't know a change where so many of our people have some psychic bonus. Alright. Let's go ahead and get that knocked out. And we're going to start putting shards around it to get ourselves stronger psychic rituals. But I've scheduled everyone to be restricted to not go past this wall. We've got our invisibility detector out there. Because in 6 more entities, we'll be able to, do the finale kind of thing. You struck steel. Void provocation. Yeah, we can also go in here now and go light, put it there, orders, smooth. There's a whole lot of work for you to do now. You're welcome. Okay, so now I grab the line and run it all the way over here, all the way down there, and into here. Gore Hulk Assault. So 21 Gore Hulks. I don't know if we'll get into position in time, but we're going to try. Looking like a no on the getting into position in time. Yeah, it's gonna be a big old no. Okay, so drop back to this position then. We'll just seed the field to him there. Well, it's interesting that you're going for the door. Actually, you're not going for the door, you're going for the wall. Why are you randomly attacking bits of wall? I don't care because I've got limestone for days. I'm just curious why, when you've got plenty of targets, heat tolerant. I mean, if you want to scatter out, I am down just pick you off one by one. Okay, so Server Lord took a hit. It wasn't a bad one, right? It's fine. Honestly, children, get out here. If I'm advancing on their position, I want to not expose the kids to fire. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't know really what they're doing, but I'm not super upset about it. Okay. Yeah, like I'm not fussed that they're breaking a bunch of limestone walls. I'm confused, but I'm not fussed about it. Okay. So let's run up to our position of cover over here. Alright. That was a colossal mess, but it is done. So let's see, because you also took a hit. So a minor leg hit and a minor torso hit. All in all, not the worst. Yeah, so you're probably gonna stay down. You'll probably stay down. You'll probably stay down. Please go to bed. Okay. So is this anomaly run? What's the main goal you have? We'll probably do the anomaly ending. It's been kind of like a diggy hole run to do like a ridiculous dwarf base, because I don't do a lot of those. But it's definitely one of those ones I'm kind of feeling like, you know what? Let's start working on actually getting an ending done. A lot of times I set out the goal to do all endings, but with this one, just with the nature of being on the one tile, I don't think that makes as much sense. There's nowhere to build the ship. There's nowhere to do a lot of the things. So I do think doing an anomaly ending would be satisfactory. Then get like another proper challenge run going or something. Do the royalty ending? Yeah, but then I have to engage with royalty content. No one wants to do that. Nah, for the record, I would do the royalty ending, Lardine, but we're actually soft-locked on that. If we look down here, we actually queued up the novice ceremony 4 years ago, and it still hasn't occurred. And I can fix it by dev moding, but that's just the nature of there wasn't a place for the shuttle to land at the time I accepted it because we were flooded, so this entire middle area filled up with water. And so that was kind of the end of that. Where is our... There's the drug lab. Okay. Oh, I guess you get a bonus for being in a laboratory, don't you? Alright. Love when you play RimWorld? Yeah, no, RimWorld's excellent. I do usually go on a binge or do like 4 or 5, you know, decent-sized runs and then just take a break for a while and do a bunch of other games. And then sooner or later I'll come back and do a couple more runs. I mentioned earlier in the stream, I already kind of have an idea what I want to do for the next run. Use a mod to make most of the planets Scarlans. And then have, like, the idea where we're basically going to kind of an equivalent to, like, Coruscant from Star Wars, but this is, like, after it's fallen to whether it's war or, you know, natural disaster, whatever. That's not relevant part. But, like, just the idea is you're, like, on this fallen planet that is just in ruins and surviving in that. Thanos Homeworld? I don't know much about Thanos' Homeworld. I used to be into Marvel way when I was younger. Like, I was really into X-Men. But eventually I kind of fell off because there's just not enough time for enough things, so... Don't remember Thanos' Homeworld, but sure. But yeah, the idea is like a trashed planet where it's like, you know, effectively desolate and all that. Or maybe Combat Extended. I will never do Combat Extended. It genuinely doesn't interest me. Generally, the runs that change the way like the game mechanics work, like Combat Expanded or Extended, those are the kind of mods I specifically don't care for. Nothing wrong with the mods. Like, I'm glad they exist. I think it's good, you know, good for people for them to exist, to be able to have that experience and all that. But, like, the mods like Run and Gun, Combat Expanded, all those are the kind of mods that I find change the game's balance, usually in ways I don't really enjoy. Marvel fatigue is real? You like the earlier movies? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think the real problem with Marvel fatigue is primarily when you've seen one of the superhero movies made with Marvel, you've kind of seen them all. Like, the characters in the main story arcs will be the same, or will be different, but, like, you kind of know how the way the whole thing's going to play out. once in a while there'll be a movie that tries to do a gotcha on it, and those can be fun, but they're very rare. Yeah, but then you don't have to worry about getting one tap by a short bow and your best armor. I mean, that's the thing. I understand there's benefits for it, and there's reasons why people choose this mods. I'm not saying it's a bad mod. But, like, there's already enough stuff to learn in a game like RimWorld to then have, okay, but now all the rules change because you added this mod that changes mechanics. I'd just rather not. And then plus, every time there's an update, the balance gets entirely broken again. It's just nothing I want to deal with. People know that, broadly speaking, I generally go very light on my mods. Let's see, Marcel's got pretty cartoony. Iron Man 1 had Tony shooting missiles at people he didn't like. Yeah. You're getting cooked by the weather here? How's the RimWorld? It's going good. We are getting lightning and thundered on by the weather here. On the plus side, considering it's been hot as balls here since Florida existed, I guess, it has been nice having it be at least mildly cooler, even if it is just torrential, you know, just listening to, like, the thunder banging outside constantly all day. The good news, we now have a lot more people to get work done. Okay. So you're on Gene Shock, that's fine. Do we have someone else who needs to go in here? Alright, you can go in there. Because we are getting to the point of being able to start doing some gene splicing shenanigans. You think you could tell where you live, but you're not going to try? Too much work, not worth it? Well, also, if people were genuinely trying to suss out exactly where I live, they would get banned from the channel. Because that's when you start getting into some, like, parasocial stuff and stuff that can get potentially genuinely dangerous. Because unfortunately there's crappy people out there who'll do stuff like SWAT and all that. Let's see, yeah, you had some brutal thunderstorms last night. The lightning went so hard for a bit, you thought it was fireworks for a second? Yeah. Alright, so there's plate armor, we got that from book. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just a thing, like, I understand there's people who get into the whole, like, you know, like, the mystery of figuring it out, like, it kind of entices them, but it's just very genuine. It's like, yeah, that's a thing you generally should just leave alone. Because, again, it gets to be a thing where it could get to be dangerous for people, all that kind of stuff. Cremate Corpse, Entity, Gore Hulk needs to go on that list. Heavy work on processing these bodies for a bit. Before they all start rotting and get everyone lung rot. But yeah, no, the storms are why the tree got knocked over we had. Now granted, like, when we got the tree knocked over, it was a pretty mild storm. It was like just a little bit on the heavier side of rain. It was, for Florida, a pretty big nothing burger. Ooh, gold. But nevertheless, a storm's a storm. Okay. And luckily with Bassett, they were a creepy joiner who had the body mastery, so they can do that all night for as long as I need them to. Get every one of those bodies out of here. We got great mining, nearsighted, great melee. We are probably not going to keep that one. Wherever it went. Let's see. Where did it go? Okay. You tried Diablo 3, a new season just started? That's okay. I've enjoyed Diablo in the past. And I've even played a little bit on the stream, like, a very, very long time ago. Action RPGs, broadly speaking, don't tend to do very well on the channel. They're very atypical for the content I do. And I say that as someone who, for a very long time, Path of Exile was one of my most streamed games on the channel, as, like, 5th or whatever. Even though every single time I played it, it performed horrifically badly. And it's not because, like, there's anything wrong with Path of Exile or it's a bad-to-stream game or anything like that. It's just I built up an audience that is not the kind of content they're seeking. Which is just a completely normal thing that happens. If you play nothing but, like, simulation games all the time, you try and play a very, like, narrative game, you're gonna have a rough time usually. If you play a lot of narrative games and you try and go into, like, you know, maybe you can make, like, the RP style content work because there's some overlap there, but you get the idea. It's the same kind of thing of, like, if you watch TV and you watch Discovery and then suddenly Real Housewives comes on. Well, Real Housewives is objectively terrible TV. Ignoring that for a part, it's just kind of one of those things, like, that's just not the content you're looking for. Like, when you tune into Discovery, you're not looking for reality TV. Okay, so we got Penny-Oxalin, one of my favorites. Because we're gonna go here, bills, add Penny-Oxalin, do forever. Assignments, manage drugs, social drugs. Penny-Oxalin is going on the schedule every 5 days, regardless of what you got going on. Casual Dunks and Soap. That is not a soap. That's a reality television show. Cool, and Bassett is finally converted. Wait, really? Yeah, no, it's reality television. Like, where they're going in, like, soaps like soap opera. That's like, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Real Housewives, you're correct. I'm mixing it up with something else. That's on me. I'm saying one thing and thinking a different thing. Okay. So, I don't care about the harp or psychic refining. We'll take that, because that would boost you to allied. You appeared on the edge of map where you could potentially die. Love to see it, love to see it. Luxray's our fastest runner, go get them. Prisoner, convert them. The Wimp is not great, but Great Memory Neurotic I can work with. But still. Yeah, no, I'm thinking... Wait, was it Real Housewives? I can't remember. I don't know the difference. There was one that was, like, modern thing following around, like, some, like, I guess movie stars or whatever that was just utter drivel. And then there was one that was a soap, and I'm suddenly second-guessing the titles. It doesn't matter. The point would also still be true if you're looking at Discovery Channel and a soap opera turns on. You're gonna be like, it doesn't even matter what my thoughts are about soap operas. That's just not the content I'm seeking by being here. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and you, sir, are going to donate a little bit more of your time. Because where is... And these are some of the things that become a little bit of the problem with the UI over time. Reality TV is way worse than soaps. Oh, I'd agree to that. At least with the soap opera, as cringy as they can be, someone did take the time to write it and figure it out and do all that stuff and whatnot. Like, someone was involved in making that process. It was you, that's right. It was Corgi was the one that we were trying to reduce the age on. That's fine. You couldn't roll for soap opera needs. And a masterwork bench. Congratulations. You're just happy you haven't had to watch actual TV in like 20 years? Yeah, no, generally I watch very little. When we'd visit my parents and my pops was still around, like it was a thing that, you know, we'd be over there and he would have whatever show he had going, so I'd end up seeing it by being there. But it was always stuff like, you know, NCIS, that kind of thing. Alright. I realize we missed that corner. Fire starting spree on you. You do miss some live TV watching? Like, live TV can be interesting. Like, regular old television, I don't miss it. People forget that, like, on not live television, on, like, regular old television, you know, at a minimum, you're getting somewhere in the area of, like, 8 full minutes of ads per hour and all sorts of stuff. And all that kind of stuff, and then there was a lot of stuff they would do to try and make sure you tuned in for the next one. You know, the classic, next episode in Dragon Ball Z. You know, make sure to tune back in. You wouldn't want to miss it. That was the biggest winner of a gift from your mom was TiVo? Yep, so right now, because Basette basically doesn't need to sleep, we're having Basette just sit here and babysit a little bit. You can jump on. It doesn't matter who. We're just having people take turns putting out the fires. Yeah, precisely, the ads are BS. To be honest, that's the reason you dropped your Amazon subscription when they started shoving ads into paid tiers. That, to me, is one of the biggest, like, sins of streaming right now. I am okay. If I am not paying for something, I understand. I will be getting ads. It makes sense. Business got a business, they gotta make the money. I don't like it, but I can accept it. But you get to choose. You can charge me money, or you can show me ads. Not both. It's the same exact thing I have when it comes to, for example, like, if I'm paying for a game, and I'm paying full price, I am not expecting to pay, like, subscription, I'm not expecting to have, like, microtransactions as a requirement. I don't mind cosmetics. They can definitely get a little obnoxious if it seems like deliberately they made all the outfits and all that you get in the game normally really terrible so that the pressure to get the outfit is extremely high. That can be very, very frustrating. If I remember correctly, you can get this down to where you have 4 spaces unused. And that's the best you can do. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4. Because there's the configuration in here where you can get those into a straight line that I'm aware of. You feel like in real life, a pyro would get his butt kicked whenever he starts fires to the point that stop being a pyro? No, they'd just be secretive about it. They wouldn't just like walk up and be like, ha ha! Let me just run around in front of everyone and light fires. No, they'd wait till it's the middle of night, they'd set something up and then run away. Watch from a distance. So let's be real, streaming services went too greedy and lost to piracy again. Both quality of service and needs of access. I mean, so I would definitely say the streaming is better than what we had with cable so far as that. I wouldn't say piracy as big as it used to be. I would say definitely as they've kind of pushed for more and more, there are more people pirating now. than there had been in that interim area. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like, again, okay, you're gonna pay like $15 a month, and we're going to put ads on it, or you can pay like $35 a month to not have ads. There's like, look, man, there's definitely a thing there. Can't comment how it is in the States, but here in EU, piracy is huge. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't particularly pirate much myself. Like, I don't at all, really. But that's also because I really don't watch much TV in general. Alright, so there's a thing that's going to give us heal root. And honestly, I don't even care if that drag gets taken care of, because now we have this taken care of. If buying is an nosing, pirates stealing. I understand the sentiment. I also don't agree with it. Because there's definitely nuance in a lot of these things. Not to say that there isn't some real shady stuff. Like, if I buy something, it shouldn't always just be a license that can be revoked. Like, if I buy something, I should get it. Like, unless there's a very, very significant reason not to. Or do ads will still be around? Right, and to be clear, ads serve a purpose. They can be obnoxious, and that's kind of the problem. Is poorly implemented, handled, whatever ads can be utterly obnoxious and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, the only way for you to learn about a product is through some type of marketing, of which ads is a type of marketing, at the end of the day. But, like, if we go and we restrict ads, not that we shouldn't restrict ads, you're just going to find other ways that you're going to be marketed to. Not saying we shouldn't do anything. By all means, like, I am 100% against a lot of the shadier type of marketing where you're kind of, like, not quite, like, you know, the situations where, you know, you should have to have a disclosure, but you're kind of in that gray area where maybe you don't, those kind of things. That slice of marketing, that I definitely feel like shouldn't be legal and all that stuff. Ads a good stream to make you buy subs. Well, right, I mean, that's kind of ultimately at the end of the day, you pay for it in some manner or another. You either pay for it in cash, you pay for it in ads, you pay for it having your data sold, you know, sold, sometimes multiple. The big problem is, again, like, when things double and triple dip, we're like, okay, where you're paying, and you're getting ads, and you're getting your data sold. There's definitely a point where you're like, alright, hang on. Hang the hell up. You don't get to do all these things. Okay, so just putting lights here for, like, nocturnal events and all that. Twitch doing ads is kind of a fail, though. They have too little information to do target ads and geolocate, beyond geolocation. Yeah, no, I will definitely say, like, obviously Twitch depends on ads to pay its bills and yada yada. And it is kind of one of those catch-22s that Twitch doesn't make as much money on ads as it could if it was very invasive in collecting all your user data. But then if it's collecting all your user data, like, getting, like, really invasive, that's its own problem. And so Twitch has gone the way of collecting less information about you, which means the ads aren't worth as much to them. But at the same time, like, that gets into the as the person using the platform, which would you prefer? Would you prefer having your information, like, your information collected and all that, like, very invasive like Google does? Or would you rather have, like, you know, have, like, more ads? Like, it's just a challenge around it. There's not a right answer. Trying to go invasive equals massive drop in user base, so it's a lose-lose. Right. Well, that's the kind of thing. Nobody typically wants ads, you know, so far as on the consumer end. Very, very few people want ads. There can be ads that are fun, that you're like, ah, that was a good ad. But loosely speaking, broadly speaking, people don't want to just unsolicited get slapped with an ad. So no matter what you include, you know, people are going to understandably be upset about it. Because it's something kind of done to them that they really don't desire. Then it's a matter of going, okay, well, how do we approach this where we can pay our bills without making the ads so invasive that genuinely people want nothing to do with the platform, and there's a lot to navigate with a lot of that. And hydroponics is online. While the light on is on, we will be in a minor deficit of power. But I don't think we're pulling up another bioferrite to get another bioferrite generator going yet. We gotta get more scary things that go bump in the night. Right now I could toggle the power off on these two. And put them to use later. Okay, so Cody's not able to do a whole lot of things. Do that. We are ready to go in here and floors. And put in that area to have the fungal floor. That's going to be a tree growing room. It's true. Other than Twitch, you've not seen ads in decades. Yeah, ad blocking on Twitch has become too tiresome though. And their ad inventory for Denmark is abysmal, so you barely get any ads. Yeah, that is one nice thing about only using geolocation. There's a lot of times that if you happen to be in an area that doesn't have much in the way of ad marketing, you can sometimes get away with no ads and pay nothing. Now, for those in the US and EU and a bunch of the areas like that, yeah, sorry. You're getting ads. There's a lot of sweet ad money to be had there. But yeah, there's parts of Europe that have more ads. Basically, the stricter your regulation is around ads, broadly speaking, the fewer ads you're gonna get. Hey, Pelanova and Mark, how's it going? I probably do want that on. And just in time for solar flare. Yeah, so just trying to get our hydroponics room built. Then we'll get our tree room going, and that'll be that. Once the power comes back on, we're gonna probably avoid provocation again. But the hilarious when you get ads, it's usually like the same one ad for a few days, then back to nothing, or standard Twitch placeholder, this is an ad screen. But it doesn't happen too much. Yeah. Well, and for me personally, I've been using Twitch Turbo for a very long time, well before I started streaming and all that kind of stuff. To me, I just see it as worth it. Ship core for decoration? Pretty much. I have the tech that we can move it down here. I've been kind of waiting till we finish this defensive point. And then I'm going to move it down here and start carving into this to see if we can't make, like, just a little ship to, like, park in the corner. Do we have what we need to put down a shuttle spot now? Because you need to be, what was the distance? 9 by 9? Alright. And that'll give us a shuttle spot that we can, take off land shuttles, all that stuff. So that's good news. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to end up missing one of these and having a little bit of rice come in, but figure it out when we get there. I misclicked something that we're generating the planet. It's fine. That just means we're looking at the world map. What happens to the power line when it floods? It should be fine. If not, we'll learn something. Oh, we just now have Void Provocation can be done again. Okay. So let's force you to get that spot of wall done real fast. And then we're going to do a Void Provocation. I just want to make sure that wall is sealed off. There we go. So we don't have, like, they come to our defensive line and just bypass the whole thing. Okay, so schedule area, sorry, it'd be area 1. And the moment everyone wakes up, we're going to go ahead and do the Void Provocation. Yeah, because Chronophagy isn't available for a while. We're actually due for the flood. It's been a hot minute since we've had it. War Merchant has arrived. Cool beans. Don't worry about what's going on back here, man. It's cool. Alright? There's nothing to see here. Where was it? Mohanrai, you're over here. You're at 113. We had a couple that are at 130. There's 115. 130. I wish it would sort them by highest to lowest, because you know I'm going to go through and find my highest and lowest and do that. So I may be deliberately doing this while that caravan is here. That way if it's like Shambler Assault or something that instantly kicks off, it should arrive in time to attack them. All right. You can now trade. All right. So what do we got here? Warm I'm not going to use. Delicate I'm not going to use. The Great Mining we're not going to use. Take the Go Juice. What do you have? You have a little bit of herbal medicine. And a whole lot of nothing else I want. Let's go ahead and just start handing you all these melee weapons we don't want. Okay. That'll do. Alright, so you're at 65. Where's your caravan person? There you are. You're at 65, so gift. I am not done getting rid of stuff. Okay. And there you go. Keep them locked in. Do a little wealth management by getting rid of anything I don't want or need. So where is our threat? Alright, so we've converted the person, so reform our ideology. Okay. So, for ideology reformation, we did those the last time. Oh, preferred apparel. Come on, capes? Could have sworn capes were one of them. The button-down chirps can always be one, because that's an undershirt, so it works with your armor. Because that's the big thing, is most of these are helmets, and then fortunately the reality, or hats, and most of the reality means not having protection on your head, and I am definitely on that. Alright, well, we're not going to do that. So we could add a relic. And so we're going to definitely take a cube. So we got the Cube of Sin. That is our change for this reform, because I allowed myself one change. Something from below. A small circle of terrain has begun to shift and crack apart. Something is digging towards the surface. Oh! Oh, that is a terrible spot for it. Everyone in the safe zone. In the safe zone. Retreat. Retreat, 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 retreat. This'll be interesting. Alright, security. Limestone barricade. Beset, where are you? Build that now. So we're getting the heart. I can't remember if it can grow across water or not. If it can't grow across water, this is going to be like the easiest heart ever. Yeah, no, the problem is I've limited where it can go, so it's just choosing one of the only places available. So I put this here because the heart can't smash past barricades. It will break doors. So we've just kind of tucked that there. Yeah, I don't think it could cross water. So I think what this is a matter of doing is just staying where it's safe. Just staying where it's safe until the three nerve bundles go in. If it floods, does it kill it automatically? No, walls block flooding. So I'd assume this qualifies as a wall. Now the curiosity is, can that still spit at us under roofs? Berserk, because you're a victim of a psychic ritual. I'll be real, Anderson. I'm not that motivated to keep you right now. Where'd your weapon go? Oh, you dropped it during the psychic ritual. Oh, and also, before we forget, clear, safe, remove that spot. So no one opens the door and gets blasted. Okay, so grab all the adults except you. Do not fire at will. And we need to run in there and punch Anderson in the face a whole lot. I'm worried that will spit into my base. You know what, that worked out. I didn't actually mean to shoot at him, but you know, that's fine too. Yeah, so you got a couple of bruises. And now you've lost an arm. So what have we learned? I'm hoping they'll aggro this group over here, and I won't need to clean up this mess. Now, the thing that's gonna suck is the moment I open that door and I go out, We're getting spat on with acid immediately. What are the pink monsters? Those are flesh beasts. It's one of the anomaly encounter things that come up. It doesn't get all three immediately. They slowly appear. Usually you don't even get one at the start like that. So this is actually a little atypical for it to already have a nerve cluster for me. But we could just wait out for the three to appear and then start harassing it. Come on, go to the left a little farther. There's fresh people right there. You don't think they'll... Oh no, they'll appear. We've done this before where it's been trapped on a map before, and it will eventually grow them. Technically, at this stage, I don't need anything out here. Because we got the hydroponics now. The only reason I wouldn't be willing to just leave it there forever is just because we could have like a hate raid where they have the anger one and that, and then I'd have to fight through both to get to it. So we just gotta deal with that, which is fine. Oh, I never finished making the medical beds. I got distracted. Furniture, hospital beds, steel. Disease infection on you? Really, man? I'd really hoped that they would engage them. That would have been excellent. Okay. So what we should probably do is we should probably open that door and start clearing this out. I just need to find out if when I open that door, is that going to get a line of shot directly on my people? Remove the home on them? Oh, you know what I also forgot? Miscellaneous. Orbital trade beacon. That's a little annoying, but okay. Okay, so one thing that will need to happen is I am going to need to go in here and get myself some more steel. Let's dig that spot out. Start digging on this side and we'll start walling in the gaps we make. Alright, let's go ahead and get this figured out. So everyone who can range over here. And I'm gonna have someone pop the door and see if the spitter spits. Why are you marked as recharging? Oh, it's just full. We're just ready to spit. Alright, so Dusty. It's been a while dropping in to say hi. Well, it's good to have you. Alright. Let's wait till one of the big ones isn't right here. Luxray's our fastest one. That's the undying horrors who can't cross water. Believe it or not, vampires. We're not staying in that position, Pulverizer. Do you get spat at? You're not getting spat at. That's what I cared about. Is I wanted to see if this was going to spit acid on Luxray. Because if it spat acid at Luxray, I probably could get out of the way because Luxray's the fastest. I need these ones to aggro. Yeah, let's back off. There's nothing nearby. Yeah, but that just means every so often I can go here, pop the door, kill what's out there. While I wait for the nerve clusters to appear. Because I want to get all the random fodder out of here. Because once we get that out of here, we'll want to go ahead and work on clearing out the pink stuff once we have the nerve clusters. The worst part, the most dangerous part, is when it's time to get rid of that. Because I don't have a position, I don't have mortars for one, but I don't have a position I could fire mortars at it anyways from right now. So it is a thing I will have to go into its range to take it on. That's going to be, you know, have Luxray run in and run out real fast to try and get it to spit at him. And then once it's fired once, it can't fire for a long time, so we'll just keep peppering shots and then back off when it comes time to can fire again. Because it hits an AoE, so we want it to only hit one person, and maybe that person can get out of the way before it's a problem if they can move fast enough. But I need all of this rubbish gone to do that. Psychic Agony, that's fine. Yeah, because we definitely want that steel. I am hoping that this is one thing of steel and that's another one. And that I could slowly work this through. Goju's production. Machining! After all this time. I wonder if this from back here is a good way to like set that on fire, because fire does a decent number to it. You can just throw fire on it. Molotovs, I could probably get them out there. I did get rid of those all. Burning Sun does have the fire on the bottom of the assault rifle that uses Bioferrite. It wouldn't be the worst. You are showing a massive deficit on power for some reason. What did we... Oh, I mean... Oh, it's the lamp. That's right. That's fine. Go and toggle that off for the time being. I'm gonna need to get better things in here and more things in here to keep that powered. Alright, well, everyone's back in business. So let's do a round 2. Maybe don't keep you firing that at that. I'm hoping this one will come around so I can get the bulb freak done. Okay, we got another... another acid-spitting node. Why is her accuracy so terrible? As you've destroyed both the walls along the door. Okay, that's not amazing. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely not ideal. So we can go ahead and, I don't really need you in this fight that badly, so you prioritize getting those 2 pieces of wall fixed. Yeah, just in time. If I hadn't done that, that was gonna break open. It'd be a real problem. We're managing to kill most of the stuff. We're just picking away at it little by little. Hey, Angry Sugars, how's it going? You need medical treatment, it's not bad. Okay, let's grab all the range and just do some damage back here for a minute. You gonna do something? Just gonna take it? Alright, that'll be the next ball freak. Yeah, they're turning back a little bit too much. Like I said, the big problem we're running into here is just the fact that what's going to ultimately happen is I'm just gonna have to like walk out into the acid spitters to get them. I'm trying to trigger it to get the, you know, the third nerve cluster going. Okay, we got that problem again. Alright, so we're gonna definitely need to make these into uranium later. Okay. So I think it's time to... Oh, that's a problem. Trip that. Do it now. Beset. Why don't you have enough power? There you go. We can go to here. I just need Beset to grab that one corpse out of the door. This is indestructible, this here. Alright, and now we go zone. It's actually fine because I do need them to repair that. Okay. We give everyone a chance to recover their hunger, get their sleep, do all that stuff, get Donkey Duff their minor injuries all tended up. Okay. Yeah, so danger is the moment I step out here, we're gonna get blasted by a bunch of acid spitters. I need to get these two out of here. The little ones, a couple of the little the little enemies wouldn't be too bad to have up, but we're gonna have to carve in there and get the acid spitters out of here immediately. The good news is there's not that deep in there. That one's a little bit farther. But I could probably just carve in here, go for that, get the node, just go down here, and just start cutting my way through. Flesh Beast attack. Several sinkholes are appearing. Okay. It's not my favorite, but I guess we go again. RimWorld said, "What is this chill you speak of? I have none." I still actually have the Doomsday Launcher, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately, they're trashing that because the path wasn't open for them to reach me. So they just want to attack the nearest thing. You can just, like, step that way or step this way. Alright, Bassett. Okay, drafts, schedule. I need to put that wall back in the safe area. That's a wood door. Let's change that door to be slate. I'm doing pretty good, just dealing with another dangerous encounter and all that stuff. For a fast food joint called Cookout, I have not. Because it's not home zone, it's not requeuing to be rebuilt. Alright, so we're gonna have Bassett go like this. I'm repairing these as fast as I can, man. You're just destroying them way too fast. Only because of the RimWorld. In RimWorld, does the kid with the minigun stand in the back? Yep. Okay. So, I need you to fix that door again, or that piece of wall again. Ah, it's spitting out more people. Okay. So, get this last bit destroyed. Unfortunately, I still have some flesh beasts that are part of the attack that are going to destroy walls. But I think we're at the point. Go here, go back so the door closes. Get yourselves patched up. Because now we've got all 3 nerves. And unfortunately, all 3 acid spitters up. This acid spitter I can kill from the safety back here. It seems to be that potentially as long as I'm under a roof, the acid spitters can't do anything. If that's the case, I might be able to take out both of these from where I've got roof overhead. It's a maybe. This one definitely, that one's a maybe. And if that's the case, I only have to like bait out the one shot, we can start killing the nerves. You get this one tough spike over here. It's stuck because the river's blocking it in. There's nowhere for it to go. Yep, I am using the monolith as part of a defensive choke point. Which is good, because we're continuing to just destroy... Who got acid spit at them? Did someone actually take an acid hit? What do you know that I do not know? Oh, right! You're correct. The generator room doesn't have a roof on it. Right. So they ducked. It just happened to be they ran through faster than the acid spit could get to them. So cancel mining that for now. Maybe. I think it takes a moment for the river to actually detect being blocked or whatever. Luxray. Go to bed, man. I need you all treated up and ready, because the next push is when we're trying to actually take on the heart itself. So the goal for the push is going to be, actually, you know what needs to happen here? Burning Sun, when you get 2 seconds where we're not actively in the middle of it, I need you to unleash fire into this column. So we don't walk out and immediately get corpse rotted hard. So just repair until it's clear. Okay, so that should get rid of the corpses. At least most of them. Does fire jump over walls? No. Fires can't pass walls. They can burn through walls, in the sense like, if this is a wood wall, it can catch the wall on fire, and then fire can go inside. But these are all stone, so it can't get inside. So Donkey Duff got bruised by the acid, interestingly enough. Can blight it? Oh, can blight hop walls? Disease infection on Luxray, because of course. Just slap that with whatever the best you got is. Gonna hit you up preach health immediately. There, so I chucked a little bit of roof over there because I don't want to deal with microing to prevent more. So I got just enough roof here that they can go into there, grab the steel, and not have a problem. Because that's what they're after, is they're trying to grab the steel for different things. You got treated, right? Why must I manually intervene with doctoring despite everyone set to 1? Because I can't lock off that room. I need them to go in the to deal with the generators. And we do have a roof on this part of the room. And I added a roof on this part, so we shouldn't be getting spat on so constantly. Disease infection on Luxray again. Dude, go to bed. Alright, we got a problem. Get there, we need to stop it from breaking that door. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was that last one that was hitting the wall over here from the attack on them. Really surprised they didn't take out the detector there. Okay, so we're just waiting for Luxray to get through their infections. And then we're going to do the big push out here, because we do have that. Now, because we have this spot here, what I'm probably going to do is we'll have one person run here and run back to try and trigger these two to spit. And then we don't have to worry about that one when they're trying to push out as a group. And then the goal is going to be to carve in here, take out the two spitters as fast as we can, with what other rubbish shows up. Blights can jump walls? Gotcha. Oh, that also reminds me, as soon as you're done with this, let's give Beset that title we've been waiting to. Defending the scam. I can't do that, man. Social. Assign. Leader. Okay. Because then we can use the combat buff when we go in here. Alright. So you're getting spat at while you're here. Ah, there's one tile there that doesn't have a roof. Okay. Did they just dump the baby in the kitchen? It's the little things? Yep. So you did get an acid burn on your leg, unfortunately. I don't think they'll delay us, because I think it'll be Luxray's infection that'll take the most time. The marriage is on. Cody Husky told Beset he wants to spend the rest of her life with her, and Beset agreed. Aww. And you got a Masterwork slate statue. A suggestive statue of Cure Liz. Cure Liz has a furrowed brow. The work is executed in a cell-shaded... How do you cell-shade a style? Also, what the absolute hell? She's a child. Oh, it's messed up, man. Okay, you're at 76%. Friendlies! Friendlies are landing to help immediately. Okay, we are moving up our timetable. The friendly says, do you know what time we are going? Right the hell now. Come on, come on, come on. We got stuff to do. Okay, have you already spat? You are ready to spit acid. Alright, Luxray, do you have movement speed penalty? No. Go get that bait. Ole! Right, all of you, get out here. We're gonna try and do something cheeky here. So you tell him to build a roof over here. And Bissette, you're undrafted. Start building the roof. Schedule Area 1 for right now. So melee team, get ready to protect. Range team, just hold here. Start building that roof. Alright, range team. I want that spitter gone. And where are you? Hauling steel to hidden conduit. I don't care about the hidden conduit. Build the roof. Okay, nicely done. You've taken that out. Start going for the next spitter. Flesh mass response. Alright. Fall back. That was actually a big old nothing burger of a response. Okay. Get back out there. Didn't know we were going to get for a response. It was worth playing it safe. Okay, how much time do you have to U-Fire again? Ready in about 1 in-game hour. Alright, move up. Grab you. Start sawing. Okay, they're badly wounded, but they're still coming. Alright, so we're doing great there. Let's get that first nerve showing. Alright, where are you at? Not Canahawk. Get out of my way so I can see. I've lost track of who the hell does my researcher anymore? Shaw. There you are. Shaw, get to analyzing. All the rest of you who are not Shaw, move up. Melee team, move up. And everyone who is not Shaw, open fire on that nerve cluster. Okay, who's my next best researcher? Donkey Duff. Jump on it. Melee team, come over here. And then everyone but Shaw and... Where's Donkey Duff? Where are you? Cannot read... Oh, you're... Okay. Go down here. That's on me. Donkey Duff. Analyze it. Nicely done. Get down here. We can do this in one go. Okay, everyone's in position. Open fire. We're probably going to get our flesh mass response anytime now. Go for that. Okay, and all of you stop firing for a minute. And then Shaw, go analyze that real fast. Get in position. Another nerve cluster we don't care about. Acid spitter we do. Get on the heart. And done. Get out of here. Okay, so our allies are utterly wrecked everywhere. And everyone's doing their best to bandage them, so I actually don't see any downed. Let's see. You try to rescue... Don't do that. You try to rescue that one. Move it over here. New plan. You go ahead and do the rescue now. We did get it. Oh, never mind. The acid splitter disappeared. I was about to be like, oh, we're about to get acid spat on. New research available. Mutation weaponry. Alright. Can you get more powerful IDs, fluid ones? Oh, no, so you can get the availability of the exact same ones between which ones you have. Entity, execute this entity. Do that now for me. You're not set to warning. Do that now for me. Then we need to capture that heart before things go too far. Where's the person who's supposed to... Okay, there's Donkey Duff. So, you're not going to make it if I don't start patching you up now. So I'll try our best to save you. Meanwhile... You seem like you'd like a new assault rifle. You can start patching up them. Okay, so you got that done. Luxuries are fastest. Go hit that wall. Do you have all your memes? I've got room for one more meme. There just isn't a particular meme I've been looking for, so... kind of sitting there. Okay, you're doing your best. So Lux right here is going to smack this, and we're going to capture that heart. What 2.0 gets that point? I don't think we're going to see this presented as like... I mean, they could use a 2.0, but... I don't think we're going to see, like... it approach it from the angle of, like... the game fundamentally changing or anything. Alright, so you're good there. You're still struggling, so let's have a swap. You rescue that one. And then you tend to this one. I do think we're going to keep seeing lots and lots of updates and changes for what it's worth. I'm going to leave the roof over this spot in the future, so if that ever happens again, we've got this nice, like, little cover spot that we can kind of keep ourselves situated. Alright, so we got that. Let's rescue you. Okay. So those allies coming in helped a lot. Oh, let's get you out of here. Like, by just having the numbers there to grab the attention of all the, acid spitters, that alone was enough that it made it easy pickings. And now we've got ourselves a big ol'... Oh, it's the sight steer that's like, what? Turn that back on. The batteries are fine. You're getting a little warmer than I want. So let's remove that roof again. And give the okay to start mining that out some more. We got wargs I'll need to deal with, unfortunately. Okay. So we'll get everyone a minute to recover. Then we're going to go out here and kill the two wargs so that they won't hunt us while we're trying to fix all this. I re-home zone this, right? Yeah, so that should make it so they'll actually repair it. But yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons why it's good to have allies. Because, like, in that situation, for those who missed, I was like, alright, I'm gonna have to wait. We'll do our big push after a while. And then the allies rolled in. I'm like, alright, well, our push is happening now. Because with that all sorted, we were able to just shove our way right into the middle area and just take out the whole thing. Because they were just... I only had one acid spit I had to deal with. Because when you get those 3 acid spits going on, it is a thing about, like, running Zone 4 and trying to bait all 3 of them out getting hit, which usually you're going to get caught by one and slow down, and then trying to take them out before they get a chance to reload their spit, which takes a while. But in this case, we had a nice narrow area, or a nice small area, versus, like, if it had been over here, it could realistically have filled that whole area in. In that case, I would have had to fight my way up. Now, granted, with the river, it is proving that the river and water maps do greatly limit the heart, which is pretty cool. Okay, so you have rice in there. We don't want rice. Can you give me 3 bioferrite per day, so that was an upgrade. Okay, we're gonna need to switch over to limestone walls realistically, because I'm just running out. And I need people to repair this as well. Please repair that nearly exploded battery. Or like a drop pod raid doesn't even attack, it just hits nearby it and destroys it. Now one thing I could do is fill this entire area here with barricades, and that would keep drop pod raids from being able to target that spot. Now granted, they'd still get in there. I'd have to fill in all of this with barricades. I think we just live with it the way it is. If you're out there, go haul that medicine home. Just all the gore and gross everywhere out here. Okay, you don't have any penalties for ignoring your tree, that's fine. Okay, we've almost got that set where we can put the tree zone in there. Yep, so we've got 5 more for them to build. And then we have an entire hydroponics room up. Which is going to be mostly heal root. We can actually get some type of reliable medicine. Yeah, so 60... Oh. Alright. So Mrs. Dundry became an adult, so the only passion that they got choice of was mining because it was someone that they just showed up at the last minute. And then they got tough. Tough is good. That wasn't that bad of an age up. So let's go into this. Get you a normal schedule. So where are you? You are here. Give you a low focus on that. I mean, honestly, the fact that you showed up and you're a grower, I'm very happy about, because we were dealing with a lot of problems with not having enough growers. Alright, we're not going to avoid Provocate again quite yet. I need to get this defensive area repaired first. Then once we get that, it'll be probably good to do the repair. Alright, we do have one of the wargs chilling right inside my home area. So let's gather everyone up here. And murder the ever-living hell out of that warg. And where's the other one? Okay. So now it is safe to go wherever. Well, as safe as RimWorld gets. You missed getting into the colony? I don't believe you did. We have Canadian Hussy who's been here for a very long time. Unfortunately, the names are all getting truncated because we have too many people. But I don't believe you've gone to the colony yet. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, you see CNA, that's the beginning of your name. It's perfectly reasonable to assume that that could be you. Because, like, there's not going to be that many people with the exact same first 4 letters in their name. Like, Earth might have a bunch that would go out there, because, you know, Earth something. Super would be one that I could see having a bunch of names. Because Super something, that's probably the one we have the most likely of having, like, another person, you know, having a name that would fit it. You had your real name is only 4 letters. You've only had one person or one thing you've ever found that has had the same name, and it was a Chihuahua. Oh, Hey, friend. Oh yeah, you're dead. Well, look, man, I tried. I am going to strip you of your gear, though, because I'll take that fire foam pack if you're offering. Okay. So, heal root. We will make you cotton. Heal root, and then we got one last one to do there. Yeah, I, on the other hand, am on the other end where it's like, I have met many people with my name. Because it's not an uncommon name. And before people are like, I'm gonna guess your name, don't. Because, you know, don't dox me, that kind of thing. But it's not, it's a pretty common name is all you need to know. And I know there's people in the community who've already figured it out because the once or twice I pulled something up that, you know, put my first name out there and whatever, which is fine. I'm not super upset that people know it, I just don't want to broadcast it out there because people get weird. You only heard your name in a few places? You just like them each time you hear them, gotcha. It's going pretty good. Oh yeah, so we're good on mushrooms now. We had the chem fuel thing here. Go ahead. Start working on that. I've lost track of what we're even doing. So we've got 2 people less to convert. Are we ready for a conversion ritual, though? We are. Okay, small impressionable child. Let's see if we can't convert you. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. And you'll find this is very common in most content creators, you know, situations. If people start trying to guess where they live, what their name is, personally identifiable information, stuff like that, don't expect to be in their channels very long. Because it's unfortunately dangerous for us to have that information out there. Like, you hear every once in a while about people being swatted, where someone calls SWAT after them and that kind of thing. It sucks that it's a concern that is a reasonable concern to have, or even just people showing up at their homes. You know, stuff like that, which is just, again, not safe. Alright, effective. It knocked you down 57%, which is pretty solid. Again, Bassette's repairing our entry of defense. Cool. We will not be using that, but I will grab it because I could trade it away. What are you doing up here? What's even going on? You're fine. Right, this is one for a quest. You're whatever. Is anyone ready to pop in the machine? Ah, yeah, Canadian Hussy. Ready to pop in the machine. Give us them jeans. Yeah, if we can get another positive... Well, I still need to get the higher... I have to get Archotech. If we get the Archotech genetics, which is after fabrication, we've got Deathless already stashed. I just can't use it yet. But that'll be something to work on, start getting some of our pawns Deathless. The melee pawns will be the first candidates because, you know, they The life of a melee pawn in RimWorld tends not to be a long-lived life. You burn bright and you burn short. Alright, a combat supplier ship. No problem. You are inside the machine. Beset is probably my next highest social. Yeah, so let's have you hop on the radio. Alright, so. They actually want the Gravlight panels, which is interesting. At this stage, I don't really have value for the Void Light. I do not need that many shuttle engines. Charge Lances would not be a bad move. Shield Belt would be probably a big move. So let's grab the Shield Belt. Let's grab the Medicine. Grab the components. How many shuttle engines? I have 4. So I'm giving up 3 of them. Because I only need 1 for 1 shuttle for right now. Take those guns I'm not going to use. Okay, and I think to round out the money, give me the flak jacket. Well, keep in mind, I do not have the technology yet to make a shuttle at all. I'm down to make some shuttles. But we're not there yet. Okay, when we reach the time I need to change some clothing assignments. Alright. New policy. Actually, so delete that policy. Delete the worker policy. Delete the soldier policy. Delete the slave policy. Delete the nudist policy. Spacefarer is fine. Duplicate the anything. Rename it to melee. Okay. Go to utility. Uncheck everything except the shield belt, the smoke pack, the fire foam pack, and for right now we will allow the disruptor flare pack. And then we go to you 3 and you are melee on those 3. Alright, so manage apparel policies on anything and disallow the shield belt. Your clothes are optional? Oh, curses. And thank you for the 345 stream streak. You actually heard incorrectly. Clothing is required. Per policy. Okay, so for doctoring, you've got Donkey Duff, Celine, Apple Lords, Burning Sun. Alright, let's go here and start telling you, so... You start carrying medicine. 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 And who was the last one? Well, Mohan Rai is blind right now, so we're not going to set them up to do that yet. Why do so few people in this place want to do hauling? Okay, I'm not worried about the money sitting out there because it can't rot. But all this other stuff like equipment and medicine. Nice. So that person came to help us because we were allies, got seriously injured, we patched them up and kicked them out, and it's like, yep, you get reputation. Okay, so we got the machining and then batteries next. So production. There's the machining table. There's 300 bioferrite. This is probably not the play. I'm probably going to run into trouble for this. But I need more power. Alright, so we got a war merchant has shown up. Love to see it. I will never understand. Because this is set to home zone again, yet now they're coming all the way over here, but the other time they wouldn't come all the way over here. It's very inconsistent on where they want to be. Where's your actual trade person? You are? Okay. So we got both the stuff we can get from that book. I will get rid of the high libido gene pack, because that doesn't do us anything we care about. Have clothing I could just trade away that's got some wear and tear on it. You can't afford what I'm offering. Okay, trade them again. But this time as a gift, we can get up to 33% before we're wasting our time. That's good there. Just keep that relationship in good shape. Alright, so we're getting ourselves another generator online. Alright, and it is time for another grow zone. And this time you're going to do timber shroom. Which I am not seeing. We have tree sowing. Well, we'll disallow sowing on that field and we'll just let it go wild. Huh. That's throwing me because I know we did... Well, maybe it's because... Maybe it's on the mushroom biome only that it shows up. Alright, and meanwhile, we definitely know we're going to need more rooms here. So, keep getting these going. Then we'll expand that for more containment. Now, well, actually, let's wait to that. Wait till they finish building this over again and smoothing out these walls before we queue up new stuff. Because I need them to repair all of that. Okay, you've got the machining bench after all this time, so shred mechs do forever. Means I can finally get rid of that. Then we can also go in here. Helmets... do until you have one of at least 80% and normal quality. Which means we can now officially take... You can honestly just turn that off right now. I'll leave it alone, but just turn it off. We can go to bills here. So, we'll want vac suits eventually. And I should make an EMP grenade. I'm surprised we don't have them yet. Battery. Black armor. Oh, you buggers destroyed my, my detector out here a while back. It's interesting they destroyed that detector and they left this one alone. Beacon unusable. Yeah, because you don't have them all built. Alright, so we're going to start running into a problem because I'm using components at an alarming speed. What I probably need to do here is I probably need to find a space that I could put, yeah, outdoors. So, miscellaneous, or where was it? Ground penetrating scanner. It's an advanced circuit. I don't think we have any of those. No. Yeah, because we can put that there and start scanning for stuff to get more materials. It's weird being in a situation where steel is becoming a problem. You can mine that out. We might lose a little bit of our mushrooms to this when it comes up. But yeah, I should be able to put the ground penetrating scanner over here somewhere. And use that. And then as we discover spots, put down the drill. Okay, so we want to immediately go here. Limestone wall. And run Beset right there and just immediately plug that hole so the alpaca don't go everywhere. Please stop walking over that tile again. There we go. Okay, there's gonna be some finagling around here. Inspired trade, that's fine. Okay, where's Beset? Let's get that one segment of wall blocked again for the same reason. Trying to keep the alpaca from, that's not where I told you to build. There we go. And the rest we can take our time with. We'll also want to go over here. And get that closed off again. We can, this side we can leave open and do whatever. Alright. Epic username, yeah, Uzborn is fantastic. Okay, so one more beacon, and we now have a place for shuttles to land. And eventually, once we get the technology, we can have the shuttle take off from there. Cool. And with that, we can put you here. So let's see. For people to convert, we have you at about 50%. That's good enough. Grab you. And they're converted. You'll want to get that cleared out. So you can go ahead and tell them to mine these components out here. This light, I'm going to need you to reinstall to the other wall. We did get EMP grenades. Okay, I'm also going to tell him to fill in this area a little bit more. Since that last fight, we kept having the walls get shredded. Give me a little bit more buffer. Okay. And again, the last repair's done here. We need that left open. Oh, and I just remembered, you want to gate these between 2 doors. It'll help prevent stuff from attacking those as frequently. Alright. But I think that puts us in a situation where we can start restricting people back to Area 1, which is pretty much everything behind this wall. And then it's time to make questionable decisions. Alright, so we have chronophagy. That's going to go on Anderson. We're going to use it to bring down Super's age a little bit. And then what we're looking for is Anahawk. We have Ohan Rai. Honestly, at this point, if it's over 100, I'm just grabbing it. I am not, like, going through here trying to find all the ones that are super high. Okay, cool. So that'll bring down the age a little bit more. And then once all that settles, we're going to do another Void Provocation. We get ourselves another anomaly out here. Because we're making good progress. We've done all of the basic anomalies. We've got a bunch of the advanced anomalies. We still have, you know, the cube, the other two, these, the Darkness event, the Juggernaut, the Nociosphere, the Rage Rain, the Metal Horrors by themselves, I believe. Oh, no, that's Metal Horror. Which one was that? It doesn't matter. And then like the ultimate end game ones. But yeah. Which those show up in the finale. Honestly, with this map in the finale, I think the interesting part is it's definitely gonna drop some over here and like around here, because that's kind of the only places. Alright. Let's get the age knocked down a little bit more. How much time do you out of here? Uh, 12 days. Okay, some people get up in the morning, we poke this thing and do the next one. Okay, hold up. Alright. Raider's calling for nearby. His enemies are hunting him. He's asking you to signal them to draw them to Grimrock. If you send the signals, the enemies will activate a site nearby to harass you. There's a military staging area guarded by 4 Neanderthals that will launch raids every 24 days in an unknown threat. Mech Resurrection Serum. We could fix Cody Husky's crumbled mind using that. If we kill Cody Husky, and then we remove their skull, and then we resurrect them, they will no longer have crumbling mind. That is a whole thing. But for Neanderthals, we should be able to slap over in seconds. Need the uranium as well? Yeah, I can also use the uranium as well. They're not going to void provocate. We're going to do this. Raid source has appeared. Jump to location. They're nice and close. Send caravan, return caravan, accept. Luxray is gonna go. Donkey Duff will go. Shaw will go. Apple Lords and Burning Sun will go. And Mrs. Dundee will go. So we're gonna bring 6 on 4. You know what? Let's go a little on the overkill. We'll bring you as well. So I'm bringing 7 against 4. And bringing all of the alpacas will shave off the tiniest fraction of time. Bringing these 2 alpaca. Yep, so 2 alpaca with us. Get out of here. Oh, so, Alright, so you stay. The set will probably stay. We'll bring Bassett. It's fine. Yeah, the problem is sending this many away. Does bode some risk. So haul that back. Right away. Don't let it rot. And then, till we're ready, I want to seal that into the wall. So if someone tantrums, they don't target it. There we go. They're having a weird thing where they keep running back and forth, but not really getting out of here. As you can see, like, they got their stuff, they're just running back and forth to deal with their needs. There you go. Finally got off the tile. Maybe. Yeah, later on we can get a shuttle to deal with that. Yeah, so it's the raid source. So it gave us a that. So I gotta remember how we do this. So first we need a human corpse to test. I believe once Cody's dead, we can pop their head off real fast and resurrect them. But I want to make absolutely sure that's going to work and I don't murder them. And then, you know, they're just murdered. And, like, I can't extract the skull or something. And people, if they're wondering why we're going to take our own pawn, lob off their head by extracting their skull, is they've got Crumbling Mind, and I can't get rid of that. And it disables almost everything they can do. But if I remove their brain, the Crumbling Mind is in their brain. And when you use Mech Resurrection Serum, it will it'll regenerate all the parts. So, you decapitate them, you get yourself a new head with a new brain inside. Just RimWorld things. You're digging a pretty good mountain, you're out of steel. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised I'm running low on steel. Caravan ambushed by one dude with a spear. Oh no. Whatever will we do? Hey, Barracuda, I really appreciate this because I needed a human subject to test this on. So like I just need to run a real quick test. Okay. So you honestly don't care that you just did that. And with their head is gone. That's the test I needed. We're good to go. I'm taking your pemmican too. But you can keep that. Alright. Send world map. Okay, Cody. It's been a long time coming, buddy. But I'm going to need you to quickly take off all your clothes. And now we're gonna do an operation add. Euthanize by cut. Go to bed. Operations. Okay, and Server Lord, I'm gonna need you to prepare the medicine. And meanwhile, Kanahawk, you are a pacifist. Therefore, you are going to go ahead and just murder Cody Husky. Alright. But we're not done yet, because Kanahawk, you know, that skull of Cody Husky's, it just does not match the body. And with that, there's no Crumbling Mind. Crumbling Mind is all cured. And I want you to feel better about this, Kanahawk. You go ahead, bring Cody back from the dead. And just like that, you got yourself a brand new head. With no more crumbled mind. Also, Cody, don't mind that we left your own skull for you as a souvenir. To remember those times that your brain was barely functional. Yep, so we just cured Crumbling Mind in the only way you can. And now we have this pawn with no negatives. Waking up to the skull right there. It's like the skull seems oddly familiar. Wait. You know, like that's the exact spot like I got like a ding on my head or whatever from, you know, like playing baseball or whatever. Hang on. And I believe you keep all your assignments. Oh yeah, we'll have to fix your assignments on the other side, because you're good at everything. I mean, honestly, at this point, probably make you a researcher. Make an ornament out of the skull. Okay, so we're about to get over there. But yeah, that was the cost. You have to do this raid, and it basically lets us fix Cody Husky. Now, there is still technically a very, very small chance that they'll get something like Resurrection Psychosis, which would be our absolute worst-case scenario. If they get Resurrection Psychosis, we've killed Cody. Like, I won't be able to deal with it. Anything else, like Blind Dimension, all that, can eventually be fixed. Alright, so what do we got here? We got 4 Neanderthals, all using melee weapons. Let's start by running off to this side, so if they aggro us right away, we have a nice open spot to fight. If I go this way, I can force them to walk into some of that mud, maybe. If we get the shot on this one, we can back off and force him to go around the mud. I just needed you to hit a single hit with there. You know what? This will actually work. Yep. So back off real fast and force them to run to me. You ready to intercept? Nicely done. No injuries even. Okay, you go for that door, you go for this door, you go for this door. You are in no immediate danger. Why are you in no immediate danger? I mean, you're delicate, that's fine. Oh, we have an ambush of pikemen. That's actually pretty bad. Alright, Luxray, you have a shield belt. Get on that Lancer. Just go for it. Everyone else, back the hell off for just a second. Okay, they're distracted. Donkey Duff, get in here. And the rest of you run in. Okay. Solidly done. Okay. Let's do this again. Only without the ambush. Glad I got that shield belt. Because otherwise Luxray getting hit by the Lancer and the other one would have potentially been real disastrous. Okay, so we got everything there. Reform caravan, go home, accept. Do I want to try and bring you? That weirdly reduces the time it takes me to caravan, so I'll go with it. And honestly, I don't care about any of the rest of the stuff. Get out of here. Medical emergency on you. I don't know if we'll manage to get this person out of here in time. But that's fine. Yep, it looks like they did because they're able to walk again. So that's definitely promising. It's weird that said it twice, but okay. Oh, this also means if we go to our assignments, Cody, go ahead and make sure you're carrying medicine when you have the chance. So problem we're going to run into is we're researching our flak armor, which is good, but the problem part of it comes into I'm going to very quickly run out of stuff to make it. That's going to be a problem. Alright, so Starjack, jump in the machine. I don't know why Leo is for the third time. Devour attack. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Okay. Schedule. Restrict. Everyone stay in the safe zone. You've got a couple days out. So our main fighting force is way out here, so we're hoping we can separate out who's left. Because the Devourers are effectively a DPS check. They jump on someone, that person's taken out of the fight entirely, and you just have to do more damage to it than it could do the person as it holds it there. It won't hit anyone else, it'll just sit there and hold that person in its mouth. So the goal here is to try and get all of them separated out. Canahawk, I hate to use you as bait, but also you're going to be bait. Because you can't do damage. We brought that Neanderthal with us. They didn't die from their injuries. They had a heart attack. Why are you moving slow? Okay, everyone get over here. We're gonna try and do this as several separate engagements. Get over here fast. This is a problem. They've switched targets and you're about to get jumped on. It's too late. Okay, you go here to bait the next one. You get on that. You need to step away. Oh, it got back up. That's terrible. Flare them. Keep them out of the fight as long as you can. Keep all of you on this one. Ignore the other one. It's going to take a second to figure itself out. You're doing good work there, Canadian Hussy. Nicely done. That was all of them, right? Okay, but we're not out of the woods yet. Okay, first, evaluation time. Any of these look like ones we can keep. Because I consider Devourers the single most dangerous thing to keep. No. No one has a broken spine, so melee it to death. Shoot that one to death. Hit that one, it got back up. Alright, and they're all defeated. Okay, so let's evaluate the injuries we took. So, Canahawk got properly put inside the mouth many times. Kirliz did lose a toe. Otherwise, everyone came out okay. Honestly, considering I wasn't able to fall back, that they all turned at the same time. Because what I did is when I realized they were all coming, I was trying to back off so I'd get to fight one. Because the danger would have been is if all 4 of them jumped on us, that would be that much of our damage done. It would be 3 pawns trying to DPS down 4 Devourers at the same time. We would have taken, like, multiple casualties to potentially wiping out everyone here. But yeah, so I did deliberately throw Canadian Hussy in as the one to take the hits. Because they were the only one who couldn't do damage themselves. Are you just not going to treat your own kids? Is this what's happening right now? Yeah, so the entire idea behind them is it's just a DPS race that once it jumps in, it CCs your person, and you can see that just starts stacking damage on them. And, you know, obviously, if it continues to stack, they'll die. Where are you going right now? Oh, you're putting the baby away. That's fine. I'd really like you to go to bed, though. Stop. Don't worry about that. Go to bed. You're like acid burned over. Go to bed in a bed that makes sense. That's my fault. Because otherwise we're going to get a bunch of infections we don't need to be dealing with. On the bright side, they only managed to destroy that block and do a little bit of damage here and there. That's some good news. I don't really have anything to trade, so we'll just keep moving. And you should be back up pretty soon. All right. Yep, we've already got that defensive line fixed. The other thing I've noticed is the is just the fact that the Devourers appear to be a creature that can swim, which means they're faster in water than you are. So we also had that before. The first Devourer attack we had actually came out from underneath here. The Devourer swam out from there, and we had to like run off to the side and then just... I think we managed to kill it before it ate anyone either. Like, we just blasted with lots and lots of stun. And kind of just shut it down. Alright, and this way we force them into this in a way that they can't just hang back and, like, put a bunch of people back here and shoot down the line. There can only be 3 at the tops in this area until they start filling up this area. Or at least then they won't get cover bonuses. I could add more defensive positions here, so again, you can fall back, put a cover spot there. Deny them cover from this side. So if they come out here, we can hit them from this. Basically give myself one ranged in with little cover options for them. Switch over another area with little cover options for them. Oh, bunch of chem fuel. Cool. Prioritizing the end there. Sensory Mechanites. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, you're set to process Devour Corpses, and it's turned on. The whole area outside my base is just a gory mess. Okay, that's all fine. That's all fine. We got steel in this room I can grab if needed. Okay, so your plastone components. For right now, these are lower containment ones. We'll get those set up. Man, okay. Okay, so you've already made it to the defensive position. 33 red foxes. Oh, you need to grab your gun. All the rest of you draft up here. They're doing the thing where they're packing up in one tile when they're not supposed to, which is a little concerning. Okay. Colonist needs rescue. Okay. So orders, let's see. Yep, you're already set to do that. So let's go here, structure with all those walls that just got destroyed. Switch those over to that. How are you doing? You are in really sorry shape. So please stop worrying about that. Instead, get Server Lord saved as they streak blood across the floor. You can't just stand in that cleaning, man. Okay, get you off of that. Beset here is in great shape and can do it way faster. Just start processing baddies as fast as you can. We need one of our cooks. Yeah, you eat your meal. Then we're just have you start butchering as fast as you can. Didn't you have a gas mask up where you saw one of the kids for hours? Yeah, I do, but I'm not... With this much, we're not going to go ahead and hold that. So you need to get out of there. You're at extreme exposure. So Beset's doing their best to get rid of these bodies. Okay. Alright, you got one more body, and that's the entire, like, wave there dealt with. Scaria infection. Why have you been sitting here this entire time and nobody has treated you? Without a prompt over here telling me it needs to be done. Okay, an infection caused by Scaria bacterium. If not treated, the infection will eventually drive the host into a berserker rage. We've got 1 day till that needs to be treated again, and that. So we'll set up a glitter world. That's fine. You'll use an industrial medicine to keep ahead of that. And that's disrespected. Why? It doesn't have 4 columns. When did that become a requirement? All right. Structure, you need columns now, apparently. So let's go ahead and we'll do limestone columns in the room with you. They don't start taking mood penalties from that. And what are your deals? Serious pain because you're not our ideology. We have that available. Let's wait till we have Luxray in the... Where are you, Luxray? It's fair. It's a wedding. And then you go to bed, and then we hit you with the healing boost. Schedule, you're all unrestricted again. I don't have any of the adults still on their limited schedule, like, oh, Burning Sun is. There you go, you don't get to recreational that day anymore. Okay, so Luxray went right back to bed. So let's go over here, preach health you. That's more important than trying to keep those conversions going. Okay, and in a little while we can hit you with a glitter world. Well, not an industrial. I don't have a glitter world. Still shocked you're alive with Broken Mind being so slow. What Broken Mind? I don't know what you're talking about. We got a mech resurrection serum, and we may have euthanized you, ripped out your skull, and then resurrected you. Cool. You got a new head? Yes, you did. We got rid of that old brain. It was doing you no good, and we got you a new brain. Berserk on Anderson because you were a victim of a psychic ritual. You know, I'm gonna be real, Anderson. You are starting to kind of outlive your use. You might want to consider that with your actions here. Okay. And that's another toe you no longer have. I don't even think we got anyone bruised in that situation either. Alright, we're doing what we can with that. I also appreciate that no one's treating you. They're like, look, man, you brought this on yourself. Let's be real. Okay, Super Soft Corgi can go ahead and jump in the machine for gene extraction. And because you decided to make a scene, so you're 13, you're 22, 14, 21, 18, 22, 18, 21, 29, old man. Oh, and the, that's fine. Okay, and where is Mohan Riser, best one there? I can't keep up with who's got what. It really does need to sort these by who's got the highest. There we go, the 130. At your age, we will now be modifying this. So luckily for you, Mr. Anderson, when we're done here, I believe you've done your time. We've gene extracted you a bunch of times. We've stolen many... Actually, I've changed my mind. You stay. I forgot, they're a Starjack and we need those genes. Well, we don't need those genes, but we want those genes. Masswork limestone statue. All right. Which room is Cody's room, by the way? You've already got a statue in there. Okay. So what's it say? A crumbling statue of Cody's face shaped like pure terror. I mean, we did murder him and then rip his skull out to cure his brain. So, fair? Black armor. Okay, so here's the concern. I don't have fabrication yet. We do want black armor, but if I start making black armor for literally everybody as well, we are going to absolutely demolish our components. I do think it's still worth doing though, so let's go ahead and black helmet. Do until we have one at 80%. We're not going to be picky about the quality on this one. Black vest until 80%. Black pants until 80%. And black jacket until 80%. And that's going to be a whole lot of a whole lot. Let's also go to you. You no longer make helmets ever. Okay, so you're still working on all that. You're still working on all this. This room, we're going to peel off the steel when we get the chance. We'll probably peel off. We can go ahead and just tell them to peel off the steel here, and we'll rebuild that wall. We'll want to do the same here. I got components tucked away there that we'll want to peel out. Oh, some free components buried in the wall back here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make this a room that we can cross through. And like I said, this room here is probably going to be where we put our one or two things that need to be outside for me to use. Because that's what this is all going to be, is like the outside areas. Oh, I just realized you might actually... Let's make sure we put a little roof spot over that spot, just in case it being rained on shorts it out. Keep that door open. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Well, we can put the ground penetrating mining thing in here somewhere between those, and all that. So we got gunsmithing, which is cool, but I don't really need anything with the gunsmithing. But it's a prereq for a lot of good stuff. I can reach all the tiles. Get out of my home. That's good enough. You hit it a couple times, it'll bleed out now. Those make a mess and someone will have to clean it, and that's their problem, not mine. Okay, so you've once again rebuilt that. Oh, goody. It's raining and finally cleaning up all this gore. Nutrient paste. Flat screen TV. We're not worried about that. We're just blasting through just random research at this point. We would like to get the multi-analyzer, because then we can get the shuttle going out and distant things would be much easier. The moisture pump serves no purpose for us here. Going towards prosthetics would be good in the sense that if we get prosthetics, we can move over towards trying to get the bionic replacements for, like, eyes and all that stuff we're having problems with. And honestly, let's change the color of light. No, that's too hard to see. There needs to be, like, this, but make it brighter. Yeah, it's fine. Just change it to that. It's fine. So one other thing we're probably going to want in the long run is there's a light that covers that whole area. There's a light that covers that whole area. Because that can help a great deal when we get time to deal with the Noctils or any of those type of events. We'll have this whole area lit up. Honestly surprised the ancient walker foot is still there. Been getting hit by stuff constantly. Pollution clearance. No, I'm not taking a bunch of pollution on my map. Defending the scanner would require me to be able to get to it. The ceremony is never going to happen, so I'm going to delete that off the list. Let's go to the ceremony in here, because it's bugged, so let's get it off the list. We're not going to do the hunting. We're not going to do the farming. You got 4 days. We'll probably not end up doing any of these locations, but there's no reason to get rid of them. We've got the anomaly. We just need to discover a couple more things. Honestly, things are going relatively well right now. We don't have anyone with any immediate crisis. So let's go ahead and restrict back to Area 1. And you're moving a little bit slower for some reason. Could imagine why. Let's do another void provocation. So let's grab... Where are you at? Finding these names is so hard. There. On Rye. The base looks like a weapon from Fallout Shelter. It does. Oh, I can see it. Like, you've got... This is completely intentional. So you got, like, the end where the emitter is. You'd have, like, the coil from, like, the plasma thing. This would be, like, the scope. There's no real, like, you know, handle or trigger or anything down here. This would be just whatever. Alright. Okay. So everyone just needs to chill for a moment. So we see what our new threat is. Give me a creepy joiner with unnatural healing that 100% has metal horror in it. Or how many? Oh, that's a lot of chimera. Okay. That's a lot of chimera. Alright, is it saying they shouldn't be attacking immediately? Juggernaut Serum, that's fine. Okay. So, that's gonna be nice and spicy. Because I could get to this defensive point when they go to attack. Is there a quest I can trigger any type of anything coming after me? No, if we had like the crash shuttle, I could dump the crash shuttle and just leave it alone and just let the little raids go in there and just harass the chimera again and again. I don't have anything. Oh, you mean like on the radio? Maybe. I actually feel like we'll be able to handle this. It's just gonna be really messy. These things, when you hit them, they'll go into like a berserk rage that makes them go really fast. It also makes them kind of tanky, among other things. So it's just one of those things that they could be a particularly dangerous enemy. What I might be able to do is when they go to do their attack, I get in position and have a Canadian hussy jump on the phone and call an ally. I don't have mortars yet. We're using random research and they haven't graced us with the mortars. But I could call in an ally at that point so that they start coming after me, and if the ally comes in from the side of the map, then, you know, we pinch them and we split them. If they drop pod, it's the same thing. It'll still just pull Chimera off of us, which is all we're really aiming for. I need to make a larger defensive area for us. I've got a lot of people now. In both the areas we keep fighting from really don't accommodate the numbers we're looking at. Can I get you something other than that minigun? All you do is shred my own walls with that thing. No. Definitely want to get the time. I should probably get something like a pulse lancer or something like that. Just, you know, slow hard hit weapon. Seasonal flooding. Okay. Oh, you have a point. You've got a pretty strong bonus to movement speed. Where did that go? I don't think I traded away. I know I looked at it a couple times. I must have traded away because it's not in here. But yeah, no, it's actually... I was thinking there's a bunch of those boomalope in there. Oh, we've also got that. But yeah, I was thinking Luxray could go up here, fire just whatever they could see on this end, just because Luxray can run fast, and then could run fast through these doors. Yeah, no, I must have sold it. I usually don't end up keeping it on maps like this because, like, I can't use it in this whole area. I can't use it here. It'd be extremely hard to use here. So you get the idea. Like, the realistic likelihood of me being able to deploy it to effect is very low. Versus, you know, you have someone, like, you have some refugees break and one of them grabs your Doomsday and starts launching it at, like, the door or something like that. It can go bad real fast. You're gonna pop the door. That way they see it as vulnerable. Or that they can reach us. Because basically they're supposed to wait berserk on you because you're a victim. Sir, I'm actually at the point, I just need you to not be a problem right now. So instead of sending everybody else to just harass you, we're sending our actual melee people to give you a proper thwacking. That's fine. You picked a fight at the wrong time. They'll wait. So they're not like a normal raid. The Chimera will wait a while till you're vulnerable or whatever. And it is a thing, if too long goes by, they will just attack. But, like, if, for example, you get disease and some of your people get knocked down, they'll run in and try and do their move. If you get hit by another raid and you get roughed up or a infestation, they're kind of just... The idea is they have, like, a slightly higher level of intelligence than most of the things you run into. It's even a thing, if they get a bunch of damage in and don't take much damage, they'll sometimes back off real fast and recover while you're trying to deal with it, and because they heal faster, they can kind of put you at a massive disadvantage. It's pretty rare they do that with any meaningful effect, though. Food poisoning on our prisoner. That's cool. Food poisoning on Burning Sun. Well, the only problem with going out and sniping them is just the fact that, as I mentioned, they get a berserk bonus, and they move faster during that. And so during that bonus, they very genuinely could run down whoever goes to snipe. If the Boomalope do group up with them again, I might try and go for the snipe. Try to shoot the Boomalope, have the Boomalope explode all over them, catch them on fire. There's all that chem fuel there too. That's not a bad call. The problem is I don't think I can reach it with the bolt action over there. Combat supplier ship. I was about to say combat supplier. Hello? You wanna talk? There you are. You should be on the far right. Okay. Take the steel spear. You got a lot of medicine for me, so get rid of the short bow, get rid of the machine pistol, get rid of the worn out helmets, get rid of the worn out recon helmet. Because we're going to be switching over to flak helmets across the board. I take all my art. Okay. So, Gene Pack Never Sleep. This one is it's got a lot of good stuff for it, like a lot of good stuff. But it's also got a lot of bad stuff because you no longer get the bonus from sleeping in your room and all that. So it is good with some negatives. I have Deathless we're waiting to put on. I don't think I can manage to make Never Sleep happen because you are a very expensive one. I will take your giant mountain of medicine though, and your components. Let's delete some wealth and make bad choices. Most of the rest of your stuff is crap. Okay. Haul it. Haul it. I don't usually use the plasma swords, and the reason I don't usually use the plasma swords is, unfortunately, what happens with those is they light enemies on fire. And ultimately they'll run past your defensive line, the fire will go out, and then they'll tear up your back line. Alright, Luxray. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna give everyone just a second, then Luxray is gonna run out here and just do their best to line up a shot on them with the triple rockets. And then run through the doors and all that. So you will hold those doors open on your way through, so you can make a speedy retreat on the other side. I need you to stop loving for a minute, Luxray. You need to go to sleep so you're all rested. You got a big day tomorrow. Because you're going to have to walk down this water a little ways. That's not what I needed. Hunter, you have a shield belt. Okay. That's fine. For right now, because the shield belt isn't going to do anything in this fight, just drop your shield belt. Yeah. No, we're gonna have everyone ready here to receive. That's the reason I want everyone to have a chance to rest. Never mind. Change of plans. Go grab your sword. Everyone, draft up. We're moving. Get over here. Chimeras are attacking. I don't actually have much confidence that you're going to make it to the other side, group. Especially when you immediately shoot yourselves. I mean, you're actually holding up better than I thought. Don't you do this right now. Why, game? Alright, new mission. Forget all safety. All safety goes to the wind. There is an unstable healer. Unnatural healer. We must commit fully to this. Don't you kill them. Don't you kill the unnatural healer. Don't you take this from me. You suck, game. After all this time, you appear on the edge of the map and die instantly. I don't have a spare mech serum. Okay, so they're fleeing. I actually feel like we can do pretty well with this. Yeah, no, I used it. Cody no longer has Crumbling Mine. You preserve the body till you get one. I can try. That's a high risk with the mech resurrection serum because we don't know what's wrong with them. Okay, so there's the survivors. But they gotta cross all this water. We got a lot of firepower handy. So what we'll do... So I'm going to assign... What's your name, man? Splice. Storage. All. Assign. Oh, schedule on restrict. You bury splice. Sort, order. I doubt we're going to use it for that, but we'll try our best. Okay, so let's check on these ones. You're going to die in 4 hours. Start patching that person up. You're going to die in 4 hours. Start patching this person up. You're going to die in 1 hour. Okay, you're my best doctor. You try this one. Burning Sun should be here. You jump on that one. You're at 2 hours. Who else here has any medical skill who's in the area? Cody. Cody has medical skill. You jump on that one and try your best. Meanwhile, melee team who's not Lux. Are any of these chimeras only pretend dead? Kill it. Shah, you're not a doctor, but try your best. Beset, you're not a doctor, but try your best. Okay, Hellcat, that's going to be an upgrade for you, Kira, so go ahead and get you brand new Hellcat. And honestly, you grab a Hellcat as well. As much as a fun meme it is to have the child with a minigun, honestly, the miniguns are hard to use in a way that isn't just a meme. Unless your back is snapped. Nope. So haul that body. And haul the minigun back. So you're good. You jump on that one. Okay, you were too late to this part. Oh wait, no you weren't. Rescue them. Okay, you're done bleeding, so rescue them. You're done bleeding, so rescue them. You're done bleeding, so rescue them. The random deer that's just in the middle of it that got a bleed on it from all the explosions happening around. These are eating good tonight? Yes, they are. Not all of it. It can't quite get all of it, but they are definitely getting a lot of free food today. What are those trees for? They're meat-eating trees. They're part of Anomaly. If they fully grow, you can get bioferrite and twisted meat out of them if you chop them down. And rescue them. So it's weirdly a different way to get bioferrite than holding things in your base. Is you can kind of deliberately keep the trees happy. Look change desired, that's fine, you can do that yourself. Not seeing any other exciting weapons. We do have some heavy SMGs that would be good to bring back to have spare weapons. Oh, that one's bio-coded. Well, the thing to keep in mind is these are unique revolvers. So, like, that one does, like, 20% armor penetration. The other one has, like, a massive bonus to accuracy. It's definitely something worth considering, but, it's not super clear on, like, what is the better play. There's plenty of doctors. Someone get on this. Where is Cody? So many infections. Okay, the good news is if I rescue that many people and they get off the tile safely, we're gonna get a pretty significant boost in our stuff. All right, well, instead of focusing on that, how about you haul that back? At least get the best of the submachine guns. We'll worry about the rest later. Rare Thrombo. We need to get these animals out of our home again. Wait, doesn't Cody have, like... You have animals 15. Ah, you're not set to handle. That explains it. Right, because your stuff went away when you died temporarily. Disease infection on you. That was an incredible mess out there. The other thing that's nice is now I got triple rocket launcher in the back pocket for when I need it. Down for a long time? It's going to die of infection. It's down because of pain, because it got covered in burns when the chem fuel exploded next to it. Alright, so Psychic Drone that's been pissing everyone off is over. So where are you taking that? Dumping stockpile 4. But... yeah, don't carry the entities over there. I don't need them there. Alright. Royal Tribute Collector. They're just like walking up, there's just this gore field everywhere. Can you fish this flooding? The fishing area stays on the original tiles, so we are able to fish this spot, for example, where the river originally was. Like you can see, you can't grow trees in water normally, but there are trees present in the water because of the flooding. It mostly just kills your crops and becomes a movement penalty. It'll also prevent shuttles and stuff from being able to land. Alright, so we have the Unworthy Jubilee. Let's go ahead and do that. Improve everyone's moods. And you're the only one who still needs a conversion. Yep, you're correct. Yeah, like I said, I think the flooding is mostly like, it's kind of an extra layer, like putting the carpet on tiles and what changes, but the underlying floor doesn't change. I think it's kind of one of those things. Alright, orders, smooth floor, get that all queued up. You're all good here. Get you all queued up, you all queued up. Get that room sorted. That's fine. Get you all queued up. You're all fine over there. Get you all sorted. Okay. There is so many metal slag chunks that I've picked up over the time. Right, I need to turn that back on. We turned it off when we needed more power. Let's go ahead and turn that back on. Okay, that light's on, so we're good. And we should be good on dyeing things now. Now I'm trying to remember for the life of me is the trick for freezers. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. Right now I'll just keep that mausoleum the way it is. If this body, we later pop it out and it's still fresh, great. If it rots, that's fine too. It's not worth sweating over. Okay. So let's go and do this, which is probably a big mistake. Cream. Because we get lots of dye. Okay, well we just failed the mission because the shuttle arrived during a flood, couldn't find a viable landing spot, so it was automatically considered lost. Well, the good news is it only decreased our standing by like 5. And that's for you. It was Paralytic Abasia. Interestingly enough, this might actually work out just fine. Because now if I rescue this person... Oh, they're a space refugee? Okay. I'm curious what they'll do. If they'll potentially be able to join me the way other space refugees will, you know, are or will not be able to. Or any of that. We're going to also paint the floor. Okay. The worst thing is the Imperium was here. It's like, hey man, you want to take your person on your way out? You just, like, they're here. You can just walk away. You just take them and leave. No? Okay. We actually have it. You can see the beacons here. What I can do is I can put these inside walls. Infestation. Okay, that's probably a reasonable spot for it to be. Also, build that later. Alright. Grab all of our combat people, start walking them. Oh, you're way over there. Okay. So that's pretty far back. It's going to be a little tricky to aggro them over there, I think. That is going to be an issue. Alright, so we're going to have to, like, inch up and make this happen little by little. Okay, so plan here. Don't go that way. That is not where you want to go right now. Okay, you got the hit. That's all I needed. Run, 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 run. Don't get shot in the face. Got shot in the leg. That's fine. We can live with leg shots. You got weirdly shoved back, which I don't like. And what are you learning, Canadian? Alright, so let's take a look. So you got shot in the leg, you get out of here. Honestly, they didn't get hurt that bad out of that group, so you do your thing. You all run over here. Okay. And they're all dead. Actually, we don't have any eggs this time. And victory. Oh, I forgot. We never got the drum party set up either. Furniture. Ideology. Was it honored ideology? Oh, ideology? What? Oh, there it is. Way over there on the right. Okay. Alpaca wool. Hospital's getting kinda full. Go back to bed. Get tended to. Alright, the marriage is on between Canadian Hussey and Klein for the win. Celine for the win, not Klein. Yeah, as you can see, a choke point and some firepower. That was, what, a 5 hive one? Not that big a deal. Alright, so one thing that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, if you want to beat each other up, I am down to just ignore that and patch you up as able. Disease, infection, and donkey duff. Alright. A Thrumbo is self-tamed. Okay, so we failed to tame it ourselves, and the Thrumbo was like, "Look, man, you've been putting in the effort. It's fine." So now we can get a male Thrumbo. Then we have a chance of, like, having some cannon fodder for the Thrumbos. Granted, we're getting to the point in the game where the value of the Thrumbos will go down a lot. Because you can't control them carefully, they become very difficult to manage. But, you start getting the, like, mech weapons and all that that can start just punching through their armor and all that. And once you hit that point, they really hard to fully take advantage of them. Alright, so Void Provocation just came off cooldown, so once we get people out of here, we can go ahead and get that. Let's go ahead and preach health on this. Make sure that infection's sorted. Begin the Fiesta of Ideology. Alright. It's fine. We added this ritual a very long time ago, and this is the first time we've done it because I kept forgetting I actually need to build the drums. Unforgettable. Giant insects have tunneled from underneath and deposited some surplus insect jelly to the surface. The amount of mess it's making for that jelly is not worth it. That's definitely negative on the net gain side of things. Give myself a little bit of food poisoning and a whole lot of mess floor. Oh, this is a new recreation type, so everyone's scrambling to play the drums. It's just the new cool thing to do in town. Make sure you're in decent shape before we send you in there. Yeah. So insert you. Flat screen TV, moisture pump, don't need it, that's fine. Just knock out a bunch of researches I don't need. Means a random research doesn't have a chance of hitting those again. Alright, so you're gonna need a bandage on your stuff there. Masterwork slate statue. Quickly sculpted statue of Luxray. It depicts Luxray getting ready to fight. Pure terror can be seen in Luxray's face. The focus structure of the image almost conflicts with the sensual style. A small monster appears on Luxray's back. That would explain the terror. That would explain the terror. Clearly, it was a spider. Don't hunt that one. That one's outside. All right. Yeah, sadly, Shaw did not have high enough animals to attempt to tame the Thrumbo or would get an instant win. Donkey Duff? Why do I see you completely untaken care of? As you're tending to other people while you are dying of infection? Pilot assist. Oh, we left the doors open. Will you close the doors for me? Yeah, you will. That would have been a bummer to run up here expecting that to hold up, and then just the enemy to blow up that turret and then just run on through. Inspired surgery would be great if I had, like, bionics or whatever. Extracted delicate. No. I'm never going to willingly give upon delicate. Alright, well, we got one Thrombo. And the other Thrombo ditched. And they're getting all sorted. Provoke pit gate, that's fine. Okay, so this one's probably about to get out of here in a minute. Nah, actually, they got a little while longer. Regardless, our people are, for the most part, patched up. They got a couple of bruises, and that's it. We're in good shape. So let's go ahead and pop in here real fast and do provoke this nonsense. It's same as we've been doing. You're a pacifist, so you get to do it, because if you go down, I don't have to make people pick up your weapon. So grab you. Grab you. Let's see who else. There you go. Schedule, restrict area 1. And we got 3 more things till we can do the finale. How are our kids doing? You should be aging up soon. You got a while. You got a while. And you should be aging up soon. Sadly, we did not get any standings for that. Yep, so Fractal is a sponsor of the channel. Oh, that's actually really bad with all the water. Oh, that's really bad. Everyone just move immediately. There is no waiting. What are you dealing with? Oh, sensory mechanites. All of you just run as fast as you can. But stay on this side just in case they trigger to go on. But yeah, so Fractal is the sponsor of the channel. They do a bunch of like computer cases, headsets, chairs, all these kind of things. Really cool stuff. Ooh, you actually have guns in that set. That's a little concerning. What do you have in here? 3 chain shotguns. So they got close range weapons. You get to just lay on the ground. I don't have time for you. Wait, are you not doing the abduction? Oh, they must have immediately... Okay, change of plans. It looks like they've skipped out of that and they're now just going to attack. I think that person triggered them to just attack. Pop both doors. Have you on this end ready to respond? And in this case, I'm popping it. Let's not take our chances. Oh, you should not be up there, Kira. I appreciate the ambition, the gusto, whatever you want to call it. Strange corpse. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so with this, I need you to step out here. Okay, let's go ahead and we want to drop in our flare in the hall. Okay, got Luxray ready to plug the gap. Okay, you done self-resurrecting and all that garbage? Alright. Undraft you, work, a schedule, unrestrict you. Oh, orders, allow all. So change shotgun. You're just using a submachine gun. I really like the chain shotgun more. So you grab that chain shotgun. You're just using a revolver. So you run back there, grab that chain shotgun. All that back home in case we want it. Let's start shifting people around. So range goes back there. Short range goes up closer. You can hold that in the way. You two get shifted over towards the range side. You get shifted over to the close side. Range side. Okay. Oh, no. Luxray, you able to move at full speed? Go grab that corpse right now. I need you to have a place to haul that. We definitely don't want that corpse to get destroyed. Critical, clear. Human-like. Human corpses that are unnatural. This is someone closer. Won't just reform? Yes, but then I lose a lot of time. And that's kind of the whole gimmick about this, is this is a research run. Or it's a research race. And if you lose a race, you straight up just have someone die. In this case, it'd be our colony leader. So good news we got it with only a couple parts brought it away. Crisis of belief on Travis. I don't care. Where did you put the corpse? Where did you put the corpse, Luxray? That's only if it's rotten, so it doesn't matter. So you didn't cremate it. You didn't cremate it because it wasn't eligible on that list. Oh, it just teleported over there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. It just teleported near the person who was mimicking. Okay. I was sitting there for a second, I was like, don't you dare have done that. Okay, and I need this thing gone. One is an unnatural corpse. Unnatural corpse is an anomaly event. Need these animals out of here. There you go. What can you do with it? So what happens is it shows up, and the person it's mimicking gets very upset by it. But basically it's a research race that you need to research how to destroy the corpse. If you run out of time, eventually the corpse gets up and murders the person who it's mimicking. When it happens there might not be no way to prevent the kill, but generally speaking, it's just seen as if you run out of time, that person dies as a consequence of it. But like destroying the corpse will just keep reappearing again and again. If you like, I don't even think you can kill the thing that tries to run down the person that it's mimicking. So it is effectively a thing where you're on a research race. It's not a hard race to win. You just have to be careful to not destroy the corpse so that you can keep researching it. And then the better researchers you have, the less of a headache it is. I've only had it get close really once. I've never had it activate on me, but I have had it where it gave me the warning. It's like, yo, this thing's about to go sideways. I've had to get to that like final warning. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And trapping the corpse doesn't work? No, it'll just... I'm trying to remember how it works. I believe it'll just kind of like relentlessly follow, and then there's just, you know, it doesn't tire, it doesn't anything. It basically kills them. What happens if you put the colonists in a cryopod before it kills? I don't know. Like, I haven't tested everything. My assumption is they would attack the cryopod regardless. It's like, there's certain events in the game that can kill stuff, but yeah, no, I don't know, because I haven't gone through and tested every way to circumvent it, because I just researched the corpse. It's not hard. I just researched the corpse. Well, 7 of my people all just got sick with the flu at the same time. That is one downside of when you start getting a colony of decent people. When disease hits, it hits a number of people, which means it's just big numbers. Like, everyone's getting it. Stop floor drawing. Go to bed. You're tending to people, so I'm going to allow it. There you go. Okay, so we're popping all the medicine we can. If you can go ahead and clean the hospital since it's a mess. Corpse obsession. Cool, so it's corpse obsession of her own corpse. Where are you taking that? Where are you taking that? The table was where are you going with that thing, man? Don't take it to the rats. What? Why would you take it all the way over there? Alright, Luxray, go bring it back. Before a bunch of critters eat it. Okay, multi-analyzer next. I mean, to be fair, if I was seeing my own corpse, I'd probably get upset. It's like, I love my body, I'm gonna carry it all over and show it off. Yep. Forcing Luxray to run all the way over there. Because I need them to stay on top of keeping that researched. We have some solid researchers, though, so it shouldn't be a problem. Probably don't have you craft or art, because you'll just tie things up if you do that. So tattered apparel on you. What is tattered on you? Your pants. Alright. We can go ahead and have you be treated by someone. Okay, that's fine. I need to get the mod that puts on the UI where it'll have like a little, when they're sick, it'll have like a little like biohazard symbol. And basically, if you are ahead of the sickness, it's green. If you're kind of really close to it, it'll be yellow. And then if if you're behind, it'll be red. It just makes it easier to see who is sick and like how they're doing. Because as your colony gets bigger, it gets more and more of a nuisance to try and keep up with. You seem to be doing relatively fine for the time being. We do have a preach health on hand if needed. I also do have a lot of medicine that we're going to burn through a bunch of it, unfortunately. Yeah, everyone's waking up and then treating each other again and again and again. Yeah, so we've got, what is that, nine sick people? So basically half the colony, plus guest. Oh, right, it was, I was like, wait, chain shotgun? Yeah, no, it was the cultists showed up and they had some guns with them this time. Because we're getting pretty late game with them. Yeah, so all these 10s I'm seeing are all like 80, 90, 100%, that kind of thing. So we should be fine. Unnatural corpse study progress. Your investigation in the unnatural corpse has revealed more about the body. An architect's shard is at its core, psychically linking it to Selene for the win. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Selene. Cody Husky thinks that there may be a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but we'll need to study it farther. Study the corpse more to learn how to destroy it. Yeah, I think it's like the psychically link. It just kills the person, if I remember correctly. Like, there's just not... If you get caught with it, you just die. That's just how it is. %, 34%. You'll be out of here in a minute. 36%, 34%. 48%. You'll be able to leave on your own in a moment, 42%. So it looks like we're doing good on our medical. It's hard to tell because people are running around everywhere. And even though you have, like, bed resting and doctoring on one, they'll go and they'll read a book because they're just whiny. Alright. They ate the insect jelly. So one thing we're going to do, assignments, foods, lavish, no insect jelly. You're just giving yourself endless food poisoning. Inspired trade. You're working on processing corpses. Okay, how are you doing? Good. Good. Yup. Yep. Considering we're getting 100% 10s back to back to back, some of these people should be much farther ahead than they are. And burning an unreasonable amount of medicine. Alright, get out of here, Travis. Today was Organize Your Pills for the Weekday, and the Heat fried your Bane. You felt like you'd never sorted anything before. Oh yeah, no. 100% being overheated, just brain shut down. It's definitely one of those things I would have friends, like, when I was in school and all, it's like, hey, you want to hang out and do whatever? It's like, nah, man, I got homework. It's like, well, bring it with you. It's like, dude, man, I can't stand out in, like, 80 degree temperatures and get anything done. Are you kidding? Like, it's bad enough hanging out with friends who are trying to be productive with your homework and not be distracted. Like, that's already doing homework on hard mode. But, like, then make it really hot, too? Come on. Okay, we don't want that one. Kick it out of here. Awful Animals by itself is decent. Or they act like homework's a group project. Yeah, I mean, there's that as well. For me, with most of the friends I had, you know, like, there was enough differences in the class, like, even when we were in the same grade, we'd be in different specific classes, that I didn't really have to worry about that too much. I think we're also reaching to the point you're probably better off having a chain shotgun than that nerve spiker, because that's only a regular nerve spiker. So I think just ramping up the damage versus a minor stun, probably the play. Okay, you're 20% ahead, roughly. You're 12% ahead, roughly. 13% ahead. Almost 40. Let's drop you down to the regular medicine. Or the, herbal. You're 14%? You're also like 40%, so we're gonna put you on that. That's because right now they've got the, sensory mechanites kind of stuff going on. They're getting a boost. Like, they wanted to split up and copy off each other. Yeah, I ran into that once or twice in college, and it was just like, no. It's like, we're not doing papers on the same subject. Like, so we're trying to, like, you know, work together. This doesn't make sense. It's kind of in the same thing, like, group project kind of thing of how often... Oh, was there... There are egg sacs. Right, told people there weren't egg sacs earlier. I'm apparently what's known as a liar. Okay, now there's no egg sacs. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Because Betty buys us where the sleepy seats happen.
It's true.
Wherever I'm going.
Alright, I love you.
I love
Alright, we got inspired recruitment. We actually don't have prisoners for once. Oh, right, we never did get... There, get that going. Everything's above 25C is pain. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so we only need 2 more anomalies. And then it's finale time. Which is interesting, because it doesn't feel like you're pushing that far. Okay, how are people doing? Are we getting close to getting this thing sorted? You have a 30% lead. You're just immune now. You're about to be immune. You've got a 16% lead. About an 18% lead. We still got a few that are in rough shape, but they're going. Alright, so it doesn't look like we're going to need the healing. The good news is we're getting a lot of doctoring skill. We're burning through like 50 plus medicine, but the medicine does me no good if my colonists are dead and it's still sitting on the shelf. And while some of them are way ahead, some of them are not as much ahead as I'd like. Can't you make more meds? If I have the supplies. For the moment, we've been committing most of our stuff. Oh, the medicine was up here. Yeah, we've been committing our Nutramine to penioxylin, because penioxylin makes you immune to a lot of the worst diseases in the game. So a lot of times I will grab all the penioxylin I can grab, and until I start getting all the Nutramine I can to make penioxylin, until I get to a point where I've got enough of a supply, I can just start pivoting it to medicine. Okay. We're down to our last few, so far as people who are sick. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things. The number of times it's been like malaria, and you're like, didn't happen because everyone was on their penioxylin. Like, it'll even give you a notification that'll be like, malaria did not affect the following people. Like, it'll be verbose, so you'll actually know that it did help you. And there's times it'll come up where it'll be like 7 different people. You're like, man, I'm glad I had that. They're eating the jelly and getting sick. Well, I turned off their ability to eat the jelly. They were eating the jelly and getting sick, but I've turned that off very recently. Okay, you're good. You're about to be solid. Alright. So at this point, assignments. And once you're out of bed, we're going to do a conversion ritual. See if we can't get that last person just one and done over. We'll do the conversion ritual, give everyone a chance to sleep, and then we're going to summon the next whatever event's going on. Our defensive line is in great shape. There's a bunch of this random junk laying everywhere. We killed all the wildlife that was, a growth moment of Cure Liz. Alright, so. Out of these, I would give you Trigger Happy. We definitely want to get you the shooting skill. We can have 4, so let's go ahead and give you Intellectual, Mining, Animals, and Cooking. So that you can basically do everything. So with that, we can go to Cure Liz now, and they too can be a doctor who can warden and handle. And let's probably not have you cook. That's fine. You will age up in not too long, same with you, and you should age up to a toddler very soon. Alright, so everyone's out of there. We could begin a conversion ritual. We got somewhere in the area of like an 80% chance of a positive result and like a 20-ish% chance is a little under of just straight up converting them instantly. So the odds of a straight up conversion are not great, but that's fine. Come on, Masterful. We have not gotten a single Masterful this entire run, which is fine, but usually I actually get pretty lucky with them. Because, I mean, it's like almost a 1 in 5. You know, it's usually between like a 1 in 5 and 1 in 10, depending on your skills. Okay. So let's go ahead and avoid provocation. Get you on here. Get you your support there. Get you to support here. Did I not have some? There you are. How many shards do I have now? 10? Ah, that's fine. I know the rest of the supplies. It's okay. So schedule area 1. Because of everything going on, just everything's smooth. There's like no grass, no anything. It's just exposed stone. Even the corpses are all like minimal now. We still do have the other corpse, which is a little dangerous to stack these, just in case it's something that ties us up in a big way. But considering I can keep this all, you know, trapped inside my base, I'm not too fussed about it. Medical treatment needed for you, for your asthma. We also haven't gotten a quest offered to us in a hot minute. That's all fine. Alright, Twisted Monolith is our... what we got. Research and Suppress. And that leaves one more entity. That once we get one more entity, we're just good. I'm trying to remember which one the Twisted Monolith is. Is that the cloning one? Is it a cloning one or the one that gives you, like, replacement limbs and whatever? Which, curiosity-wise, I believe the Twisted Monolith, because it only converts animals that are on the map, if there's not many animals, I would be down just to open fire on it to trigger it to go off. Yeah, it's the cloning one. Right, and the cloning one to make lots and lots of copies of the people we have here. If I had someone with unnatural healing, I would want to lean into it because it's just fun for the memes. But the only unnatural healing person showed up in the middle of Chimera being right there and just stepped down and died instantly before I could do anything about it. So I'll continue working on that so we have more things to research. Probably take you off handling entirely now. Blind healer didn't see it coming. You are correct. They felt it coming, They definitely didn't see it coming. And little by little, we're cleaning everything up. Okay, no one can get in there for a while. Still just not been able to get too many positives. We also don't have the things we need for the Archotech stuff. Random piece of bioferrite in a random hallway for who knows what reason. Okay. Yeah, and you're still smoothing that out. No point in queuing up more. We gotta wait in the other stuff. Alright, you are ravenously hungry and in serious pain and entubed. All of these will go away once you're converted. Which is just taking time. The blind doctor, good news, we treated your dementia. Bad news, you lost a leg. Well, that's, we have one of those right now. This is a person we resurrected way earlier on, and they got blindness. If we get lucky and we get the bionic limbs and all that to show up once we get the multi-analyzer, we can start going and swapping out, you know, all these injuries we've been accruing over the run. An ally in need of help. They'll be visiting for 22 days, will not work. And they're willing to give me a psychic neoformer or goodwill. In this case, I'm gonna probably take the goodwill. Because all I have to do is keep this person fed. So schedule, recreation, the whole schedule. And you're restricted to Area 1. Alright, and what... Oh, let's also check, because they're not cleaning that. That's... Yeah, it's not home zoned. What was the other thing I was going to do? We brought you in, and it reminded me... Oh, right, it was the insert person. Dirt mole. Give me the fast healing. That's the thing I want. We get the fast healing out of this person, we're going to start shoving that into a bunch of people. Just one by one. Because I got more than enough negatives to work with all this. And I can't use that until we have more tech. We have more than enough negatives to fit in. If we get the fast healing on this, we're golden. But a bunch of fast healing melee pawns with melee bonuses. Okay. Gonna be golden, yeah. I mean, if we're lucky and the next anomaly thing we get is the golden cube would be perfect, because then I can just walk it off. Someone gets knocked out, and the moment they're back on their feet, trigger the finale. Days unspeedy. What are you doing? Wait. How did you get there? How did you get trapped back there? I need to keep this person alive for 22 days? They're 83. In RimWorld terms, they're going to die any second. We're definitely going to have to at least fight 1 or 2 heart attacks on this person. Alright, so intense UV. I'm willing to let that be stashed. Can you chronophagy them? I don't have someone to get the age from to give it to them. We'll also have to see if it'll let me. If we do get a captive, we could try it. Can you put the cryo sleep? No. When it comes to like your people who join like that, they usually won't let you caravan cryo sleep them or stuff like that. Because otherwise you get the ones with blood rot and you just cryo sleep the whole group and it becomes kind of a non-event. Oh, you're actually doing dryad things. What dryad should you even have at this point? We don't really need the wood one. The carrier one, I think, only does stuff nearby. Here. You could be a tank one. Because I could just sit out there and distract stuff. Alright, you should be getting close to done. You got a ways left to go. So Paw might pass soon. I know, let's send them to our friends and let them know they're doing us a favor. They'll never know that we can be mad and he passes of old age on their time. Yep. Yeah, no, if we're lucky and we get, like, a straight-up regular old raid, we'll probably be able to knock someone. And we're low on steel again. Oh, right, I never did fix this wall, did I? Where is... That's fine. Structure, limestone. Okay. Let's steal the prison. Oh, right. I forgot about that. You have to start mining that area as well. So let's go and grab you. Convert. I couldn't remember who it was I even needed to convert. Probably 2 more of those will do it. Alright, obelisk. Study progress. Investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It's an architechnological device that seems to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action is a total mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level will raise over time. You can't tell what will happen if it fully powers. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And we're just replacing the walls we ripped out. You got components there if we ever run out. Got components there if I'm ever desperate enough to need to tear that down. I've got steel here. Like, these walls are really good. Your investigation of the unnatural corpse has revealed how to safely remove the Architect Shard. Doing so will stop it from physically or psychically tormenting Celine. However, it'll prevent any farther research. That is fine. We are good. Celine, go stomp on your own corpse. You've earned it. Alright, so the corpse is dealt with. Like I said, the corpse usually is a pretty easy one. I imagine the only way it'd be really rough is, say, like you had a researcher early on and you took a death on the researcher and you just didn't have any researchers worth anything. that would get you. Or, like, the first time you run into it, if you're like, oh, well, I'll just get rid of this corpse because corpses are bad. You end up keep destroying the corpse until you run out of time. The thing what happens to most people is they destroy the corpse, it shows up, and they destroy it again, and by then they've run themselves so much down the clock that it's kind of hard to bring it back. Cargo pods. I'll take free medicine. Alright, we've got a raid that's attacking immediately. That is a lot of Neanderthals. That is a really large number of Neanderthals. Okay. Try to get into position as best you can. Hold that door open on the way out. I suspect we will not be in position in time. It'll simply need to back off. Like, I really need to add, like, another layer to this. Yeah, we are not going to be able to do that. Alright. So, this is unfortunate. Pack them all in here. Well, our wealth is probably absolutely obnoxious. Yeah, we're at 210,000. Like, we could definitely push if we wanted to get Archotech going, the Arco Nexus ending going pretty quick. The good news is it does seem like that is feeding them into me one at a time. Release the Thrumbo! Okay, melee team, get out of here. Luxury is the only one who took an injury. Pretty solid arm hit, but otherwise fine. Are you our candidate? Oh yeah, you're a solid candidate. Alright, let's go ahead and get in here. Buddy, pal, welcome to the colony. Meanwhile, what do you have? Is there anything I really want from you? Robust is really good. All right. Okay, so you peel off and capture them. I appreciate that they didn't even bother destroying my my stuff. Alright, so the rest of them are going to get out of here. Orders, allow, secure that door before every critter in the map tries to run in there. Because you see the rabbit going for it. It knows where its next meal is. Alright, what did you learn, rabbit? Nothing, it's dead. This is true. We've covered that. It's like, what did you learn when you shoot the thing? It's like, yeah, probably not much. Because the lesson, if it was learned, was immediately forgotten because you're no longer alive to know it. Alright, so what's Basette doing? Teaching a lesson about mining. I'm gonna have you interrupt that and get that door closed. That way at least the enemies have to work their way down the line. Cool. So, with all that, you are set to convert. And you're going to be set to convert. I'm going to immediately go to you and chuck you in the machine. See if we can't get lucky and get robust. Robust would be the dream on them. Because robust and fast healing would be a really nice combo if we can make it happen. Yeah, because strong melee we already have. Robust would be good. The poor shooting is not a bad one. Same with poor intellect. Those are good negatives for people who are not going to be your researchers or whatever. You know, and your melee pawns, that kind of thing. We are going to need a gene processor. Realistically. There's still more steel in there. Let them get that sorted. Okay. We'll slowly stuff that in. Okay, and so with that, this... Hold, please. Could you not do that? I'd very appreciate you not doing that. Okay, so with that, can we chronophagy you? Speedy is a temporary faction. Okay, so I cannot chronophagy a temporary faction member. That's all we wanted to check. In that case, we are going to gene steal you and then release you for a rep. Because I don't want to think I want to deal with them being here as an aggressive trait for a whole long time. At least not two of them. Or social. Not my favorite, but in a pinch. Yeah, so you'll be released. Cold Snap, and you're willing to give me a Psychic Emitter sub-processor core. It'll be a 5-day thing. So let's go ahead and get the Psychic Emitter. Or Psychic Emanator. So Psychic Emanator... If we put it around here, it'll cover the hospital, it'll cover the main production room, and it'll cover the rec room. Alright, so 6 just became a child. Let's go ahead and get your schedule. Put you on full recreation. You now need a weapon. I guess we will give you the heavy SMG, I think is what we're going to give you. That puts you in team medium range. Team medium range. Wasn't another chain shotgun, right? I thought there was a poor quality one. I guess not. It's probably on a different character. Okay, and you've just been fed. So let's go ahead and insert person, you. Prioritize that. I mean, we had a toddler with a minigun for a while. Okay, so put that in there. Mutation weaponry. Got plenty of power to spare for the time being. Okay. We're seeing again, if we get robust, that would be good. Because robust is something anyone can use. I want to say robust just gives you like a 5 or 10% reduced amount of damage taken or something like that. Okay, Void Provocation is available again. Alright. So. Oh, I see what happened. Zone. Home zone on all these things so they get rebuilt. And then we'll make a home zone on here. Okay, so we got aggressive and reduced pain. No, those are both terrible. Because reduced pain, while it means your people stay in the fight longer, which can make a difference, the problem is it means you're far more likely to die in a fight versus go down in a fight. So, like, it's got its benefits that you can more likely win fights, but you'll tend to suffer more casualties. What is the mod to get this tile? Oh, this one, it is the Geological Landforms mod. And then what you're going to do is you're going to look for where a river ends in a impassable mountain. But you click on it, it will say River Source Gorge as its features. But it can be any biome. This one's temperate forest, but you can get jungle and swamp and a whole bunch of those. It's hard to get swamp or whatever, because it's pretty rare you have swamp and impassable. But you get the idea. Okay. So I'm feeling spicy. So let's go ahead. Void Provocation. Because I'm kind of feeling like we're just going to try and send this. And see if we can't roll credits tonight. So schedule, restrict everyone to Area 1. While we go poke the dangerous things, because in one more new anomaly, we can trigger the ending. Where we go into like the big kind of... It's not a gauntlet so much. I mean, I guess it's a gauntlet. But it is just kind of a marathon thing of like just trying to fight anomaly stuff in 2 sets of phases. Bulk Goods Trader is passing by. We'll have to wait because all of our people are good at trading are right up here right now. Multi-analyzer. Okay, so miscellaneous. Multi-analyzer. We can shove 1 in the middle and that'll cover our needs. Okay, so no one got downed. So gotta hop in the comms and do this trade. I'm hoping it'll be Blood Rain, because, well, Blood Rain would be a little rough to deal with this thing, but it wouldn't be the worst. We got a bunch of stuff we don't care about. Have the Twisted Flesh. Have the Unfertilized Egg. Give me all your Nutrimine. I want all of it. Take all of these bits of fur and all that I'm not going to need. The alpaca I'm keeping. Give me medicine. Slow and brown hair. Delicate, take those. I don't want to keep them. Transport pot, give me that book. Take all my worn out equipment. And my poor quality shirt. And all my art. Okay, so get down here, grab that book, grab the medicine, grab the Nutrimine, grab the medicine. You should be way over here. Grab this. You're suppressing, just grab this for a moment. And I'm just doing it that way it doesn't sit outside, so if things kick off, we're good. Okay, cool. That'll be good. Now, I did avoid provocation, so something should happen. Now, did you try to do chronophagia on the old guy? Yeah. Dimming sky. Alright. So we're getting the Noctil event. So the good news is I will be able to just say, hey, stay in the home zone. There's probably a couple pockets of areas that... Let's go ahead and go here and say safe. You are not safe because there's no lights there. These are not safe because they cannot have lights in them. And then the mausoleum is not safe because there's no lights there. And this room is not safe. Okay, and the rest is all lit up. But if I medicine still outside? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't. I forgot about the herbal. Okay, so depending on where these drop, it'll either be super duper easy to the point of kind of like, ha, that's funny, or it'll be a little annoying. If it drops them down here, easy. So like the dream would be like one in this area, one in that area, and one down there. Most likely we'll probably get one here, one there, and then one in this vague area somewhere. But we'll see what we get, because it should drop 3 of the things. I'm keeping this up so we can keep that suppressed and all that, but when it gives us the warning being like, hey, it's about to get real, we will need to draw everyone in. And then we'll switch our schedule over to safe zone, because we made it so that the dark areas won't count in the safe zone. Which is probably something I'll end up needing to do anyways. Just over 7,000 mushrooms just tucked back in there. You just aged up. You two are probably getting very close to your next age up, and you just aged up. And I have a giant mountain of cash. It's just laying out on the ground. Yeah, so I got lights enough that I should be able to like run from here to there without too much of a problem. Maybe I gotta drop a flare in the middle here, which would be fine. Darkness soon, so schedule, safe, Everyone inside. Schedule Beset off safe for just a second. No, it's... Yeah, go ahead and get rid of that. That second door was put there by, like, as a temporary measure to slow down a revenant once upon a time. Now it's blocking the light, which means everyone has to cross through an area where they might get hit as they do that. So there. Now it should be lit up the whole way there. And everyone's gathering for the marriage. Supposedly. It kind of looks like everyone's staying asleep. Unnatural darkness. An unnatural darkness is descending. Inhuman things move outside in the light. Pillars of jagged, oily metal are falling from the sky. They're terrible to look upon, but surely contain valuable technology. Reach them by building well-lit paths and destroy them to end this nightmare. Alternatively, you can just wait it out. Okay, so we got the one here, and we got two over there. So this one will be easy peasy. That one shouldn't be too hard. I'll have to put one flare to get across there. We'll pop over there, drop another flare, and I should be able to light those two up. So this actually should be pretty good because we took the time to build the lights in advance. This light will likely fall victim to all the stuff going on. So I just need to go here and deal with the wedding. And then once that's over, we're going to go right out and just hammer these things. Because we should be able to knock this out super fast. And Shaw's like, wait, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it. Don't finish without me. Okay, grab everyone. Bring them over here. And we want to have melee at kind of all the points. Starvation on Miss Dundee. You're just going to have to wait just a minute, alright? The Luxray over here. Get the kid over here. Get you on this end. Get the kid in the middle. Grab you over here. Get the kid in the middle. And open fire. Darkness is wavering, so go grab yourself some food real fast, since you didn't have any. Oh hey, we got one that actually survived. Okay, in that case, entity, execute, jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. Seriously, jump on it. There you go. Oh! That's dirty and dumb. I hate that. So get in there. That's dangerously far apart. It's kind of annoying it spawned them inside my base or trashing things. Okay, but handled. Okay, now what I was going to say is execute this one. Yeah, execute that one. Let's see if we can't snag this one. And get ourselves a minor upgrade. So that was friendly fire. Okay, and you can capture this. Why are you here? Oh, sensory mechanites. Alright, so everyone's patched up. Where did Beset go? Where did the Noctil go? Oh, you've already got it. Okay. That's fair. And we just need someone to treat you. You can go ahead and take care of that. Entity, maintain only. Okay, so we'll go in here. I can't replace all the walls while it's in here. But I could mine these out and start replacing them with uranium. We'll see how it is. I'm not going to fuss over it too much. But the good news is we go to 3 per day as opposed to 1.6 per day for bioferrite. So it'll be more bioferrite coming in. Yeah, so you honestly barely got clawed. The gunshot also wasn't too bad either. So let's grab everyone again. I don't want to deal with this too long. We got everyone. They're in relatively good shape. So we can huck a flare there. Alright, so this is going to be one I'm going to have no choice but to step out where I can get hurt. Because I can try and put a flare in here, but it won't light up anything. Hey, Radamant, thank you so much for the raid. We're just getting ready to do our Noctil event. I'm just trying to rush the darkness. Go faster. Okay, so we flared ourselves. But check out Radamant was also doing some RimWorld earlier, was hanging out over there, was doing like this witch toxic forest run where they're using Radamant's using this like toxic forest map. You're also going like way late tonight. I hope you had a good stream and all that good stuff. But it's a pretty cool run he's got going on. Kind of gave me an idea for a run I want to do later where it's going to be doing Scarlan's heavy just because of the pollution side of it. But definitely go check out Radamant. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. But does like a lot of similar games, Auction not included, all that. But yeah, we are getting ready to try and chase the anomaly ending. This is the last anomaly I need to do until I can trigger the finale, which will take a little bit. How's the darkness treating you? Pretty good. I'm a little stacked for just the Noctil event. There are certainly anomalies that are still dangerous. Like we had I'd caravanned a ton of people away, and then we had the Devourer event happen, where all my main combat pawns weren't here, which luckily we actually managed to get through it using our pacifist as bait, and managed to just fight them like one Devourer at a time by just abusing them. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this going. Please don't hit the Mega Sloth. It's fine. Kill the Mega Sloth. You could have lived, but you didn't. You'll be meat later. Okay, there's the Noctils happening, so draft, undraft. Okay, we do have Noctils on the other side here. Get Donkey Duff into position to intercept. Please let me go there. Oh, I forgot you were there, little gun. Just have a good time, Thrumbo. Have fun, Thrumbo. Alright, the rest of us are going to ignore what's happening back there because I don't have a good angle to deal with it and just finish this thing off. Because I honestly have zero doubt that Thrumbo's going to handle those two Noctils with no real problem. Alright, so for this one, let's scooch forward just a little bit. And then weirdly switch to peaceful music. Let's drop a flare there. And there. That way when everything kicks off, the Noctils get slowed down. That triggered quickly. Oh, that is a lot of Noctils this time. Flare's ready. Stun him up. And we got like 4 chain shotguns, so that's fine. And finish it off. And it looks like I got 1 Noctil that spawned back in my grow rooms. So that's kind of annoying. It's gonna go trash my hydroponic setup. I'll have you all peek around here. Okay, so you're in there destroying my hydroponics like a punk. So unfortunately we're gonna have to run over there. So Luxray, let's go ahead and you 5, you get up there to deal with the Noctil. Meanwhile, we can go here and potentially trade up some of our entities. Let's go ahead and kill 2 of these. Because I see I got a bunch knocked. You'll be a while, you'll be a while. That's fine. We got at least a couple that have a good chance of being brought back and done. Oh, the tame Thrombos are really durable. They start to fall off late game when stuff starts getting enough damage to just punch right through them. They still take abuse, but definitely once you start getting to a bunch of things where you see like tons of Lancers and Centipedes and all that, you'll start losing them pretty regularly. Alright, so Luxray, just get in there immediately. And the others, you just find where you can fit. Maybe don't stand right there. Okay. So not too bad. Only got 3 of our hydroponics tables. Okay, first spot clear. And thank you for getting the shout out for the Insinar, fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of games like your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, these kind of things. Okay, so 5 hours, 9 hours. Okay, so let's go ahead and... You're waiting for your asthma treatment, that's fine. You capture that Noctil. This one has 7 hours. Wiggle if you want to stay. 3 hours, 5 hours. You're just gonna have to do your best there so we can have... Oh, we gotta wait for the next execution to happen. Alright. And I don't think we'll worry about the others. Oh, you got 15 hours. Okay, well, if you got 15 hours left, let's go ahead and queue you up for being executed. Because we want to do the upgrades on these. Oh, you're not assigned to wording? We can fix that. Shaw, wording, there. Because those will give me almost twice as much bioferrite per day. Okay, we'll take you off of warning again. And who can we get on there? You can get on this one. That was... Which is the one at 15 days left? And think of the follow. Oh, just 15 days, 15 hours. Alright, yeah, we can go ahead and get that one. Okay, so I think that'll be it for what we take of the Noctils. There's 2 others, but they're both at like 5 hours. And I want to like mess with all that. For the moment, we want to go ahead and get everything rebuilt, reset. We no longer need to deal more there. So you're still fine. We will go ahead and continue to fill in that wall. Schedule, unrestrict everyone. Because I forgot they were restricted. Entity treatment needed. That's fine. They'll get to it. They won't. I don't really care. Okay, so we're getting everyone bandaged up. We still have sensory mechanites. Luckily, we do have where we like pain. So sensory mechanites are just a good time. Okay, where are you? Wire assist. Please, for the love of everything, that one's gonna die. You start treating that one. And you're already on that one. Cool. Alright, so Kiraliz's Form and Thrumbo 1 have formed a bond. Kiraliz has named her Ziggy. So we now have Ziggy the Thrumbo. But we still are researching the Twisted Monolith. There's a pretty good chance we're going to want to get that done before we trigger the finale. Because once the finale kicks off, we're going to have that unnatural darkness quite a bit. Yeah, you destroyed the sentry gun. I cannot remake it. And both those doors are blocked open by junk. That's fine. But it is one of those things that once I trigger it, it's going to be dark. So there's a very good chance I won't be able to get over there to suppress it. And we don't want that kicking off while we're in the middle of everything. You got your pinky bit off. Ziggy Stardust. Alright, not worried about lighting up, because we had to... So this room we left alone. We can go ahead and, just for our own sanity, drop a light in there. Because if we drop a light in there, then we can make this part of the safe zone. Oop, don't do that. Whereas the grow rooms, because no matter what, they gotta be dark to grow stuff. Those aren't gonna be safe, period. Except that one. Well, this one we can actually put a regular light in here, too. Gonna go ahead and furniture. There. So we can put a light in here to handle that. Okay, so which of the ones destroyed? Okay, so you, heal root, you, heal root. Hey, Treacle, thank you so much for the 280 stream streak. I hope you've been having a good day and all good stuff. And also, if we can get a shout out for Treacle. Treacle's absolutely also fantastic and also plays a lot of RimWorld and good times and whatnot. And you're probably wondering why I put this light next to that light. This light turns on and off as the plants need. If we're dealing with unnatural darkness and it's off, I start getting hurt a lot if I go in there. And the unnatural darkness for the finale, there will be some length of time I can't avoid it. But yeah, also does like a lot of similar games to what I've done on the channel. Done like Hotel Architect, a whole bunch of stuff like that. So all those kind of things. So if you like any of that, you can find it over there. Let's go ahead and pop out all the bioferrite manually again. Okay, so everyone is healed up. We just want to get this thing knocked out. I think I have just one more level of the research to get that done. Oh, let's also make sure entity maintain only, entity maintain only. And the reason I want to do this is I don't really care about any of the research left. So I'm researching this, it'll give me the trickle feed for the end. Whereas them running in there to research that and then running out. One, they could get caught by the Noctil breaking out right then, and while it's unlikely they would die to that, it's certainly not something I want to invite the risk of. And then on top of that, it's just, I would rather they waste their time doing other things than studying something I don't care about. Beacon is unusable because it did have the Noctils attacked it. But yeah, so the next run, the one I've been kind of thinking in my head, we'll probably have to wait till they clean that out. The next run I'm kind of thinking of doing is there are mods that could basically turn the planet into almost like a Coruscant type world, but like after it's dead. So like this barren, dead cityscape. So really leaning into the Scarlands. And then there's a mod that causes pollution to spread from like the Waster faction and all that. And it's actually got its own ending and everything. I don't know how well it works. That's the reason I haven't done it yet, is I want to do a little bit of experimenting with it off stream just to make sure it functions. But assuming it does, I like the idea of having it where you're a survivor of whatever calamity has occurred on this like city planet, whether it's, you know, war or natural disaster or whatever, doesn't matter. And we would be able to take, like, you know, whether it's the grav ship going from place to place where we land at ruins and have to explore the ruins to get resources. Because of the level of pollution, it takes away the thing you can do in the grav ship where you land and to just plant all around it, load yourself up with food, and then jump to the next spot. I would need to make the people on the grav ship mostly self-sufficient, where we'd have hydroponics on the ship and everything. We'll see how that goes. That's one option. The other option is, like, slowly take over the ruins on a map and convert it to your own. I feel like the only problem with that is over time they get to be not that big. But what ends up happening is, with the pollution spreading, even if I get my map sorted out, the pollution will kind of keep hitting my tile on that run. That I'll have to keep pulling up the pollution and all that. So it would be a very rough to sustain thing. So we definitely want to use the shuttles to knock out the enemies. And so I think it'd be an interesting one. I just need to test that pollution mod because, like I said, that's kind of the wild card. Because the other one just makes everything into Scarlands and that kind of thing to make it a ruined planet. So that's pretty straightforward. But the pollution one has a bunch of different things they've added that there's room for bugs, room for problems. Alright, so we're kind of waiting on this to get done. That's our immediate thing. For those who didn't see, the beginning of this run, we are a guilty tunneler ideology. We didn't start as tunneler, we worked our way up to it using fluid. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we actually have an offer for this. Do I have anyone who needs a bionic? Let's, so this could be a Revenant Spine or the Golden Cube. The Golden Cube, we walk it off the map, we drop it. I probably shouldn't be accepting this at this stage. We're playing and trying to wrap things up. Excellent. That was exactly what I was hoping it would be. Because of the Golden Cube, it would delay us from being able to wrap things up. Because I would have to deal with one of my pawns being effectively downed by it. Who the heck is assigned to wardening anymore? Oh, you need to be converting that person, and then we can grab you, and you should be on wardening. Never mind. Yeah, because we can execute them. Cool, so one more should do it. And then capture the Revenant Spine. And I'm a little concerned that because this doesn't have a uranium door and all that, it might be a problem. We'll see what I can do to deal with that. In the meantime, we got the Glitter World out there. If I can have someone please bring that in. Also check our assignments. Right, and I got my guest Speedy here. So Revenant reformed. Okay, what does it say your containment situation is? Okay, it says you've got enough and you'll try and break out roughly every 1.3 years. That's fine by me. The others are closer to 2. That's fine. With the amount of firepower I have, the Revenants are a complete non-issue. They run up to me, I hit it with a flare, and then we just dump damage into it. And then we put it back on our shelf. Revenants are my favorite of the anomalies to contain. They're effectively like free for a lot of things. Ooh, whoa. Okay. Oh, I mean, I don't think the mech clusters can fit. I'm going to say no, even though this is amazing. And the reason I'm going to say no is I feel like that's cheating. Because of this tile, the mech clusters, I'm pretty sure, will not be able to arrive. There's not enough space for a mech cluster that size. Therefore, I'm just dealing with blood rot and mood. And so I feel like that's a little scummy if I were to take that. That'd be effectively getting all of that for free. So I'm going to say no to that one because that does feel like cheating. There is a possibility a mech cluster could fit there or like here-ish, but most likely it'll fail. And then we'll just have like an easy peasy one. Alright, so there's the cold snap we agreed to gone. Oh, we're getting shields. Well, I mean, actually, shields aren't a big deal for Anomaly. The Gore Hulks will hit your shields, and that's one thing. And then the Flesh Beasts can shoot a quill at you. That actually does a decent amount of damage. But a lot of the other ones are only melee. Let's see, it will land where it can, including your front rooms, but yeah, it won't be full strength. Right, and that's just kind of one of those things that feels a little cheaty. Alright, so we will go here to make shield belt, do until you have one. And we'll drag that way up here. Actually, we can probably make those. Okay, well, hopefully they get 2 of those made in the meantime, because that would mean my entire melee team can get their shield belts. Inspired trade I don't care about right now. Luxray finally has time to take care of the Dryads, which has been forever. And those poor Dryads, the moment we do the finale, they're just going to be outside and murdered by everything out there. But, I mean, I'm not going to cut down the tree and take the mood penalty on Luxray, so, you know, that is what it is. You had one get confused one time, landed on your base. Really tense moment rescuing a baby from a bedroom with a charge blaster turret. Yeah. Well, that's kind of thing. So, like, most of my base is uneligible because it's overhead mountain. So, it probably couldn't even land in these front areas up here. I think it would be, like, here or there are the only maybes. And yeah, it'd be way below what it's supposed to be. Honestly, if it landed here, I would just see if I can't use smoke and like trigger the ending, and then just let it cover me against the anomalies for a minute, because that thing, which is probably a dumb idea, it'd probably get me killed, but it would be fun for the memes. Oh, also, entity maintain only. Yeah, because those things there are 4 per day. So the Noctils are 3 per day, and then the Sight Stealers I'm getting rid of are 1.6 per day. So we're getting a lot of good stuff in here. I'm honestly surprised. A lot of these are overdue to break out. I mean, this isn't, but the Metal Horror should be well past due to break out. That's actually probably the most dangerous thing I have in here right now. Because if someone gets caught up, those can cut you up real bad. Versus the Revenants are a snooze. The Sight Stealer will just fall over dead. The Noctils in the light would also fall over dead. This thing would be a problem if it gets to the point of activation, but otherwise that entity never breaks out. If it gets to 100%, it just releases like it's like normal. So go ahead, you grab that. Okay, so there's nowhere configured to take it. We can go ahead. We just need them to run that thing. So you have the, where you never need to sleep or whatever. Creepy joiner. No corpses? Double check our settings here. That's not the right one. Burn entity corp. Noctil's not on the list. Right. That's the problem. So go ahead and start running over there and getting those corpses out of here. I just need to get the corpses... I mean, this door's fine, but let's get the second door open. A gold meteorite. So Cassandra said F the hell out of that buck. That buck right there. That buck right there. Sandra hates that buck. Literally was willing to throw gold at me just to get rid of it. Like, I don't care about what this means to you. This buck has to die. Alright, so we're just waiting for them to get that knocked out of there. Keeping the knocked out and going for the next one, it's fine. We'll go ahead and drop our High Maid into there. Because we've got a lot of good genes. I don't have the later stuff, but I got Deathless. I can't use it yet because we don't have the Archetype capsules, nor do I have the research. But you can see we got a lot of negatives. I'm trying to get my hands, if at all possible, on the fast healing out of our Dirt Mole, or the robust out of this Neanderthal. That if we can get one of the two of those, we're going to start, like, one by one flipping our people over. If I get both, that's even greater. Because making them robust and fast healing will be really good for having staying power. Now, granted, we're reaching the point where we're getting close to trying to push the ending to roll credits and end the run. Okay, so Bassett, once they've gotten this one done, I don't need you going out farther than that. You got the one that was holding the door open, and that's what mattered. Okay, so that's already... We're all ready for some darkness. The kids are nature running. You know, feeling alive while they've got a little bit of freedom and they don't have to stay in the cave. Alright, so bear with me, chat. We just hit an ad break. I'm going to use the restroom real fast, and then when I get back, we should be able to get this thing done and kick on the finale and roll some credits. Alright, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Let's go ahead and fast forward, get this thing done, pop the monolith. We'll pop the... Oh, it is the monolith. Pop the monolith, and hold out for the gauntlet that is the anomaly ending, and roll some credits. Then we have to decide, do we go for the we get spooky powers or bestie friends ending? Because I've done both. Like, I usually do the get the spooky powers thing because it's cool. Which is mostly like death refusal, that kind of stuff. But that's fine. That just makes everyone happy. Because they like pain. Get help. Alright. Extracted purple skin. We don't need to keep purple skin. Because it takes up complexity points. We don't need to keep purple skin. Alright. How much longer do we think we have this? So you'd be sight again in the next in-game day. That should be getting pretty close. Do I have any animals I gotta worry about? Nope. There's so much junk out here from all the different encounters we've done. We had a bunch in here too, but we've since melted that all. Apple Lords is pregnant. Cool. This is not really the time for that, but that's okay. You live your best life. Everyone in this colony has been de-aged down to their 20s, and that's just what happens, I guess. Okay. Oh, we also did learn that these didn't quite cover the whole area. Let's just go ahead. I've got the spare power and materials. Let's slap that down up there. Animal Plague, don't care about that at all. Okay. Everyone's doing their before the final battle schnoo. And everybody's getting pregnant. That's convenient. Not really, but you know, sure. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. As one does. Yeah, they watched The Matrix and they're like, you know what? That's what we need to do. Okay. So we've got all our lights in place, we got all that in place, we're good to go there. There's a random noctule, almost seeming like it was a ritual sacrifice in our ideology room, which is a little concerning actually, but you know, it's fine. Alright, convert this person. Yeah! Everyone's on the same ideology finally. Growth moment on Earth Rush. Okay, so we got some stuff here. There is a lot of good stuff in here. So, out of our traits here, Brawler's fine. I already have enough melee. We're gonna skip on Brawler. Nimble is really primarily good if you're doing melee people. It can help otherwise. So I'm thinking Industrious. Industrious is amazing. 35% work speed. You get that with very neurotic. And you just straight up have someone that they just go to the bench and like components pop out. Literally the walk becomes your problem. We're gonna give you a passion for shooting because that's your combat skill, medical construction, and social because social is generically good for everybody. Let's go to your work here. Well, you're going to have medical later. We'll give you that. We'll add hunting at 4, and you can't do much else because of age. Alright, so 1 hour. Make me happy. Let me be able to destroy this thing. Because the finale on this one does take a little while. Did you give him construction? I did give him construction. But they're too young. No construction till you're 10. Come on. Come on, Shaw. Obelisk mutation. That's not what we wanted, Shaw. I mean, honestly, you know what? That causes mild pain. That's fine. So Shaw's sitting there being like, oh man, I love this hurting in my chest. It really just does it for me. This where are you at? This minor pain in my chest, you know, the kind of thing that most people be very panicked and concerned about. I love it. It's great. It just makes my day. Okay, we can also transport pod, that's fine. I'm probably not going to use that. Alright, and there's the other kid, because they were literally their parents both went into labor at the same time. It was a whole thing. For you, crafting is always good, and at this stage I'd rather have cooking. Well, honestly, I don't even know what I'd do for the other one. Okay, out of these, I'd take neurotic, because those are bad. Night Owl is kind of a neutral. It's good to have a bunch of night, like have a mix of people for different schedules. But neurotic works faster. They have a higher chance of breaking, but work faster. I like work faster. Work faster is amazing. Everyone should work faster. I was really hoping that'd be enough. Manhunter pack. All right, what do we? Oh, get inside. Get inside. Get all the way inside. Server Lord, run. That is a lot of angry birds. Oh, Server Lord, you are not making in time, friend. No. Keep running. You do not want to try and hold. So that's going to be a problem because I can't leave Server Lord out there. I was really hoping you're going to be able to get back there. Pile everybody in. Just fight. You can't get through. Just don't die. Oh, you were down there too? I can do nothing for you, child. Okay, how bad are we talking? 8 hours, 6 hours. We can make this work. Get into position as fast as you can. Go, 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 go. That's good enough. Pop the door. Let's do this. Honestly, command. Oh, Thrombo, I may have goofed. I was Server Lord outside because they were outside when the thing kicked off. The good news, they don't hit very hard. It's just a billion cuts. So Server Lord and Sick are almost certainly going to get infections. But for those who missed, it was something like 70 or 80 crows. So we'll probably be able to rescue them. And Canadians just like, what's going on? Should I care? Okay, is that all of them? That's all of them. Okay, undraft our people. Best doctor, go get you. And then another really good doctor would be... Man, I can't barely read the names anymore. They're just too big. Or they're like too many people. Where are you? Cody, there you are. And you rescue that. Yeah, Apple's also a good one. So bring those in. Schedule. Yeah, no, it's unfortunately one of those things that birds in this game are really dangerous since they got the ability to fly with Odyssey. Prior to that, it wasn't that big of a deal, but like you saw there, they could show up on the map and then just close in on you in seconds. You don't get time to run. So Server Lord is going to probably be okay. Unfortunately, Sick did lose their leg, which is pretty bad. Alright, how are you doing? You're not going to do that. You're just going to start processing a lot of bodies. 94, yeah. Yep. So we have 89 corpses left, and that's with Basset just burning them one after the other, trying to keep the corpse sickness under control. Alright, Pelanova, you sleep well. A whole murder of crows? Fact. You, probably shouldn't stand there, you know that? Yeah, so it does look like everyone's gonna make it. It does look like we are gonna be giving someone a peg leg, though. Because we are using the random research, and we have not been granted prosthetics yet. So I gotta wait till Sick is not at, you know, death's door. and they'll shove a stick on their leg, so at least they can move at 80% speed versus 50. And how are you doing? You're doing fine. Oh, did we get the Vitals computers? I think we did. But I also have 9 components left in my name. I had a couple of places we had components like in the walls here that I hadn't quite cleared out yet. Yes, let's get those couple out. Let's get those couple out. Thought there was another spot. Yeah, and we can get those couple out. Disease flu. Because of course. Alright. Don't doctor right now, okay? Start treating everyone. Luckily, we got tons and tons of really good doctors, so they are going to be able to just go back and forth, get everyone mended up. Almost all the mends will be like between 80 and 100. We got a decent amount of medicine stockpiled, so we should be fine. It's just Cassie hearing us being like, yeah, you're getting ready to roll credits? No, I'm going to drag this out as much as I possibly can by just keeping your people from being ready to do their next fight. Could you not do that? If you're going to be down here dealing with crows, just torch the bodies, man. And everyone's bandaged here. You're not doing that thing where you lay in bed, I don't get the notification. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Got that sorted enough for now. Okay. Were you one of my people that's down? Yeah. Looks like all my construction mining people are busy. So I was gonna hopefully get those components. What are you doing? Oh, you're grabbing all this to process into steel. That's okay. No dangerous animals? Yeah, we're fine. Okay, how's everyone doing? A little bit of a lead, a little bit of a lead. Unfortunately, very early on this whole thing. Really solid lead on Burning Sun. Decent lead there. Wow, why is your lead so ridiculous? Go ahead and take you down a notch in the medicine. Lead of like 37%. And no, they're not super immune or anything like that either. Why are you up there with the flu? You know what is not the priority right now, Sick? Dyeing your clothes is not the priority. As your tent is slowly falling off. But no, you're like, my shirt's the wrong color. It's definitely what you should be working on. Okay, and the reason we're using the better medicine is it just kind of being like wanting to lock this in and get it done as fast as we can. I don't want to drag this out any more than we have to. I'm surprised, very genuinely, I'm surprised Server Lord did not get infection. For as much as you got absolutely shredded, I figured that many hits, you were practically begging for an infection. Meanwhile, you can go back over here and grab your heavy SMG again. Make sure everyone's armed up for whenever the next thing kicks off. I think it's like our third round of flu hitting like 7 people, too. There's so many mushrooms. They're just not getting called back in a timely manner. And the reason we don't have Mohan Rai as a doctor despite that is because they're blind. They were resurrected, they died very early in the game. Right, they got like one tapped in a random fight, they just got brained on the first shot kind of thing. Ghoul resurrection, don't care, I'm not using ghouls, so that's fine. Okay, you're at 70%. You're lead. So let's see. So you're leading by about 47%. You're leading about 10%. You're leading about 12%. You're leading about 14%. Like 17%? 13%. You're also leading by an obnoxious amount, almost 40%. Just keep working at it. And that's fine. And is our researcher... Yeah, so researcher is still available to keep doing the research thing. So that's good news. But we're still waiting on this anyways, so as long as we get this sorted before that, we're fine. But then, like I said, we'll kick the anomaly off as soon as we get a gap here. Just can't have, during the finale, half my colony all laying down, trying to wait for disease to get wrapped. It's fine. Secret heist. You're about to be back up and ready to go. 50% lead. 16% lead. 50% lead. 40% lead. Alright. Okay, so Server Lord's back in action. That's good news. Everything's going swimmingly other than just waiting on this flu. Just burning through that medicine. But, as I've been saying this whole run, medicine doesn't do you any good if it's sitting in a big pile while your colony's full of corpses. You know, it's better to be out of medicine and alive than to hoard your medicine in case you need it later. The classic getting like your super duper strong potion in the old Final Fantasy games and all that, and you just keep it forever. You beat the final boss, but don't worry, you've got it in case you need it. That was one of the hard lessons to learn in RimWorld, is like, no, go use your medicine. Like, don't, you know, when you get malaria, you use your glitter world. Until you got that locked in that you're in the safe zone, don't be afraid to burn it. It's not going to do you any good when you're dead. Because also, like, malaria sneaks up on you because as it escalates, it lowers your blood filtration, which makes you more susceptible to getting sicker and healing slower. So it's genuinely one of those things that you'll feel like, oh, you're doing fine, you know, I'm ahead by a couple %. And then you start slowing down your recovery rate and realize you're in trouble. When does Speedy leave? Probably a little while still. 8 days, because it was a long, like, 22-day one, and I'm surprised they're not dead yet, because they're 80-something years old, and we can't do anything about that. And in RimWorld is very prejudiced against people over the age of, like, 10. The game is just perpetually like, you've been alive for more than 30 seconds. Dried husk. Destined to die. Alright, so we're down to 5. And they're all doing really well. Been using my medicine very liberally here. So you're leading by 30%. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is, you don't need a 10 for a while. Operations add, install peg leg left, slap it with a glitter, which is a waste. Like a colossal waste, like I'm being very open about this. But yeah, you still have manipulation of 101%, just do it. Then drop back to normal medicine. There, that way when things are sorted, they've already got their peg leg. Dried husk, you're picturing that in the health tab. Health tab, it just says just old. Okay, you're getting close. Alright, so you're about to be out of here too. We're down to 4 people. About to be 3 people have got the flu. We should start seeing them mine soon. Because you're our main mining person. And I thought it was Server was my second mining person. Oh no, it's Super. Okay, so they're, like, literally both my mining people are right there. Frail, bad back, dried husk, pretty much. For those who don't know what we're talking about, in RimWorld, basically the way the aging mechanic works is every time you go up a year, it kind of rolls a dice and says, hey, did something happen? And it goes around 40, it starts to very rapidly escalate. That'll give you, like, frail, bad back, dementia, and a whole bunch of other things that can happen, and they're all pretty awful. Like, bad back in RimWorld is a very, very difficult to deal with thing because it just slows down your pawn so much. So, like I said, age in RimWorld is harsh. Has 0 chill. Okay, so we can research that again in a minute. Bad back is the same thing as real life? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Bad back, like, in real life, having a bad back is rough. Alright, get down there and study that thing. You've learned more about the obelisk. It's an architect machine that transforms flesh creatures into different forms. The device is damaged, so new forms will be chaotic and unstable. A person or animal so transformed would become something totally unrecognizable. The obelisk energy rises unless suppressed. If it fully activates, it could transform an endless number of creatures, creating a nightmarish horde of flesh mutants. Shaw thinks it might be possible to shut it down, but will need to significantly more study. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and not wait till that's done. We will give the people what they want over here. Because I have a giant mountain of wealth. So we're just going to suppress this down, like, to nothing. We're going to be very, very diligent on it. Because it is close to our door, I could probably... You know what we can do? This could be very easy to deal with. Limestone wall, do this, do that, and then dig through here. And that means it'll be inside our protection. Stop getting pregnant. We have 3 overlapping pregnancies now. We need to kick this off before they hit like the 3rd trimester and all my people's movement slowed. So much maternity leave. Okay, so you're back up. Let's go quickly get the components here. Okay, so we've got that. Alright. The vitals monitor, we won't have all the materials I need probably for that. We're pretty low on steel as well. We did get this tunneled through, so now I'll be able to do this during everything else going on. So we can go zone, safe, include that in there so we can continue to suppress it while the ending is going on. So that's fine. We'll probably want to close... Let's add another door here. I'm going to make it square. We're going to add another door there. That way I can at least close the door there, so if they do happen to smash this wall, we don't suddenly have them flooding into our base and getting around everywhere. Probably close that door. Vitals monitor, that's fine. That's our power. Quite a bit left over. So let's go ahead and do MISC, vitals monitor. That's fine. I'll put another vitals monitor right there. Okay, and that's going to be a lot of my components. Alright, so with all this going on, we've got the door being built there. Let's make our wonderful life decisions. Get to the safe zone. Got plenty of stuff in there. Alright. Go poke the thing. Let's roll some credits here. Awakening the monolith will engulf your colony in darkness for days and attract powerful entities. Make sure you are prepared. Stockpile food, building material, weapons. Make sure your colony is well lit and has ample power. Avoid relying on solar generators. Ensure your colony is well defended. Are you sure? Give me 1 second. What we're going to do is we're going to go right here real fast. Bump all of you up to hauling 2. Forgot you aged up. Let's get this food in here real quick. So restrict to area 1 real fast. Let's see if we can't get them all to haul this in real fast. We got more food than we know what to do with, but this is going to be in darkness soon. So we need that brought in. So we're seeing them all grab all that food and bringing it back. So let's give it a moment, let them get a couple thousand food. And they're grabbing the medicine, the dye, and everything else. Yes, we just let them go like that for a minute. They should get it all brought in. Okay, I think we put them back to normal. All right. We let them keep doing their thing for a minute. Meanwhile, you are going to awaken this. And then when the darkness actually properly kicks in, we switch them over to the safe zone. And that'll keep them out of the darkness. And it is done. It's time for bad times. The sky darkens and a malevolent hum fills the air. The monolith has begun to awaken. Your actions have attracted the attention of something beyond human understanding. Soon, structures of the void will begin manifesting into reality. Activate the arriving void structures to fully awaken the monolith. The first wave will appear shortly. Prepare yourself. Okay, also zone, clear. Okay, here they come, so schedule safe zone. Void structures. So we've got our first structures appearing down there and there. So we got one in the back room, one right here, right at the door. And they're all beelining to murder the Dryad. Flesh Beast tunneling. The monolith has generated a powerful psychic pulse, attracting nearby entities. Beneath the ground, you can hear shrieks of scratching and clawing. Alright, so let's go ahead and get ready to start this party. Just grab them all. So the poor little tank Dryad regrets its existence entirely. And they're all gonna go trash my lights real fast. Let's try and get in here before too many get destroyed. Don't be sparing on those flares. Peel off. Okay, Thrumbo's on that one. Alright. So we got all that. Donkey Duff was the only one who took an injury. He did take a decent injury, so I think Donkey Duff is going to back off. and we'll let the others go in to help. You go ahead and pop over here. Get the support of everyone else there. Basset, you're going to do a weird thing. You're going to be unrestricted for a minute. Rebuild that light. It's just going to get destroyed again, but it will buy me some... Oh, wait. Wait! Reverse jets! Reverse jets! They all just decided to come after us, so let's go ahead and get everyone back here. I'm sorry, Basset, that's my fault. Start running. You haven't been hit yet. Oh, there you go, friendly fire. That's fine. Now you prioritize that. So grab all of you. Get to be support real fast. Meanwhile, you can go over here and activate that. Assuming you're blocking it. Okay, did notice they destroyed that. That's probably not going to get repaired while we're doing this whole event. Okay, so there's some metal horrors over there. Let's get everyone over here. Entity attack. The activated structure has generated a twisted... Oh, that's right. Right, so it summons a wave. Invisible enemies have approached. Okay, so I forgot that was the whole thing about this, that each time we activate one of those, it does escalate the encounter. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and drop everyone back. And we'll deal with this really fast. There's a lot of Noctils coming. Here come the Noctils. Well, we are very quickly destroying the entire defensive position. Burning Sun's way back here. And it shoots in a straight path, so I gotta get a clear shot for Burning Sun to get to the front. We will burn them on the way out, though. Okay, Luxray, how are you doing? Couple of scratches, nothing serious. Pop back out real fast. You two get a little ahead of the others. Hopefully bait out that attack. Okay, so it looks like you're good there. So, draw you back. Burning Sun We're gonna need to go here. We're gonna zones. Safe. It's not safe, but we're gonna pretend. Because I'm going to need you to not build a slate wall there. Not build a slate wall here. Build uranium the whole way down this side. Okay, but before we do that, Burning Sun, it's time. Okay, zones. I'll remove this from the home zone for a minute, let it burn. And Bassette's getting treated, everyone's getting treated, doing their other stuff, that's fine. I will murder you, bird. That's fine. So we're basically just burning these bodies as opposed to like having to manually deal with all of it. It's also going to make sure the ones that got down stay that way. You don't have to get that one. And then once we have that, we're going to unrestrict our people and just let them go here and rebuild that hallway. I really need you to go here and get treated. Because this is outdoors right now, so we don't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about the actual benches getting destroyed. Got more enemies showing up down here we're going to have to deal with soon. Okay, so with this zone, put that back in the home zone. It is in the safe zone. Who do you have can do the construction right now? Server Lord. Please replace those walls. Yeah, that technically encloses it. Meanwhile, how are you doing? I'm sure you're still restricted, unsafe. Get the corpses from out of here. Alright, so we got the first one activated, no fatalities, no major injuries, just little cut up. So what we'll do is we'll go back out here, we'll push over here. Why is it slowing down? Oh, you're attacking the door. which is basically about to explode. Get on it. Support will be there when it can get there. All right. Okay, we're going to do this again. That's close enough. All right. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we're gonna have to go out here, deal with the Gore Hulk and the Noctil. The Gore Hulks will be annoying because they'll get the occasional hit in on us no matter what I do. We do need to get this all squared away. We will get waves of enemies as long as this is active. So the goal here is basically get people patched up and back in action as fast as we can. Should have had switched, which I didn't notice, which is a mistake. Yeah, because as you can see, there's more and more Noctils just crawling in here little by little. That's fine. Okay. So you three run out, grab the attention of that Gore Hulk. You've got shields. Give him a second. Now you get out there. Give a set. You just work on repairing those. Okay, so nothing dangerous till we get over there. Okay, slowly moving forward. Please, don't shoot from back there. Okay, this is already compromised, so let's just go for it. Not like this. Pop that door. And you up here, just shove you in there wherever you can fit. Stun on them. Grumbo's being a bud and just ran into tank. Love to see that. Okay. The same basic plan. Grab everyone over here. Just start activating. The rest of you get ready for helping if needed, and then we need to do like a full-on retreat. Bassett, I'm actually going to have you drop back and work on that wall. And I believe we have to do, I think, 2 full waves of this kind of thing. Alright, get you up there. Everyone who's not shot, drop over here real fast. We got the Noctil and all that coming up behind. Let's see if we can grab him and pull him over. Nope, they didn't take the bait. Get in that Noctil. Oh wait, okay, I'm being trolled. That's close enough. Okay, drop back. Go, 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 go. Kill it real fast. Alright. So retreat. Let's let you keep working on that wall. Alright, so this round we got Devourers. Hey, well, we're gonna have to wait for the other ones to appear, and this has got holes punched in it everywhere. So I'd rather just retreat to where we've got a very solid choke point. This physically cannot be destroyed. Alright, so they're on their way. Grab you. Block the door. Grab all of our support. Okay, Devourers are all coming in straight. I did not want that door to be closed. Not fast enough. And for those who didn't catch what I'm doing, I'm using the pacifist to catch those hits, so that none of my actual like combat people get caught. Now, problem is, I need grab her this way. Run. But she can run through people as long as she's not drafted. There's one Devourer left. They're trashing her walls. So with this, don't take her chances, kill the Devourers. Alright. So with this, back off to start healing yourselves. Burning Sun, let's do your deed again. So run down here, run back up, go here, and fire across the area. Oh, there's another one coming. You nearby? Run out front. Support. I was trying to get the door closed before the next one could show up. Burning Sun, you got a flare? You're not going to be able to deploy it effectively. Or maybe you will. Flare it out. Okay. Crisis averted. No one else is coming. So you? We got the door set to close. I just need to get the bodies out of the way. And I don't care about them trashing any of that over there. Good enough? Alright, so the entities are attacking, the sky is dimming. We just gotta hold here for a minute, get everyone patched up. Make sure all these things are dealt with. Meanwhile, they can just have a fit there, that's fine. And part of the reason I keep burning this out is I do not want the corpse sickness to stack there. Okay, and everyone's bandaged. They are not. Okay. Right, so we're trying to deal with that. So the darkness will come on this wave. And this is when things get a little bit hairier. Oh, good. The Dryad recovered, sort of. Did you all stop screaming? You're really obnoxious. I also appreciate they're just busy trashing this, that they want nothing to do with any of the rest of the base. They're like, nah, man, this random wall that is already massively compromised to the point I wouldn't bother using as a defensive position. Okay, now they're starting to do stuff we gotta worry about. Alright. So get in position. Area run support on you. Alright, so we're closing in. We've got their attention. Maybe. They're thinking about it. back off. We did what we need to. They were hitting our base. We got them off of it. It's fine. We're trying as best we can to like patch everything up. Okay, so let's check our injuries. So you get a stab. It's about to be better. You were digested many, many times, but ultimately got through without any major injuries. Okay, it looks like we got everything closing in again, so let's make sure that door doesn't close so they don't de-aggro and trash our walls. And then the rest of you just pile back in there. Okay, you got that fixed. Okay. All right. We're done trashing our walls again. Let's get back to it. Let everyone repair things. Okay, so we're gonna need to go here and say you are part of the safe zone, so actually repair those walls. Alright, so basically we're just trying to hold right now. We will get more enemies that will show up. We're gonna get to the point where we're going to be hitting the pitch blackness. We got tons of food stashed, so we should be good for a while. But then the question is, most likely we're going to get our other two over here. That's where there's the most space. That is going to be a really rough ride if we do, because we'll be at the edge of the map, so when we activate it, we'll immediately be assaulted. There's room for it to appear here. It's unlikely to appear there. There's room for it to appear here. That would be a freebie. There's room for it to appear here, which would be a freebie. Room for it to appear there, which would be a freebie. But like I said, there's just a lot of space over here that just... This area is the most likely area. It'll be along this shore or this shore beat, probably. Because I think we get two more at this stage. And it's kind of the same thing... Oh, Beset, I'm so sorry. I still have you drafted. Luckily, you're the one person who doesn't need to sleep or anything. Using the poor pacifist to catch devourers is always a classic that I've done so many times. Who dropped your gun? Who dropped? No one's missing an assault rifle, but there is an assault rifle laying on the ground here, and I'm not sure what to make of that. I mean, sure, go grab that. I don't know where that came from, but okay. Nobody died. Yeah, everyone... You wanna know? Yeah, because, like... Unless I accidentally grabbed a weapon I didn't mean to grab on someone. I don't think we had someone... Oh, that is not what I wanted. Release. Do that now. No, I accidentally misclicked. Oh, crap. You three, get in there. What hit you? Disallow the door for a minute. Let Beset get packed. Handled. Range spike probably? Yeah. Well, in that case, you grab that. Yeah, that's the reason I was confused. I was like, okay, what happened that this gun is laying on the ground here? We shouldn't have a spare gun. Sorry, you. Go equip your gun. Alright, so Beset should be packaged up. Luckily, it was just one hit, not a very bad one. Yeah, not too many enemies left. There's a Gore Hulks, a couple of Noctils. We just gotta wait for the next thing. I can't do the, reschedule actual attacks. No, they should be fine. It's still all good. Darkness soon. Yep, we already got them in the safe schedule. We should be fine. They did trash... Well, actually, they didn't trash all our lights. For whatever reason, they've decided to leave that light alone. They trashed the other ones. Unnatural darkness. Void structures. Yeah, that one's gonna be awful. Okay, so patch your stuff up. It's time for the final wave. Final push, whatever. So give everyone a moment to get their stuff sorted before you go outside. Soon as they wake up, we're going to pop the stuff to get out there. Yeah, so activate this one, fall back, activate that one, fall back. And then this is going to be the rough one, because we're going to activate it. And stuff's going to spawn right in our face. So it's going to be activated, and we're just going to have whoever activates it get ready to run. It's probably going to be Luxray because you do have the fastest running speed. Alright, everyone's waking back up, so get the door. No one seems to be eating. Get everyone here. Pack them all in behind. Okay, so we'll kill the rabble here. The metal horror shouldn't be too hard. Knock that out. That'll bring the next wave. We fall back for the wave, because each wave gets worse. Keep in mind, part of the problem we're running into is we have very high wealth. Because you're about to head my way, so I don't need to go out to you. And then we'll have our people run towards that Gore Hulk while the range gets in position. Okay, so you run down here to grab attention. And the rest follow right behind them. Close in the net, we don't want friendly fire. Okay, reposition to this side for the metal horrors. That's a very late flare. Alright. So move it on up. Any reason not start with the last one first? If you said the wave will be worst? I mean, I can push all the way there, but I'm going to have to push over it again and again. And I don't technically have to actually defeat the things in the last wave. I can ultimately just run back to this and have someone pop it while everything else is breaking loose, which I'll probably do since we do have a pacifist who's got nothing better to do. Oh, we hit that. Okay, so let's move on up again. Nope, nope. Let the shields get on point. Two of the metal horrors behind us got back up. Okay. Start activating it. You got cover. I'm also kind of hoping that they just trash a bunch of these walls, so the thing I've used to slow down the ability to get stuff through there. This is going to be a bit rough to crack. And this time I'm going to keep the door open so that hopefully the enemies get drawn straight in and they don't attack everything. Because that'll probably be a lot easier to manage with them not like trickling in sets. And forcing me to not let my people sleep and all that. Oh, you carved a chunk out of the mountain. That's how you found space. Okay, I see. Alright. Why are you the way? You know what I want. It's fine. Alright, so you got that. Grab everyone back. We should get the entity attack alert. Looks like this wave is almost nothing but Noctils, so easy wave. We didn't see any invisibility detection. So yeah, so it's just 20 Noctils. We let them start choking this up, and then we drop the flare. Oh, we did have oh, they destroyed the invisibility detection. All right, drop the flare. Oh, Eco. Okay, that's not what you want. Get on him. Get on him. Because they were invisible, they weren't considered in combat, so they pushed in past us. But now I got a flare sitting there they should reveal. Oh, interesting. One of the metal horrors managed to get back up. How did you get there? You go deal with it. How did you get up there? And also, which one triggered as... It was like invisibility thing detected. Let's deal with that metal horror before it heals itself up. Okay, so with that, drop back. Orders, allow. Basset, did you manage to get through uninjured? You're unhappy because of hideous environment. Well, you can get to work fixing that. Burning Sun, you know the drill. There's a lot of bodies here that need to be processed. Let's go schedule, zone, clear, safe. That's off limits. Burn. Okay. Okay. So we just let those burn for a little while. We got that one done. We got some more like straggler enemies that show up, because the enemies do slowly walk in from the edge of the map and you get a bunch of extras that way. It's not a lot all at once. But it's a trickle feed. We got a little bit of food poisoning. We got a little bit more food poisoning. So clean the workshop. Do your best. You help clean the workshop as well. Oh, it said 99%. It's like, what is 99% health? Okay, nothing else snuck in. I really don't know how that Sight Stealer got in there. My only guess is, like, when they popped in here, that one got pushed far enough it didn't reveal or something? Because I don't see any holes. It's not like they dug through this whole area and got over. So I'm a little confused about that one, but it's fine. Let's avoid cooking until this is more clean. We already got multiple instances of food poisoning going on. You're not listening. I said clean. There's so much blood in there, it's just taking multiple people's entire time frames to deal with it. Okay. Let's see, those two of those things got back up and head into the crowd in the doorway melee. My guess is the crowd popped. One of them catapulted in the base behind everyone. Yeah, that's my guess. It's just one of those things like, it's like, you know, I'm sitting there looking, being like, oh man, did they break through here? Like I didn't see it. Like, obviously they didn't get through here. There's just way too much there. Okay, so how are you doing? You are almost fully patched up. And everyone else is getting your sleep and your energy. Besetta's running around patching up all the damaged walls and all that. Yeah, so now the tricky part here is I'm going to have to go through. The good news is they punched a bunch of holes through this, which is kind of what I was hoping. Is like, okay, you punch these holes so I can just kind of go through there. So I can punch the holes through there, hit that, wipe out all of the metal horrors on both of these, activate that one, run back. It's really easy. I made the mistake one time. I actually had it where I had all of the enemies killed, and I had all three being activated at the same time with the plan to just grab the thing. and so many people died. I won because the one person ducked into the thing, because there's a delay before you can go in there. And I won because I think we had a person went down, got back up, I went in there and activated the thing or something like that. I did lose one trying to do that as well. It's just, there's no holding back like stacked waves very easily. Not without cheese things like burn boxes and all that. That's what I was afraid of. That's fine. Okay. Just trying to give a chance for people to heal up, get our food sorted. People are cleaning up the immense amounts of gore everywhere. Okay, low food warning, we can live with that. Because worst case, I put some players in here, we grab all the food in there. That shouldn't be necessary, though. Alright, time for another beachhead. You have food poisoning. Hopefully you get to recovering as we're clearing all this junk out. Okay, so 2 of our melee have food poisoning. That's Rumbo? Yep. Okay, so we don't have much there, so let's move forward. Okay, who took an injury? Okay, Apple got a minor scratch. Okay, so I got a bunch of Noctils this way. How are you doing in your food poisoning and hunger? All right, so we're not going to be able to push right now because of that food poisoning and hunger. We got to just wait that out, unfortunately. We did trash the stuff at the door so Bassett can actually go and repair that hallway for the next big attack. And that's because this room got so full of gore from all the fighting. Alright. Okay, we're on recovering from food poisoning, so we should be good to go very soon. Alright, give the man some backup. Never mind. He lost a finger. Okay, well, 2 fingers so far. All in the left hand. Now, how are we doing? You clear the food poisoning yet? Starvation on you because food poisoning. There is just nothing but green this whole way. Like, just nothing but green this whole way. I don't think I've ever seen that many mood bonuses in RimWorld. Shoot Frenzy on Beset is good. Still waiting on the food poisoning. We've got all that repaired. How's that coming along? That's fine. I know it's taking any serious injuries, like, it's mostly been melee. They've lost some pinkies and such. But honestly, pretty much everyone else is just fine. You about ready? Just waiting on that. Because that movement speed penalty is gonna Alright, Beset, you're just gonna get caught. Your armor caught it, get to the side. That's fine. Just waiting on that food poisoning. Now we're gonna do a full push all the way up to the next one, trigger it, drop back, you get the idea. Because I've gotten myself killed by being greedy and going for 2 at once. Why do we have the combat thing going on? Why did things slow down? Nobody has damage. There's no loose enemies up here. Alright. Everyone wake up, get your food. It's time to go for another round. Okay, we only have one person who is that hungry. Hop on down here. Grab all the support. So we push again. Yeah, the goal is to push all the way over there. He's going to kill that, kill the metal horrors down there, so the next wave I don't have to worry about them either. Pop the door. We got some stragglers coming out, but that's fine. Grab you. And have you start the beachhead so they absorb the hits with the shield. Get your support out here. So just a couple bruises on Luxray, nothing major. No more threats to over here, so... I just need to run you up here, grab a bunch of you, and drop another flare over here so you can see around that corner. Okay. Move up here. I missed the flare. Okay, move on up. Move on up. Alright, so of course they didn't actually give me a clean way through. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna help them out with that. We're gonna deliberately shoot a hole through there. And another one through there. Because we put a hole through there, I could drop a flare out here and just walk right out and not have to worry about, like, any other stuff. Okay, so grab you. Whose flare am I sending? Shaw? Okay, so Shaw, drop down here, buddy. Send your flare straight on out. And all the rest of you drop on down. Ha! I don't know where you think you're going, but let's not go there. Huh, that sucks. Okay, how are people doing? Donkey Duff got a pretty bad stab to the arm. You got a pretty bad stab to the shoulder. So I think what we do is you treat them, and you treat them. And just get those bleeds handled. And then we step out here, clean that up. And I do think I am going to go for the longer out one on this one. Yeah, because your moving is still very high, so we'll have Lux do it. Alright, so... Again, melee team's kind of the beachhead. Everyone else packing right behind them. Okay. Next flare down here. Bring it forward. Same plan. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, and we will drop the next flare out here. Did you activate both at the same time? No. I've learned that lesson many, many times. Because one, you gotta time it where they go at the same time. Where's the Doomsday Rocket? No around here. These tend to not stay grouped up enough to really take advantage of a Doomsday. Earthworks, let's have you drop back before you get clawed in the face and die. Stop shooting. Start running. How are you doing? You're still relatively fast. Alright, so you... How's Donkey Duff? You in serious danger? No. So you... Grab Donkey Duff and get him out of here. Earth Rush. Schedule... Unrestricted. Grab a sword and get out of here. You've done your part. Okay. Meanwhile, you tend to them. Who has the fastest movement speed? No one. They're all basically at 100. So they'll drop one more flare. Also, all the rest of you, while this is going on, I don't want that getting back up. Thank you. Alright, Luxray, buddy. Like, just think of a whole bunch of inspirational stuff. More inspirational than I'd probably come up with. Something about how you're going to do this for your family, and you're going to make yourself proud, and whatever other garbage gets you there. But, you know. Okay, so it's closing in. Back off for a moment. Alright, something got back up. Would you get over here so I can start this? There you go. Colonist needs rescue. What? What are you doing right now? Oh, you're throwing up. Because you have morning sickness because you're pregnant. Okay, that's certainly... sure. Alright. Luxray. We'll be back here in case you need us. Way back here. Oh, wait. Is it even morning? Yeah, we just have an event that makes it, like, unnaturally dark. Fire on what? What? Why is there a fire over there? Oh, it was a boom rat fell over. Kill it. Kill it. Okay, now all of us are going to be way back here rooting you on, Luxray. Stop throwing up. Have you ever just tried not getting morning sickness? Okay. Everyone who can run. Go. Just so we don't accidentally get injuries. Schedule, safe. That is a lot of bad news, Luxray. I didn't mean to leave you without flares. Okay, if you shoot another flare any closer, we'll end up causing you to have problems. Alright, so you two gotta go over there. And are you still tending to them? Okay, new plan. You tend to them. You're needed on the front lines. Because this crap is about to get messy. Okay, so Luxray should be clear. We have 5 Devourers, a ridiculous number of Gore Hulks, and no idea if there's going to be any Sight Stealers in them because all of our invisibility detection got destroyed a long time ago. Get that patch on them fast. Canadian Hussey, you're needed on the front lines. Don't be distracted. Keep on the big stuff. Can we get a flare back there anywhere? No one's in position to get the flare. Okay, you've done your job. I can go ahead and have you just retreat now. And get back to tending them. What do flares do? They stun everything in the range, and they also provide light. They're one of the single most powerful utility things, and they only are available with Anomaly. Okay. So with that, let's kind of look at where we're at. Minor injuries there. No new injuries that are worth mentioning. Hit the Devourers to death. Bring Sun, get out of the way. You scoot over. Burning Sun over here. Burn. Close the door and you have the chance. Okay, everyone can undraft and start taking care of yourselves. I'll just need you to poke the door real fast. So that Devourer's not dead yet. Okay, orders. Allow. Disallow the door now. And beset. Start burning bodies. Okay, so we did get a lot of minor injuries in there. Because of the stuff managing to get past. Okay, the door's closed. Wasting food? Oh, twisted meat? Nah, it's... I have like several thousands of mushrooms everywhere. Like, we are not... You can't waste what you're, like, overwhelmed by. Okay, and everything's out there screaming, as it do. Medical treatment needed. Maybe instead of playing the drums and whatnot, we could have you all, like, get medical attention. Just saying, this would be a better use of your time to not actively be in terrible shape. Where are you at? You're tending to Ziggy. I can live with that. Alright, so everyone's getting their stuff sorted. Where are the twisty structures? This is the anomaly finale. We are currently working on the anomaly ending, so this is kind of a gauntlet that we're going to keep having one thing after another, like, build up. Once I hit that last one, we'll be able to pop open the anomaly, monolith, whatever, and kind of, you know, roll credits and all that. But as you can see, each time I go and I activate one, all hell breaks loose. Alright, so Donkey Duff, where did your sword go? Because we did send someone to grab it for you. Okay, there you go. Alright, so let's give everyone a chance to recover from their injuries. We already killed the metal horrors that were involved in that thing. So all we need to do now is do our push to this edge, activate that thing, we run back here and hold our ground in this area. We can open that out. We can hold our ground in this area, and all we need to do is once the timer goes out, we walk up to this, we push the big red button, and then we roll credits. Okay, don't go up there. Bunch of stuff's hanging around. We need everyone to take a chance, get themselves healed up. And once again, I appreciate Canadian Hussy doing the job of jumping in. I'm going to go ahead and, if I don't run the ads now, they're going to happen in the middle of the next push. So I'm going to run the ads while this is going on. If anything escalates, I'll immediately pause. But I just don't want the ads to interrupt us doing the finale. Since it's going to be in like 5 minutes, I don't think I can delay it. Okay. The gnat's suppressed, which is good. Alright, so we don't need you for the fight. So we're waiting for you to heal up. You got pretty smashed up, and same with for you. They're gonna all restock their flare packs and all that. But yeah, generally speaking, the utility items I like the most in the game is for my melee, I like the shield belts. Being able to have people frontline and be able to take hits is great for having them run in, do damage, all that kind of stuff. Server Lord attacked. That is not zoned in the safe zone. Get out of there. What are you doing? That is not in the safe zone. You are zoned to the safe zone. I just zoned to the safe zone, 1 second. It wasn't zoned to the safe zone. You also notice they got part of the mushroom biomes in there. So get out of there. Luckily, because they had armor, it didn't get through. But that's with the unnatural darkness, you start taking a bunch of really weak hits in the darkness. If you're not armored, they just rip you apart. Like, it's not super duper fast or anything like that. It's not like you just get caught and you fall over. But you'll start getting hits. And, like, you can get unlucky and get, like, a neck hit or whatever and be in dire straits. That's the reason you see me, like, doing the flares the whole way. You can also put down lights or torches or whatever. It's rough to do it that way, but it does work. Alright, so you're good. Yeah, you've got a couple minutes to go. Yeah, so everyone should just recreation, eat, sleep, do their stuff, do their self-care. Then once we got our 2 melee pawns are back in action, we can get back out there, do our last push to activate one of the void structures, and then it's just a race back to this thing, and then pretty much Professor Turkey in the research lab. It's fine. The turkey could stay here for right now. Actually, no. Because if the turkey gets hungry, it might break through the front door to try and get out. Go kill it. Okay. I just didn't want it to get hungry and smash the door open. I've had that happen before during, not this event, but other dangerous times. Alright. How much longer? It's actually a little bit. Like 9 more damage. Gonna take a minute, because I can't really go without my melee. Now granted, we're in the mop-up. Like, that is one nice thing. I just gotta kill this little bit, get over here. The big thing is we want to get the stuff behind us, because when we break that, we're gonna have all hell break loose, and I've gotta activate this. The good thing is, Canadian here, because they're a pacifist, I can keep them back here and just have them wait by this thing. So even if I had to, like, slow retreat or whatever to slow down the enemies, that should buy me time. My plan, though, is just to retreat back to a defensive position and duke it out. But I've definitely had where, like, the finale goes sideways, and I just managed to jump someone in there to activate the thing to roll credits. And then pick up what's left of everyone when it's done. The shuttle has arrived. Where are you that you're being attacked? Oh, there's a tiny little spot there that's not covered by light. So you got a little boo-boo on your toesy. Okay. So what's gonna happen here is while we push out, we're gonna have Speedy run for the shuttle. Alright. 2 damage, 5 damage. 8 damage, 9 damage. There's a little bit of a waste, but get back on your feet. Let's get you both up at the same time. Because I'm also trying not to go super late, because I also have to wake up in the morning. But this will be good, because we'll roll credits on this one, and that means whether it's a new run, like we'll do a new run for our stream tomorrow. There's also a possibility we might play something else. But I do have ideas for another run I want to do. So we'll see how I'm feeling at the, like when it comes time to go live tomorrow, if I just want to do more RimWorld, or we want to pop into something else for a couple of days. Alright, you're about to be ready. I think you're going to be going out there a little roughed up. Because the longer this drags on, things will start to get bad. Because you can also have more waves of enemies show up. Okay, the good news is almost all the gore hulks went away. So we can pop out here. Get the 1 or 2 gore hooks. Kill that. Speedy's gonna run. Instead of a new run, want to Arco Nexus this run? Not really. Because, like, the idea one I do, I can't do with Arco Nexus because I have to add mods. And then just, like, doing more for the sake of doing more. Alright, grab you and you. Speedy, get out of here. So I know if I don't deal with this thing over here, it is 100% going to sneak up on whoever goes to activate things and murder them while that's going on. I'm going to try and deal with you real fast. Okay, so get over here. Meanwhile, Speedy, who's 84, is like, oh, what have I gotten myself into? I thought this was going to be a vacation to learn about other cultures, and there's demons and all sorts of crap going on over here. The fishing was terrible, too. It was just bass. There wasn't many of them. Nicely done. Well, I missed and then I stunned myself. As you do sometimes. Alright, so this should be a relatively safe walk up to this. It's when I activate it that things might get real hairy. We did pop all this open, so we can run up there. Close enough, stun ourselves, it's fine. Okay, same plan. Luxray's our fastest person. You start activating. Everyone else, back off. But to deal with the Noctil, maybe? You're still down way over there. Yeah, probably have to kill that Noctil. Let's move up and deal with it. Okay, we provided your cover. Gonna fall way back to here. Alright. Same plan as last time. Run. Run like your life depends on it. Because it most certainly does. Okay. So we can't awaken this for 4 in-game hours. Oh, good. No devours. That makes our life way easier, because it's not guaranteed what you get each wave. At least I don't believe it is. And it's the devours that get real messy. Why are you so slow? Oh, that peg leg. You best run, little kid. Sorry. I missed... What was the question? Okay, simplex... I don't see your question, sorry. You can just ask it again. It's fine. Yeah, you'll get here in time. Mildly stressful, but you know, you'll be here in time. Leader combat buff? That's the plan. Go. We're going to drop 1 flare early, because again, there's probably sight stealers, and that should reveal them. Case in point. Alright. This is going to be a pretty easy one. Sight Stealers and Noctils is not too bad. We might take a couple of hits from the Noctils getting in on us. Alright. Well, I mean... We've actually already handled the threat. Could you maybe go back inside there? So go here to trigger the door. Go there, and you know the drill. Burn the bodies. Make sure the dead stay dead. Oh no, sorry, the question this time, let alone to you. Sorry, you should have worded it more precisely. Just sometimes people ping you. Oh, gotcha. Alright, so we're good there. Beset. Start processing the bodies. I'm trying to remember what the Void Touch gives you. I know it gets you Death Refusal, but I'm trying to remember what else it gets you. Because I remember as well as things like, oh, that's neat, but like, I guess I don't really care that much. That said, like, getting the temporary boost to reputation with everyone is even more of like, why did I bother? Where do you think you're going, buddy? Oh, life regen, no sleep, and inhuman. That's right. Why are you beating out that fire? What is going on? Oh, that tile's on fire. That's fine. Get back in here. No. And turns her hair white. Dark visions, because you're tired. Twisting intensifies. Something is about to happen. The Void Monolith is fully awakened. A swirling dark vortex sits atop its peak, forming a conduit. Go to the monolith and use it to pass through the other side. Doing so will end the unnatural darkness and end this horror assault. So I left a bunch of fire in the door, so you might need to wait a minute. So who has the fire foam pack? One second, we got a new wave of enemies showed up. I didn't even realize that it did that. So all of you... You got 5 metal horrors must have appeared right here. But you're honestly in really good shape. The colony is quite a pile of fire. Yeah, no, that was deliberate. We had a bunch of bodies in the front door, so we just set the whole thing on fire. Okay, so with that we can have Celine take point. Okay. So we've got to get through our own fire. Let's start working on that. Alright, so I'm thinking... Since I'm pretty sure, was Celine not our very first person that this entire colony was based on Celine? Am I remembering that correctly? Because it was 5. Sorry, Celine was our first leader. So I think they get to do the honors. Okay, and here's your support. Okay, so Celine has activated the monolith that's been ripped from space-time into another place. She finds herself in a room with large, jagged metal spikes. Every surface is slick with dark fluid and the air vibrates with power. This metal hell is connecting the channel to an inhuman hyper-intelligence. So we have to make the decision, chat. Do we end the dark horrors that go to our world? Or do we become our own one? Because I could choose to touch the thing. Well, sure, we could do a quick poll. It'll be a very short poll. Alright. What do we do? Embrace the void and the darkness. It'll be 1 minute. Get to it. If you're on mobile, you'll have to go real fast because it's going to be probably slightly delayed. So the poll is up. We can embrace the void, or we can end the darkness. The monsters provided us with so much, how can we stop it? I mean, literally, our base is run on monsters. Alright, well, unless there's a change there, that poll is going very heavily one way. So we've got Embrace the Void is at 21, End the Darkness is at 7. And to be fair, I've done both endings on the stream before, so you might be like, oh man, no one ever does the other one. It's fine, like, you can find the VODs, they're over on the YouTube channel. We got it. Yeah, so unless suddenly, like, 20 votes... Oh, okay. That was about 5 votes that went to End the Darkness all at once. I don't think End the Darkness is gonna catch up, but, you know, it did get some... It did get some. It was chat was very decisive. Very much went one way, no tying shenanigans. Alright, so with that, we are embracing the void. Celine here is going to touch the butt. It's just what's going to happen. Because the alternative is you could start breaking stuff. Alright. A sphere of writhing psychic energy rises before Celine. Celine feels the presence inside her mind, deeper than any normal human sense. She stands on the shoreline of an infinite black ocean of power. It beckons her in. Nearby Archotech devices support the sphere along fragile connections. Celine could disrupt them, closing the link between worlds. Or she could step into the sphere and merge with the void. It's unknown what dark power could be gained by such an inhuman act. Embrace the void. Celine steps into the void and a black ocean floods into her, overwhelming her every sense, suffusing every thought in her mind. The void node is now focused away from the world towards one single person. The void structures scream, they blink out of existence. Celine has embraced the void. Her story continues. For the win. An embrace is a hug, right? So this is a happy huggy ending? Yeah, a happy huggy ending. Sometimes the nightmare beasts just need a hug. Oh yeah, and Anomaly has its own ending credits song, as opposed to the main one. I do like how very slowly it's like tying in, and it's just like, alright, get these people past here. Come on, move it on. Like, to be fair, Luden Studios actually has a pretty decent team now. Like, you know, all the people at the top there were like the actual team, and then all these other ones are supporting. And if you look, you're actually going to see a bunch of creators' names come by in the volunteers testing. So you got Mortal Smurf, Adam vs. Everything, and a bunch of them. That was, people asked me if I got asked, you know, because we've worked with Luden a bunch with our charity stuff and all that. If we were asked, if I was asked to join the test team, and I'm like, man, I don't know if I'd want to. I like doing the test thing, but like, I also would really want to be able to play it the first time with chat. You don't recognize any of those? Oh, Mortal Smurf is a pretty big one. We've rated them back and forth a number of times. They're fantastic. They do a lot of like 5% naked brutality. Adam vs. Everything is kind of like one of the biggest names in RimWorld. Does like a lot of really sweaty challenge runs. Both of them usually participate in the RimWorld Hot Potato, which is the charity event for Doctors Without Borders that the stream team I'm on hosts every year with doing RimWorld, where we take one save when we pass it between many people. And the music just straight up ended. And didn't give us more music. Yeah, so. Did you win the game? We did. We did roll credits on the Anomaly ending. Because of the... I was trying to think, it's like, okay, I want to have a satisfying, like, ending for this run with, like, building the big, like, you know, dwarf wall base, whatever. And it's like, ship to the stars, I probably can't even fit in there. Not unless they make a micro one that only one person rides. Or sorry, not ship to the start, but like the ship launch. The royalty ending we could do, but no one wants to do royalty. Plus, the royalty thing got soft locked on our save because there wasn't a place for the shuttle, and so it bricked. And all that. And, you know, then there's Arco Nexus, which I like Arco Nexus. I've done that channel, but that is a slog if you're not speedrunning it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get back to the game. So we look around, the darkness is gone, the spike things are gone, any remaining anomalies died. So just go about your day. Schedule, you're unrestricted. Orders, allow all. Close the door. But the important thing is to see what happened to Celine, who is not here yet. So Celine is back. And if you look at Celine, they've got a new move they can use called Void Terror, which is psychically induced terrifying hallucination that causes a person to flee in terror, and then get up to 5 charges with a cooldown of 3 hours. So, like, that's a whole thing. We now have Void Touch, which means we no longer have a sleep or a comfort need. We heal 100 hit points per day. We study at 200% efficiency, and we have a psychic sensitivity of 200%. Inhumanization. This person's mind is dominated by psychic patterns of the void. They are completely disconnected from human concerns of family, friendship, or love. They experience reality as distant and muted, guided by a psychic rhythm of dark hyperintelligence. This causes them to feel pain at only half the normal amount. It prevents most social interactions. They become able to tolerate pretty significant cold. They no longer can do stuff with, like, animals or social or artistic are all heavily penalized. They also no longer care about outdoors or beauty. They get 4 uses of death refusal, which means if they die, as long as the body is not destroyed, they will regenerate and resurrect, though it can have side effects. Which is interesting that they're psychically bonded to a high mate. Yet we had only one death of a colonist who was resurrected, so technically everyone who had joined the colony is present. It was effectively a deathless run, though technically technically 2 people died. One died to getting brained, and then we resurrected them, and the other one died because we euthanized them and then ripped their head off so that we could resurrect them to fix their brain. Just RimWorld things. But yeah, so with the ending finale there, we only got 1 finger lost on that one. You have a flamethrower and you didn't die. You're doing great. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, that flamethrower did come in clutch because this door kept getting blocked up and is just a way to, like, clear all the corpses. But yeah, so with that, I do think this is a nice place to conclude this series. We were just doing, like, a ridiculous diggy hole run and all that kind of stuff, which is a lot of fun. We did on this water source. But the problem is, like, if I wanted to do all endings run, I would need to change tiles. And I may or may not be able to well, actually, I believe if I change tiles, it'll reset the royalty one, but I don't really want to do that. But yeah, so it'd be a thing that we can't do the ship here. There's no space. We would have to Arco Nexus. I don't really want to go through the Arco Nexus right now, because that's basically going to be just starting a normal run on Arco Nexus. We're actually not that juiced up either. Like, normally by the time I do Arco Nexus, we're fully bionic. You know, we've got, like, a designer thing. We started collecting. Like, I've got here for when we got the tech. We got Deathless waiting for us. But just, our research is going fine. We've got a lot of it, but we were waiting on the fabrication. Let's see, for being an incomprehensible darkness, her powers are kind of meh. Why can't you summon create horrors? Yeah, and I mean, it's fine. That's a lot of the endings when you take the power, like for the Odyssey one, you have the thing where you can take like the Mechanator thing, but that only matters one if you're doing Mechanator at all. And then two, it's like, oh well, it's a piece of equipment that'll just wear out as like time goes on, so this is really kind of a bummer. The Odyssey ending item seems kind of it's the same thing. It's like, it's mostly a prize, it's a little bit powerful, but yeah. So, like, I feel like with this save, you know, eventually we'd get ourselves killed by just doing something dumb. But, like, you know, we took on the anomaly ending. I can't really do any of the other endings on this tile. We'd have to leave. I mean, Arco Nexus we could. But, yeah. Let's see. If it's on a fully built-out Sidecaster, the 200% is huge. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. No, that's the thing. Like, in that life regen, just getting a 100 hit points, I actually find the inhumanization to be a pretty negative trait. Like, it's like, oh, you get rid of all these needs, but the unfortunate reality is because of all the bonuses that you get from social interactions, which is so many, and then the bedroom you don't get because they don't sleep, it's actually kind of hard to keep inhumanization people happy, because while you give up all the negative source, you almost give up all the positive sources too. So with that said, like I said, I think I haven't decided yet for my next stream, which is at 7 p.m. EST. I haven't decided. I think we're probably going to start a fresh run. I think that's what I want to do. I've done Arco Nexus. It's fine. It takes forever. For those who don't know the Arco Nexus, I get to keep 5 of my people, and everything else goes away. I mean, you get to keep 5 people, certain number of items, you know, a couple of relics, whatever. But the point is, you basically start a fresh run. And we could do that. But I kind of what I want to do, let me go ahead and we're going to exit out to the main menu. What I kind of want to do for the run I'm thinking of doing next is there is this mod called Pollution Spread, that the idea is there's a version of this that no longer is supported that had a bunch of endings. I don't know if this one has that or not, but the idea is the enemy factions like Wasters, the pollution will slowly expand from their territory, and they can slowly take over yours. And so it's a whole thing to like deal with the pollution side. And then also there's this mod called Oops All Scarland, which basically the aim I'm going for is thematically I want to have like the like a city planet that's died. Like whatever happened, you know, war, like, you know, some planetary catastrophe, whatever. But you're in the ruins, you're a survivor, you're trying to make it. It's a polluted world, and we're just going to be dealing with that. For those who don't know, the Scarlands are fairly dangerous tiles, especially in the early game. You can open a door, and a mine homes into you and explodes and kills you because you got no armor or shields. So that's kind of what I'm leaning for, is doing something like that. I do know I'm going to be adding that mod back in, which all this mod does is it lets you see what the end result is when you're using the biotech stuff on it. But we'll see what we want to do with that one from like the finale side of it, like what we consider that. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the end of that. Like I said, we've done a bunch of Arco Nexus in the past. I do enjoy those, but it is basically playing 3 colonies back to back, just with getting yourself like a good start. It's like a new game plus version. The conclusion of that one I won't spoil, but it's not the big gauntlet you have like Anomaly and all that. I really do like the Anomaly stuff. So with that said though, chat, I've already gone an hour and a half over when I should have gone, which is something really I shouldn't have done tonight because I have to wake up early because I'm giving some family members a ride to the airport. So that's the whole thing. So I got to wrap up here. But if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for the YouTube side because I don't have a host ready. But thank you for tuning in. For everyone over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find for us to raid. But yeah, like I said,